Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to this director's commentary watch. Is that what we call it? A listen? A follow along for Sex and the City and the movie.
That's right. A pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. I, of course, am Guy Montgomery, joined by my esteemed friend, Tim Batt. And
I'm going to be very esteemed soon because I am going to consume a lovely bottle of red wine for this watch. Feels appropriate. Feels good.
well, it does. It certainly feels akin to what we were doing on set.
What am I drinking? Thanks for asking. It is a Chilean Pinot Noir from Macaracca.
Look, truth be told, Tim, that's
$10.
That's actually not what you're drinking. The first thing you're drinking is a Pinot Noir from Gun Estate here in New Zealand.
No way.
I believe a 2018, a very good vintage.
Cheers. Here's to the two of us and our fabulous film, Sex and the City.
A triumph. When's the last time you watched this? For me, super recently.
Yeah, same. I feel like I've never stopped watching it, really.
In a
I'm
lot
so
of
proud of this movie.
and in a lot of ways, that's true. So, little known fact about Sex and the City: the fifth character in these movies, or in the show, is Woody Allen. The sixth, New York City.
Yes. What's the seventh?
There's no seventh
Fashion.
character. Yeah. Fashion does play a
The eighth, horoscopes. The ninth gal, yellow cabs. Gal number 10, rounding it off, gay men, who we can put in the film to great comedic effect. Little toys for us to play with. Little Barbie dolls.
How are you, Tim? Are you excited to be watching this with me?
No.
You excited to be talking about it?
No.
You excited to engage with it, create sort of fanciful notions about experiences on set?
Oh, absolutely. When you phrase it like that, yes, I'm so excited to be here. Truly I am. There's nowhere I'd rather be than just plucked up in front of this movie, which can't stress enough we've seen quite recently, both of us separately.
That's all right. So, of course, what we have here is a little bit of exposition. We want to bring everyone up to speed as quickly as possible.
What's been happening with you, man?
A lot of people said, the movie comes out at such a reasonable clip. Why don't you keep it going at that same pace? To which we said,
Fuck you.
yeah, we pretty much said, fuck you.
What's been going on with you since we made this film?
What did we make this in? 2008. So I was a young boy of 20. Which is crazy that they handed us the reins to such a popular franchise at the ripe old age of 20 with no experience writing or directing feature films. But, that's the swings that you can afford to take when you're HBO. Home box office. It's not TV, it's a movie. And since then, I think I've really grown into myself, actually. And I think you see a lot of my blind spots or experiences I've learned from played out in this film. That little moment there, Tim, where big winks at Carrie like that was from the very first episode of Sex and the City.
Wow.
Something I didn't know. I didn't know that Big was introduced into the Sex and the City universe in the very first episode of the TV show.
He looked so young. In all these flashbacks, his full head of jet black hair.
He is
smooth skin.
generally regarded as incredibly handsome.
You seem incredulous.
Not incredulous, but he sort of is hot to me in a pretty ordinary way. Like, I don't specifically think he's super good looking. He's not to my taste.
Here's the thing about Mr. Big. He can give a fuck what you think. And that's what makes him so damn delicious.
But what sort of men do you?
Oh God, that and the fact that he loves to feast on human noses.
Yeah.
That's the other very alluring fact about Big Guy Montgomery. He loves potatoes and human noses.
What sort of men do you find attractive?
I like men who like noses.
So you do find Mr. Big attractive?
Love him. For that simple fact.
I remember when I was still a virgin, at the end of 7th form, I tried masturbating to gay porn because I thought that was the problem.
Give it a whirl.
Devastated to find out I wasn't gay.
Oh, were you gutted?
Well, it just meant I was doing poorly with the ladies.
Not gay yet.
Still.
Who knows what's in store for you, though,
That's true. Sexuality is a spectrum.
We're on level 33 in this. This is one of the notes that I managed to sneak in. I've snuck a lot of notes into the scripting, which I'll explain as we manage to go forward. They managed to unpick a lot of stuff I put in, but I wanted 33 to be in there because it has a lot of symbolism in the satanic community.
I didn't know that. The number 33, because it's half of 66.
Just 3 is an incredibly powerful number in numerology and necromancy and the occult. And
Why 3?
It's just used in a lot of symbology, a lot of triangles. It's a very strong number. Used in a lot of conjuring. So 30, I was like, you know what? Hey, can we get them to go to level 30? Would that be okay? 33? And they fucking left it in.
Who's they in this? Is they me?
Script supervisors who look over it afterwards. And actually, that in this production, that did happen to be the case. I was trying to sneak bases past Guy Montgomery, and now we're back together analysing how we did.
Yeah. It was my decision to leave that mirror in the corner of the room.
That wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah, Chris Noth famously has never looked in a mirror before, and I was hoping to catch him out on screen. Not for the film, but just to put it in the blooper reel, send it into America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yeah.
You've not lived until you've seen a man north of 50 catch his reflection for the first time. He'd seen photos of himself.
Yeah. Did he understand it was him, the photos?
Yeah, he understands that. But there's still. He's never seen himself on camera. He's never seen himself in a mirror. He's never seen himself in motion.
Oh. That's got to mess with a man's mind when you see that for the first time. Did you manage to get him?
No.
Nah, that makes me sad.
That's right. You'll remember I did set up one day's shoot where I said we were going to be shooting in a hall of mirrors. But Chris didn't make it. And Sarah Jessica Parker did make it to set that day. She was catatonic with rage. I filmed her for 7 hours in a hall of mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
The secret was I hadn't actually put a false door in there, so it was just a hallway full of mirrors.
How'd you get her? Was this sort of a trapdoor scenario?
How did I get her in there?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a trapdoor scenario.
Very good.
Yeah.
We love trapdoors in the film industry. A couple of things you need to know about Hollywood. Number one, it is basically an industry forged on top of a long-standing battle between the Illuminati and the Freemasons. And secondly, bloody love a trapdoor. We love them.
That's right. The Illuminati and the Freemasons both wanted to communicate their message to the world without outwardly acknowledging that that's what they were doing. And the means by which they both chose to do this was by releasing propaganda. Once they both caught wind that the other one was doing it, they sort of accelerated and advanced their efforts.
Bit of an arms race.
Yeah. And
symbolism in the culture.
I don't know that we'd say either of them won, but that is essentially, you know, with various other notes, what has led to Hollywood and movie making as we understand it today. I myself, of course, am a Freemason and a member of the Illuminati. I am not at liberty to divulge that information.
What do you mean? What you just said?
Yeah.
I see. It's kind of an interesting way to start a conversation, isn't it? Hi, I'm a spy and I'm not allowed to tell you that.
It's your classic double bluff.
I think I'd leave the conversation. No, I'd pursue it. If I met that person at a party, I'd say, let's get to know you.
Have you ever assumed a false identity? Have you ever lied?
Constantly, yes, absolutely. It's a fun thing to do. Just to strangers, not to people I know. It probably wouldn't work.
When's the last time you did it to a stranger?
Very long time ago. Eons.
What'd you do?
I don't know. I can't even remember. Just make up a funny name, you know, and then fill in a backstory from there. What do you do? Volunteer firefighter by day, accountant by night.
I remember one New Year's Eve when I lost all of my friends. Instead of being Guy Montgomery looking to be reunited with his friends, I was a South African exchange student.
Mm-hmm. Named Vickers?
No, I think it was Francois.
That's good. It's a fun name. Where were you?
Wanaka, New Zealand. Jewel of the North.
Did it go well?
No. Why would it? Beyond not having a very interesting character, I was also not very interesting. I was just some drunk 19-year-old.
Mm.
I remember because we were set to start shooting on this the next day.
On your 20th birthday.
The 1st of January.
Yes.
2008. Now, this woman we hired from a commercial. She was the voiceover artist on a commercial promoting a new range of Hoovers. And we said, that is a hell of a voice. Does this person have a body? And they said, yep.
They said, what do you mean? And we said, does she have a body? And they said, I'm not sure if you're allowed to ask that. And we said, I think you've misunderstood. We literally mean, does she have corporeal form on this plane of existence?
We want to put her in a movie.
My mistake. Yes, of course. She can be captured by cameras. And we said, wonderful.
Captured by cameras. Is it? That's
Now, this is a fashion item that I've talked to you about in the past. This necklace that Sarah Jessica Parker chose herself.
The third eye.
It is the third eye. This is a bit of Illuminati symbology that I snuck in again. And it's all about the concept of the overseer.
Yeah.
You know, ultimate knowledge, having control over one's own destiny.
I,
and
of
the
course,
destiny of others.
didn't notice this at the time because I was working very hard on Chris Noth's knife skills. Now, I want to ask you a question, Tim, because Chris and I had a huge argument about this, a big blow up. We didn't talk for the rest of our time on production, and we famously shoot chronologically, so it made for a very challenging next 60 days of work. Do you think resting a knife on the tip like he has and leaning it on the chopping board, see how his hand's on the top, the tip of the knife is on the bottom, is good, bad, or neutral for the knife?
It's bad for the knife, but it is very good for Chris. It makes you look cool.
Interesting, yeah.
There's no way to deny it. To almost look like you're leaning on the point of a knife, that's cool. That's undeniably cool. And you spent a long time getting Chris to this point as well. I remember coming to set after sort of feverish rewrites through the night on a lot of coffee and some things that aren't coffee. Turning up and just seeing you and Chris Noth sparring with incredibly sharp. You sort of started with swords and then got shorter and shorter.
He was very evasive about doing any knife workshops because he was afraid of the reflective surfaces. He knew I was looking to catch him out, and he is very cagey around glass, any sort of reflected metal.
Doesn't like polished metals. You had to blast them back to make them matte, didn't you?
Even marble, yeah. And he said, I'm gonna do my chopping with wood. And I said, Chris, first of all, that's not going to work. It's not going to read on camera. And it's not, you can't chop with wood. And he said, oh yeah, watch me. And I remember we had a cheese board out that day, and he picked up a tree trunk and slammed it into a block of cheese. It was sort of a white Castello, a soft cheese. And the whole thing, because it was quite warm, sort of just stuck itself onto the bottom of the trunk of wood. I said, well, you've wasted a perfectly good wheel of cheese there. Not to mention a perfectly good tree trunk.
Yeah.
He did not take to that.
What a fucking idiot.
Me or Chris?
Chris.
Yeah.
Why couldn't he just trust that you know what you're talking about?
Well, I did a lot to undermine his confidence and trust throughout the production period. So,
for example?
Well, I mean,
I remember one goof you played on him where you tied him up with zip ties and
Yeah.
left him overnight.
Yeah.
It was fucking funny. But that's why you've got to learn your lines when you turn up to set, you know?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you only get the script on arrival. I still want you to have an idea of what your lines are going to be. And if that idea does not match up to the lines that we have written, you're going to get zip-tied. You're going to be left alone for a night.
It's funny. This is how we build camaraderie.
Yeah.
We zip-tie some stars.
And
leave them out.
The way the world's going now, people get so upset when they hear these stories. They say, you can't zip-tie Chris Noth, respected actor Chris Noth. And I say, yeah? Well, I got a whole reel of fucking photographs to suggest otherwise.
Yeah,
that guy was hog-tied to shit. Couldn't move. He was furious. I kept threatening to hang a mirror over his head. He said, don't do that. I don't want the first time I see myself to be when I'm struggling. I said, well, you're going to learn to chop with knives then. He said, okay. And then that's when I got a knife out, chopped up all the zip ties. Anyhow.
He was all right after that, I've got to say.
Maybe to you, you sort of played not devil's advocate. You played good cop.
Well,
I was very much bad cop.
It was. I was very keen to get one photo when he was zip tied up, which was I put an apple in his mouth like a roast piggy. Took a photo of me doing the peace sign next to him, and that riled him up. But apart from that, we're all adults. We're all in the business of trying to improve the prestige of the Illuminati or the Freemasons, respectively.
Possibly both. And everyone wondering, where the heck was SJP? Where was Kim? Where was Kristen? Where was Cynthia at this point? They were egging us on. I'm not going to name names, but Sarah Jessica Parker was egging us on like no one's business. Sarah Jessica Parker had a suitcase, a Louis Vuitton suitcase, filled with zip ties, and she said, if you don't get Chris, I'm going to get you.
This is another piece of numerology that I snuck into the script. 75 is a very satanic-friendly number. 76, a little bit more neutral.
I wish you'd told me that this is what you were planning to do, sneaking all these numbers. You know I'm happy for numbers to be in our movie anyway. I wish that...
I couldn't chance it. I know you're a double agent working on both sides, which sort of makes you a bit of a neutral person, but there were too many people in that writer's room and in the sort of directorial team, of which many people joined Mattress Pikelet King. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he had several people stacked on top of each other in several trench coats helping him on the directing duties. I don't know who's a Freemason. I don't know who's Illuminati. I can't take my chances. I just got to chuck a number in there and hope that they don't realize which team I'm playing for.
I remember when you turned in your original draft of the film, it was entirely numbers.
Yes, sir.
No letters, no words, no spaces.
You got it.
Formatted like a script.
Sort of had all the feel of a script.
It felt like you had
in that typewriter font.
You had written a movie.
Yeah, all numbers though.
Now, you will have noticed that we got the character of Charlotte York to scream there. And what you don't know is, as a compromise between Tim wanting to have a movie entirely based of numbers and my desire for a slightly more traditional model of a film, we wrote all of Charlotte's scenes to just be screams. But a lot of people found it unsettling. As I've said, Chris Noth was sort of off balance the whole shoot, and whenever he'd hear her screaming, it would sort of set him off like a young dog. So we had to reduce it and eventually give her some lines. Kristen Davis, funnily enough, very interested in the screaming role. Thought it was quite an exciting direction for Charlotte.
Yeah. In fact, from memory, once she received the translated script in English, she said, "This will be a scream." Her words, not mine.
It's a bit of
the
fun.
Gorgeous Candice Bergen joins us on screen. Legendary star of the small and larger screens.
That's right.
You
could
call
say
it
her
small screen TV, but
you could
sometimes
say
now TVs are big.
her career is Candice Burgeoning.
Good.
Do you think that's been written before?
Maybe a TV guide from 1986. It could well be in print somewhere.
As a pun, I would describe it as simply irresistible.
Okay. Does that link into some career highlight for her or just a good song?
I just really like the song.
Yeah, fair enough too.
So in terms of plot, story, what's actually happening on screen right now?
Wow,
I'll say the same thing now as I said at the time. I don't give a fuck. Film what you want. We'll cobble it together. The idiots who like this series are going to gobble it up in the cinemas. It does not make one difference. However this thing turns out. Literally, people are fucking morons. They'll pay their $15 plus $5 for a gallon of Coke, a giant bucket of popcorn, a Snickers from a freezer, and they'll watch whatever the fuck we tell them to watch.
Can I ask you a personal question? Because see it, they did. People turned out for this film and we made a significant amount of money. What in the intervening years since this came out, what is the silliest thing that you've spent a lot of money on with your earnings from Sex and the City and the movie?
So I wasn't aware that the sort of Hallway of Mirrors or the House of Mirrors was an already existing entertainment or sort of fun park property. So on the West Coast, I went on a 2-year pilgrimage trying to buy all of the mirrors.
Not commissioning your own mirrors, just buying ones that are already
buying
out there.
mirrors door to door, knocking on doors saying, "You got any mirrors in the house? Can I buy them?" And a lot of people were resistant. A lot of people, I was offering serious amounts of money, very open to it. I would say I probably collected about 45% of the mirrors on the West Coast of America.
Far out.
I then bought a significant amount of property in Arkansas, and I just put them all on top of each other.
The mirrors, just stacked them up.
Stacked them right up.
Are you talking after we wrap shooting, or
yeah?
Are they there still in Arkansas? Just a big pile of mirrors?
Presumably. Once I sort of lined them all up, I realised I don't know what I'm doing here. None of this makes sense, and I just left them there.
If we get some, go around buy some, maybe commission some big lenses to be made, big bits of glass, we could make ourselves a laser. Little heat ray.
From the mirrors?
Devastating heat ray, yeah.
How does that work? What's the science of that?
I think if we got all the mirrors... Okay, picture this. We get all the mirrors that
That's my handwriting?
We get all the mirrors that you've purchased in a circle.
I'd write a lot of postcards in character as Vivian Westwood and just send them out on set. I sent you a few.
We tilt them
Remember?
up 45-degree angle. So when the sun hits it, it all kind of blasts roughly into the middle. And then we focus all of that light through a single lens into a beam. I think we've got a heat ray at that point.
I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to agree with you. I don't understand science.
I think that'd be a pretty cool thing to do. It's a good use for the mirrors. That, or go around New York City figuring out who's a vampire and who ain't. There's always that.
Yeah. We originally the scene of Carrie and Big sniffing the book lasted an hour, but we got significant notes from the studio saying that's too long, so we cut it down to 55. Still too long. 50 minutes, still too long. 45 minutes, still too long. 40 minutes, still too long. 35 minutes, still too long. 30 minutes, still too long. 25 minutes, still too long. 20 minutes, felt pretty good for a week until we got a note back saying it's actually still too long. 15 minutes, still too long. 10 minutes, still too long. 5 minutes, still too long. Eventually, I think it was down to about 22 seconds. And honestly, watching it back now, even that feels too long.
Yeah, it does.
To think we
could've got it down.
To think we wanted an hour of that now
look.
is embarrassing.
In retrospect, sure, it was long, but you only get the feel for that sort of stuff once you're in the editing bay and you're seeing everything in context.
Put yourself in our shoes.
Put yourself in our shoes, everybody. We got 250 hours of footage, which we thought was all going to make it into the fit. This isn't takes. I'm talking like we've got our selects to put in the movie. You got 250 hours stacked up.
Neither of us.
Do you want to know the original plot of this film, guys? Have you got 4 hours?
Neither of us have written or made a movie before. You have to bear that in mind when we're sharing this information with you.
Hats off to the editor, though, eh?
Wow, the
For
fact
real.
that they cobbled together anything even close to this cohesive is nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah. Here's to them. What do you make of this red? The wine.
Yeah,
that is.
it's not a bad red. It was my idea to have music in the movie.
Brand new filmic technique that Guy Montgomery brought to the fore.
Right.
He said, "Hey, have you guys heard music?" And we said, "Yeah." The guy said, "I'm thinking we whack some in the film." We said, "Yeah." He said, "Cool."
Yeah.
And then you raced out of the room, running around to record shops because you'd only ever heard 5 or 6 songs. At that
Well,
point.
I was ready to fight tooth and nail for the idea. It felt revolutionary, and I thought it was a pretty good one. And I stand behind that to this day.
Yeah, you got very little resistance in the room, but you look so pent up, ready for a fight, weren't you?
Well, I
You're
was
like a
ready
little
for one.
spring all coiled up, ready
Yeah.
to bounce, with no place to go.
I tell you what I wasn't excited about.
What's that, mate?
Books being in the movie.
Fucking A. You and I both fought very hard to try and get all literature and books and text actually removed from the movie. We kept arguing with the several directors stacked up on top of each other in trench coats, saying, "Mate, people don't go to the movies to hear about books. People go to the movies to forget about books. Get them out of here." Now, introduction of young Brady, who... what you need to understand is that Guy and I have developed a lot of projects involving this young man's character. Not any of them have been greenlit so far, but we have got merch ideas, children's animated series,
Lunchboxes, playing cards, pajamas. I mean, we've got
religions.
it all. We've only made 2 sets of all this stuff, and it's all adult-sized, almost exactly to our specifications. Sort of as mock-ups, I guess, because we went into the room to pitch. But I think a lot of people were confused. I don't know what happened on the scheduling end of things, but a lot of people weren't expecting us in the room. So you can imagine the 2 of us show up with a lot of, to them, who is just Brady, the kid from Sex and the City, adorned all over a set of silk pajamas, a lunchbox. If you open that up, you got apples with his face printed on it. You got a deck of cards we're throwing at them with his face printed on it. And then, all of a sudden, you release 1,000 wild rats with little masks, specifically built for rats, of his face, into a room, a couple of network execs. I mean, these people, they're so coddled. They live in such a heightened, cloistered, false version of the world. They've got no idea what to do in this situation. And neither did we. We had not released the rats before. Tell you who did know what to do. The kid who played Brady.
Fucking A. Kid was a dynamo. Real joy on set. Now, the original draft, which I think I alluded to, was 3,000 pages long, didn't have any sex in it. And it almost immediately got shot back to our desk. They hadn't read it, first of all, which was a bit of an affront to a lot of hard work we did. But
you got to respect their senses that in spite of not having read it, they knew there was no sex
they knew
in
there was
it.
no sex in it because they managed to do a bit of a control F, try and find the word sex in there. I refused to put it in because of my prudish upbringing, which eventually led me to the
So we said there's not enough sex for
Church
you?
of Illuminati.
Well, take this. And we changed out the word city for the word sex. So all the stuff about the city was now about sex, but in doing so, we took out all of the city. They said that's not going to work either. So we then took the script back. We divided it into two halves, half sex, half city. The first half, all the characters, the descriptions, the action, the dialogue was just the word sex. So if you can imagine this scene, as it was written, would just be sex, 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 sex. The people in the background, they're no longer in a cafe, they're fucking. Or, if they're dining by themselves, masturbating.
Just want to say that necklace that we've got on Kim Cattrall at the moment is Luciferian. It's actually a penis going into a vagina. That's what that is.
That's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. There's another win from me.
Yeah, that was a big one, actually.
Team Satanism.
You got a lot of agendas you were trying to get into this film, Tim.
Yes. Gay agenda. Satanist agenda. My agenda.
Yeah, you kept trying to get a shot of your calendar in there.
Yeah.
Why
That's right.
was that?
I thought it was very important that everyone get on board with my agenda. Here it is. 4:30 a.m. Rise. 4:45. First coffee of the day. 5 a.m. I'm off for a run. 4 kilometers. Don't go too hard, but go very, very fast.
4 kilometers at full speed.
5:30. You're in the shower. Start cold. Get to warm. Never go hot. By 6 a.m. you want to be sat down at the breakfast table, tucking into human noses, preferably. If you can't obtain them, pig snouts will do. It's going to get you through the day. Then I'm on my Underwood typewriter from about 7 in the morning to 7 at night, and then off to bed. Those are the weekdays.
The weekends?
You get everything in reverse. The AM becomes PM.
So you get up at 4 p.m., 4:30 p.m.,
Yes.
have a coffee at 4:45 p.m.
Yes.
But otherwise, it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Now, here's a fun fact about Smith Jarrett. I fucked the ever-loving shit out of him on set.
How was that?
Fantastic.
Is
the
he a
man
good lover?
He's an electric lover. He's very generous.
Dumb as a sack of hammers, though, that man.
I have got nothing to say about this movie.
Smith Jarrett, can't even remember the man who plays him. This is how wafer thin he was as an intellect on screen, or on set, rather. What I'm trying to say is this man is a dum-dum. We were giving him very specific directions because we'd be like, you start here and just walk over to Samantha and deliver the line. And he would say things like, how do I walk? And we'd have to block out how the left foot goes in front of the right foot when a human walks. It's the strangest thing. I've never experienced anything quite like it.
Yeah, when you say that, it did sort of the way we had sex did now, with hindsight, feel a little bit exploitative on my end.
Yeah.
This big muscle-bound man, exhausted from a day of learning how to walk. And me, running around Los Angeles with a lot of mirrors.
Yeah. It's exhausting, thirsty work. It's hard trying to teach a grown man how to walk, especially when you're laden down with that many mirrors. Now, this is our introduction of Dante into the film. This is where we got a big win for once we kind of cottoned on to the fact that we need to insert some sex into the script, we came up with this idea of transforming Samantha into a total voyeur. They weren't fully enamored with the idea. The teams of directors stacked on top of each other inside trench coats, led by Mattress Pikelet King. But once we started to lead them down the garden path of saying it'll be very tastefully shot, we won't see too much peen, but we'll see just enough, no full cooch, we'll get some titties in there, they started to warm to the idea. And before you know it, we've got a recurring through line of one of the main gals just staring at her neighbour, having sex every night. It's exciting, it's avant-garde, and yet somehow a timeless cinematic concept. Perving. There's the original subtitle for this one. It's like how
You'll notice.
you know how Star Wars is called Star Wars: A New Hope,
Mm-hmm.
but everyone just calls it Star Wars. Maybe they gave them that subtitle afterwards. This was supposed to be Sex in the City, perving.
Sex in the City, the film.
Sex in the City, and the movie, perving.
You'll notice, for how big this closet is, not a mirror to be seen.
Good point. Would have scared the Chris's too much. Can't worry the Chris's.
Absolutely. Chris Noth, a lot of people don't know this, because a lot of people think of Chris Pine, Chris Pratt, these guys as the...
Chris Evans?
Yeah, Chris Evans as the Chris's. Chris Noth includes himself in that conversation.
Yeah, he shouldn't because no one else does. I don't know, man. You ever get the feeling you've seen your own work too much?
Absolutely, man.
Like, just at some point, it's too much. It's an assault. We need more wine. I'm not looking forward to the Chilean $10 bottle that I've procured. I don't foresee good things.
I think it's going to be
Let me
great.
hold that glass for you.
A fun detail about Samantha's character in this film is
She sucks.
not that, but we sort of thought, well, she lives in Los Angeles, but why don't we remove that as an interesting plot element by having her literally spend her entire life in New York? A lot of the time we'd think of a clever idea or something that might, function in terms of story or plot development, and then we'd figure out a way to take it away, because that way we've earned the right to do it.
Just missed, the shot of Noel Fielding on the shelf there, who he dressed up as Joan Jett to recreate that famous album art for I Love Rock and Roll, I think it was.
Yeah.
That is Noel Fielding, if anyone's curious at home.
Like this. For those of you not watching along with us, I was just singing a lyric from the Aerosmith Run DMC mashup, Walk This Way. A song we decided to use for a fun montage in which Carrie would try on various different outfits, both from the movie that we hadn't seen before and also that were worn during the TV show. Sort of as a nod or a homage to the fans who we are otherwise taking the absolute fucking piss out of.
The hardest bit for me of the whole production of this film, I think, was trying to do everyone's charts. When you have an ensemble cast, there are a lot of birthdays in the mix, a lot of competing signs, a lot of risings that you have to coordinate. And it actually adds a tremendous amount of expense when you can only shoot with 2 people at a time, but there's sort of 4 main characters in a movie and you've got to digitally stitch it together at the end. But when you've got a Cancer with Taurus rising, a straight Virgo, a Aquarius, and a fucking Scorpio all in the same film and leading roles, there's no way in you would be a mad person to try and get them to be in the same place at the same time while you shot. You couldn't do it. So that's why I'll forever be grateful to the artists in the CGI department who managed to stitch all this together to make it appear like the gals are appearing at the same time. I'll forever be grateful for them.
Yeah.
Forever.
We do owe them a debt of gratitude. After it turned out we'd gone well over budget, and of the 250 hours of takes we'd approved for use in the film, 249 hours of them were unusable. They were left with an hour and a half, not just of images to render, but story to patch up. Without wanting to give away too much of the stuff that they inserted of their own volition, outside of what we'd scripted and shot, pretty much the entire middle section of the movie is theirs. So we did the opening gambit with the introduction of the characters, the sort of cursory oversight of where the Sex and the City world and universe was, and we also did the credits. Otherwise, while we can talk and speculate about what happened on set, this is pretty much all CGI. And honestly, they fought pretty hard to get this entered as an animated feature in the Oscars, or at least if only not as the best animated feature, best animation.
Disney blocked them, of course.
Oh, and so did we. We said, well, then everyone's going to know about the errors we made.
Yeah.
And they said,
we
well, they kind of should.
Disney, of course, famously aligned with the Illuminati, so they knew that they could sort of get on Camp Timbo. And I'd seen some of the bigwigs at Temple.
Now, here's an interesting thing to remember when you're watching this scene. So
I've got a few favours owed by some pretty high-up people in the organisation, if you know what I mean. Sorry, off you go, Monty.
You sign a non-disclosure agreement, you're not even meant to say that. But
that's true.
The people who you're talking about know who they are, and they will be quivering in their boots. So we had a bit of trouble getting this scene off the ground, if only because the actor playing Steve Brady kept saying, I'm not married to her, I haven't cheated on her.
Yeah.
And we'd say, well, it's, as it may be, that's not necessarily relevant for what we're trying to capture here, which is the experience of your character being married to her and your character having cheated on her. And he said,
I haven't.
I haven't, and I won't. And we said, okay, feels like you're repeating the same point here. Are you married in real life? He said, no. We said, have you cheated on anyone in real life? He said, no. And we sort of came to loggerheads, and as we've just mentioned, all of that was CGI.
Very difficult man to work with. And I'm not quite sure how he managed to get through the entire series of Sex and the City without sort of being familiar with what the concept of acting is.
To his credit, he'd show up every day.
He'd show up every day, and then we'd have to digitally erase him. Lovely man, though. Phenomenal, huge, beautiful penis.
Yeah, and seriously taut buttocks. The guy is an undercover hottie. Or actually, no, not even undercover, because he is outwardly attractive, but he's more sneaky hot.
Sneaky hot. Of course, we can see in the back of shot here, Brady playing with a sort of Commando G.I. Joe man, getting some cues from a military figure on how to command an army.
What you can't see is an earpiece in his right ear, in which Tim was whispering various different instructions on what to do with the action figure.
Throw his arm up in the air, put a fist up there. It's an old Illuminati symbol. This is a bit of the film. We're at sort of the 38-minute mark now, folks. Where certain storylines start to unravel, and we are testing the audience at this point. It's got to be said.
We weren't just testing the audience, we were testing ourselves. It sort of became like a...
What's happened? Let's bring people up to speed. If you're watching this track without the accompanying movie, what do we got right now? We've got a marriage in turmoil. Steve has just announced that he's been cheating on his beloved Miranda.
That's right. Charlotte and Harry have been given absolutely nothing to work with. They are happily and boringly married while raising an adopted daughter. Carrie and Big are at somewhat loggerheads over the planning of their wedding, which was meant to be small and has grown into something much larger. And then, oh no, that's everyone, is it? No.
Samantha
Jones, living in Los Angeles, voyeuristically watching her neighbor Dante have sex with a variety of women, falling out of love with her life with Smith Jarrett very slowly but surely.
That synopsis took about 30, 40 seconds.
That's right.
We could have saved so much time.
Well,
if we treated the whole movie like we treated the montage at the start.
People keep saying this, and I say the same thing to you. I said to them, I have regrets.
Regrets? I have a few. Chris Noth really showing his Oscar-worthy acting chops here. That's right. Phenomenal.
That was an improv.
Get him in all black. He looks like a floating head in this scene. He's got black eyebrows, jet black hair. He's got a black shirt on, black pants. He's just got this slightly... he's got a beautiful tanned olive face, just floating.
Is it interesting to you to think that all of these people worked very hard to get to where they are in life and in their careers? Like Chris Noth, Sarah Jessica Parker, when they signed up for the TV show Sex and the City, no idea what it would become. And then they ride the highs of what it is, through the days when they're genuinely making a difference. Cultural and critical darling, moving the conversation forward, really contributing to society at large, to the cynical cash grab that we orchestrated and executed in this film.
This Hollywood, baby. This is the train, isn't it? Everyone's doing important work at the start and everyone's collecting a big old important check at the end. There's a poetry to that,
I just can't believe that
ashes to ashes, importance to checks.
there's another hour and 40 minutes of this film to go. And
Seems absurd to me.
what I'm wondering, wait, it's even longer.
Jesus Christ.
An hour and 50 minutes.
Boy, howdy.
I feel sick to my stomach at the thought of that.
It is truly terrifying. Really scary.
And all I've had today so far,
Yeah.
2 pieces of toast,
Uh-huh.
half an avocado, 3 tomatoes, and a banana.
Well, it feels like as the list went on, I was like, well, that's not so bad.
A lot of soft foods.
Yeah. Are you a bit worried about the toilet situation that you may be brewing?
No, I think the toilet situation is going to be fine. I have had 2 coffees, but I've also had 2 poos. I'm mostly worried about the unholy amount of wine I've realised I'm going to consume to make this experience enjoyable, at least for myself.
Actually, we better get cracking. I feel like we might be a bit behind. We're so busy gas bagging over here, we're not paying enough attention to the wine. Which, by the way, can I just say, beautiful notes of, red wine.
It does taste like red wine.
We're going to get through this.
Yeah, I want to hold on to your hand for a little while, Tim. Physical intimacy is important.
Yeah.
What
What is that song? We're going to get through this.
Daniel Bedingfield.
We're going to get through this.
I'm gonna make it through. Hey,
Is he
I
Kiwi?
gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. He is a Kiwi. I think one of those people born in New Zealand, largely raised elsewhere. But we happily claim him as our own when he's doing well, and when he's not, we still claim him as our own. Oh my fuck!
All right, here's where we're at, everybody. Engagement dinner. Sorry, rehearsal dinner for the wedding. Day before the wedding, which is very high stakes. A real hangover style, like putting something too close before the big day. And lo and behold, it does blow up in their fucking face. This is where the seed is planted by Miranda telling Big, don't know what you guys are doing. Marriage ruins everything. Smith Garrett trying to smoke a fucking stogie like Duke Nukem cracks me up every time I see it. He is a boy in men's clothing.
That's right. He kept putting it in his mouth and going,
You're not Arnie, mate. Admit it. You can't smoke a cigar like that. Just smoke it normally. In the crook of your index finger. It's not for you, mate. Your hands aren't big enough.
what's it like being married, Tim?
Oh, look. It's bliss. It's great.
That's
Someone's
so,
got your back.
That's so great. That makes me really happy.
Everyone should go get married. Find the next person you see. Go get hitched to them.
Marriage isn't some archaic, outdated notion of, long-term commitment and monogamy. It's a beautiful lease on life in which you find someone you love, cherish, and care for. They feel the same for you, and you support one another through the hard times and the good.
Unless you get a dress gifted to you by Vivian Westwood, in which case it becomes a sort of avatar for your own vapidness, devolving into, a sensationally selfish exchange where you've completely missed the point. And ultimately, as a result of your dwindling years and lessening prospects as time goes on and your looks begin to wither, one of the few assets you have left, a gradual acceptance that you're going to be with this person who you don't particularly love, but, Mr. Big's the only man chasing me now. So
That's
I guess
right.
I'll settle down and start a lovely little compromise nest.
A lot of people get married for fear of being alone, but sometimes the loneliest we feel is when we're in the company of others. And to me, that's the scariest fucking thing in the world.
A great philosopher once wrote, one is the loneliest number.
That you'll ever do.
Not according to Guy Montgomery, for two.
2 can be as bad as 1.
As bad as one.
It's the loneliest number after number 1. Who wrote that? Harry Nilsson.
Is that true?
And people say he's just a pair of tits. That is true. Harry Nelson, his career was derailed by the crippling disease that is alcoholism. He was one of the most gifted songwriters and performers in the history of music.
Wow.
But couldn't quite get it together. He also sang that song, you put the lime in the coconut, you drink it all up, you put the lime in the coconut, you call the doctor, wake him up and say, doctor, doctor, ain't there nothing I can take? I said,
Doctor.
singing before the hour mark has to be an all-time low for the lads.
Yeah, that's not good. Do you know, every time I hear that song, that reminds me of Practical Magic. Now that is a film.
I haven't seen it. It reminds
it's
me
good.
of my dad. He used to
Sandra
love
Bullock.
saying that.
It's a good song. I can imagine Stephen belting that out, shirtless, making some pancakes for the kids on a Saturday morning.
I am disappointed to reflect upon how little of my childhood was spent with my dad shirtless. That fucking prude was always tops and bottoms on. You know when
You're really making up for lost time, aren't you?
I am.
Getting
I
your
remember.
dick out on stage.
Oh, when did I do that?
It's happened. I was there.
Oh, but that was in service of a joke.
It's true.
That wasn't just a dick out on stage. That wasn't me going, my dad was clothed.
Take this.
Yeah. When you're younger, you know how much time you can spend in the water? If you go to the beach, if you're at a pool, it's like literally.
Funnily enough, I frequently had this conversation with my wife who grew up at the beach.
Yeah.
And she said, it's just amazing. I used to get out there. I'd just be out there all day.
And then your dad or your mum might come in for a swim and you're like, yes, finally, this is going to be amazing. We're going to spend 3, 4, 5 hours in here. Are you kidding me? And they only want 4 to 5 minutes of pool time, beach time.
Do you think it's the perception of time? You know what I mean? Like, do you think when you're a kid, you're actually in there for the same amount of time, but 5 minutes was an hour?
Yes, the perception of time does play some it's come into play to some degree, but genuinely, have you spent time with kids around pools? They will stay in them until they are like hypothermic.
True.
The
kids love water.
Completely pruned, sick, shivering, blue lips.
Poisoned by the chlorine. Bleached by the bleach, which I add to my pool.
That's right.
So I guess
the wedding day's tomorrow. Big's experiencing doubts.
Thanks.
And I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who haven't listened to any of the podcasts before, haven't seen the movie, somehow listening after 50 minutes of absolute rubbish to this podcast. Big's gonna jilt Carrie. And
not our best work, this, is it?
No, it's had its little moments though.
Sometimes you throw some wine and a full head of steam in the mix. The other thing about this room is when you spend too much time in it, it becomes completely filled with CO2 and completely devoid of oxygen, which I think is a cognitive impairer rather than enhancer.
Well, what about we get some fresh air in the room?
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Literally nothing to stop that from happening.
It's just me getting up, opening a door.
You gonna do it?
It's a little treat I'm going to say for the hour mark. We're allowed to exhale in 10 minutes. Okay. Big moment for the Sex and the City franchise, this. Carrie Bradshaw, the perennial single gal. She is a shining beacon of fucking, dating, and, you know, meeting guys. And now here she is on her big wedding day. Finally. What a image. What a vision.
That's right. Mr. Big, however, is not doing so well. He has found out that I've left a mirror in the bathroom of his trailer. That's not Mr. Big, that's Chris Noth. And we filmed him trying to call someone to press charges and then overdubbed it with dialogue in which he was freaking out towards Carrie. My God, Tim.
Seems so expensive. Seems like such an expensive way to go about things. He wasn't happy, though. It turns out, though, and we can say this definitively, there's no law against making someone sort of look at themselves in a mirror if you don't use physical force, which we didn't. So charges were dropped. We got a movie out of it, and you got treated to that gorgeous scene of Big on his phone. There was a man standing in the back there in a very father of the bride posture, which I've never noticed before, smiling on in a wedding suit.
No,
who's that fucking guy?
I don't know, but it just
I didn't cast him.
None of these characters have parents.
Dark, man. Well, we know that Steve's got a mum with advancing Alzheimer's that is mentioned in the script.
Otherwise?
I didn't put that in. I've not heard a word in either film. But that actually is in fitting with the lore of the franchise, which is that all 4 of the gals spawned forth from a plant rather than being born of man, which is why we follow their adventures.
We have a lot
You
of...
ever heard the phrase 2 peas in a pod?
Yeah,
Sex
man.
and the City's where that came from. Because Samantha and Carrie came out of the same pod.
You're 5 years old. You're only allowed to ask 5 people to your birthday party.
Here it goes.
Who are they?
Oh. 5 years old? I've got no memory of... Well, all right, I can soak up 3 spots with my siblings.
No, you're not allowed siblings.
Far out. Maybe you should answer this question first, and I'll get in the wake.
Sam Manson.
Shout out.
Yeah, that friendship soured.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Not 5 years later, he pushed me into the urinal when we both went on a toilet break during class. I went back upstairs, my front absolutely covered in urine water and urine. I said to our teacher, Trish Daniels, I said, Trish, Sam pushed me into the urinal. She said, don't blame other people, guy. You had a little accident.
Seriously?
Yeah, you reckon that stuck with me?
It really seems like it has. That's fucked up, man, but also sensationally funny on his behalf. Why isn't he a stand-up comedian?
Sam
that I know
Manson, Christian Armstrong, Kit Hunter Welsh.
Shout out.
I'm 5 years old. Who are my friends? Sam Idle Dunn. I used to love that kid.
Shout out.
I used to love him, but I also didn't like him because he was a faster runner than me. And
Mhm.
running fast was one of the things that I thought was like a key attribute to my personality.
So they call him the Flash.
And Ben Pryor.
Shout out.
Pretty shit birthday party.
Yeah?
What are you going to talk about at 5?
Probably trying to make amends after pushing your mate in the urinal. I reckon that is sensationally funny though. That's a good
10
wicket from him.
10 years old. You're allowed 5 people at your birthday party. Who are they?
Oh fuck me, mate. I mean, I'm not sure that this makes for the most blisteringly hot audio content, but Luke Parker's in there for sure.
That's what I want.
His dad works for I think they're called BMG, and they were like a some sort of subgroup connected with Sony, and he had a PlayStation before anyone. I remember spending a lot of time playing PlayStation at his place.
Having a PlayStation at a young age.
Tim Morton,
Shout
out.
Before we give a shout out to Tim Morton, can I just say that having a PlayStation at a young age, I think, is a lot like being a celebrity when you're older, where it's very difficult to tell who is friends with you for who you are
Very true.
and who is friends with you for your status or ownership of a gaming console.
Yeah. It's a hard one to tease out, but I think you care less when you're a kid too. You're just like, fuck, I'll take it.
Doesn't make a difference. You're at my house.
A little bit less self-analysis. Maybe there's something we can all learn from the child inside us.
And you, as the guest, are going, but this isn't fair because you always get to play. It's at your house.
Daniel Dixon,
Shout out.
shout out.
What's Dan Dix doing now?
Fuck, who knows, mate? Haven't looked him up. No idea. He's good value. Probably Mark Gibson.
Yeah.
He's definitely there. Shout out.
Shout the fuck out.
Most of the people I've just named, in fact, I think all of them, and I formed a sort of a tribute act to the Spice Girls, and not once but twice.
Called the Herb Boys.
We won talent contests performing as the Spice Girls, the 5 of us.
Amazing.
Guess which girl I was?
Baby.
No, Sporty. It's
Oh.
the only one of us who could do a cartwheel.
Really?
Yeah.
What were they teaching those 10-year-old boys that they could not cartwheel?
Emotional crescendo of Sex and the City and the City, the movie. Fuck. This is a moment of high drama. We have used slow motion in the film for the first time as Carrie Bradshaw slams her bridal bouquet into Mr. Big's stupid face while Charlotte grabs her like a mama bear clutching a threatened cub to her bosom, ushering her to safety. We have tears, we have screaming, we have disappointment, and a broken heart.
One of the strongest bits of acting in the movie, that when Charlotte chastises Big for jilting her friend, and rightly so. To be honest, if someone jilted one of my close friends, I would be ropeable.
It's no good. It's no good what he's done.
Did you
but
experience
he does wear
any
the hell-
nerves or cold feet on your wedding day?
No, none.
Pure excitement.
Yeah,
That's what you want.
definitely. No, I didn't get the cold feet thing, eh? I find it very...
Did Zoe?
well, not that I know of.
Yeah.
But you'd have to ask her, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't doubt.
I've asked her. She
And?
said no to me.
Yeah.
You might get a different answer.
No, I don't think I would. You're very happily married, but that's not to say you don't still experience cold feet on the day. You have little moments, little freakouts, that aren't actually representative of how you feel. It's just your brain
And
laying out
I'm
an alternative reality.
I'm not here to say, like, if you do get cold feet, that's not a perfectly normal reaction to a wedding day. It's so common that it's got its own terminology. Cold feet. I'm just saying I didn't get it. But that's because I tend to... I do some scary things, so I try to, like, make them not scary in my head. Getting on stage and performing, that's scary for most people. You just got to compartmentalize a little bit. Yeah, this will be fine. Don't worry about it.
What's the
Keep your biscuit.
What's the etymology of cold feet?
Maybe it's like having wobbly legs or something when you're nervous.
Knock-kneed,
Yeah,
cold feet.
it's an interesting one.
Who's to fucking say? I am so grateful to those of you who are listening along with us right now. And I'm also so sorry.
Yes, I'd like to echo those sentiments.
I just don't know what to say to you. Like, sometimes you get in the room and the alchemy, it's not off, but it's also not on.
What star sign are you, guy?
I'm so happy to be next to Tim. I'm so happy to be drinking wine with my friend, but I'm so upset at what is transpiring on the screen in front of us. And we are trapped between just genuinely talking to each other and having a good time and catching up and honoring the concept that we're talking about or over this movie. And honestly, the whole situation is no man's land. It is a fucking mess out here. Nothing we're saying is of interest, not just to you, but to us. How do you think we feel? It's 10 times worse.
Here's the problem. One of us is always in this kind of shallow, but very rarely do both of us find ourselves in the ditch, and yet here we are. It's coincided.
Well, let's
The-
implement
the
some
Dircom.
positive thinking
Let's
techniques.
get some strategies in the mix. Let's go at it. What star sign are you?
Libra.
Libra. What's Libra all about? Is that the weigher?
It's the scales of
The sca-
justice.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's what I say. I said that to someone who does astrology recently. They said that's not what it is. I
Oh.
said definitely is.
And they said, you're wrong.
Yeah, but I said to be fair, I'm right.
What did they say it is?
I didn't listen. I'm obsessed with the idea. I'm the scales of justice. 10 alternative names for Carrie Bradshaw. Margaret Middleston.
Stumbled at the first hurdle.
Felicity Huffman.
Ruby Knox.
Andrea Colleen.
Sarah
This is a
Nigel.
bad time to even mention it. No. Find another time. Later.
Well, it turns out I couldn't get her out of the honeymoon, but I got us in. What? I just booked us 3 seats on the flight. Mexico? Here we come.
I can't go to Mexico. I have a job.
Very recently, I was just looking at it.
And we're back. Little technical glitch.
Yeah,
there, but
you'll be
we're all-
upset to hear that was not a strategy meeting in which we regrouped and planned how to make the remaining hour and a half of this recording more enjoyable. It was a minor technical glitch.
Should probably note for my own technical prowess later, 58.56, 58.57, 58.58. Anyway.
It was important to us that we took the characters outside of New York City, famously the 6th character in the franchise, and to Mexico. Otherwise, it was going to be very difficult to put in some slight racism, which, for whatever reason, it felt like we should put into the film, if only to represent the time and place we were at culturally in 2008.
It's the 4 tent poles of doing a big budget film. You've got to sell it to young adults who have got that disposable teenage income from their after school jobs without having to pay rents or mortgages. You've got mums and dads who need a date night out. You've got the elderly who are on a pension with a lot of time to fill and need some entertainment products. And of course, racists who have inherited tremendous wealth from their forebears, presumably who have stolen it.
Yeah, built on the backs of hurtful and harmful ideology.
But that's how you get a movie made these days. Those are the four groups of people you got to appeal to. You see, making movies, it ain't so hard. You've just got to get out all of your morals and hit pause on them. Hit pause. You keep going. You hit pause on the morals.
Slow down.
This was the first time Sarah Jessica Parker's appeared on screen sans makeup. We call it El Natural, which actually means the natural in Spanish, surely. Doesn't make any fucking sense, does it?
That's right. That does mean the natural. Now, Tim and I slept in this bed for a week. They filmed around us. When we first arrived in Mexico, we went on a huge Oxycontin binge. Did not end well for either of us.
Well, you say it didn't end well. The thing about that is, if you analyse the experience that we had on our Oxy bender from just the end point, sure, it didn't ultimately end well, but the memories that I've taken out of that 7-day voyage of discovery through a beautiful land of Mexico, they will last me a lifetime.
Well, hallucinatory as they may be, that is true.
Well, did we or did we not go to the most stunning display of luchador wrestling that you've ever seen in your life?
Well, in a sense we did, in that we visualized it, but in another sense we didn't leave the room for 7 days, Tim. So no, we did not.
Riddle me this. Did we or did we not
I feel
see
like
a Matador show second to none?
The answer's going to be the same, isn't it? Because, again, we did indeed share that experience, which I think...
Final question. Were we at a J-Lo concert in Guadalajara, Mexico? Yes or no?
Well, that was the one time we left the room, and it was sensational. Jennifer Lopez really brought it. A back catalogue of nothing but the biggest hits, including guest appearances by none other than Ja Rule.
R.I.P.
Ben Affleck, who was her partner at the
Shout
time.
out.
Yeah, huge shout out to Ben Affleck. He couldn't sing, but he did deliver all of Matt Damon's lines from Good Will Hunting. We said, why is he doing Matt Damon's lines? He didn't explain it. It was incredible.
Is that true that they were together in 2008?
Who's to fucking say?
Yeah, literally no one. So don't look that up, fuckers.
Tim, I love you. I love you so much. I have so much respect for you.
We're
I
gonna
really
get
love
through
the way
this.
you live your life. I do. I think you got a great heart. You got a really good energy. When people meet you, they're excited to get to know you. You've got a warmth to you that cannot be taught. It cannot be bought. It is entirely yours. But what you're doing to me and what we're doing to each other is not healthy.
No.
Neither of us are in a good place right now.
Let me repay the compliment because I feel like I really left you hanging out there.
No.
It wasn't nice.
I don't want.
know.
I don't want.
I know.
I don't-
hear you.
I don't want a compliment.
I know.
I want one during this record.
Sure.
But if we both give out our really generous compliments now,
It takes away from what you've done.
it doesn't do that. It's just what's left for us.
Oh, I see. All right.
Compliments are nice to give and to receive.
Well, God, there will be a little something waiting for you a little bit later on, unless I forget, in which case I will feel very bad.
I won't mind that.
Right now, it's time for more shit fuel to get into Charlotte's gob, because a misplaced blame has been laid with some Mexican cuisine, or actually the water supply, isn't it? Whereas, in fact, this is an answer to the question: if one consumes nothing but chocolate pudding while on holiday, will one retain the solidity of shit for which one is accustomed? The answer to that is no.
Credit to friend of the podcast, Mitra Johari, for accurately pointing out that the misguided notion within the world of the film that the water that Charlotte gets in her mouth during a shower is what made her sick is wrong. Truth be told, you go to Mexico and eat nothing but chocolate pudding from Poughkeepsie, upstate New York, for a week, your insides are going to become ruined, very fluid. There's nothing to keep that stuff in there. There's too much fiber.
There's a lack of viscosity is what there is.
Straight through.
You need viscous shit, everyone. It's important.
Like a kid in a hydroslide. That thing's going to come out of the bottom with no control.
But even worse, it'd be like Jell-O going down a hydroslide.
Oh,
it's disgusting, isn't it? Wish I was on a hydroslide right now. Surrounded by water, these women refuse to get in the pool, despite the fact that they're all in their bathers. What's going on there?
They're adults. They don't understand how much fun there is to be had in water.
That is fucking true, eh? It's so weird. Kids get it. There's a few things that kids get. Number
Absolutely.
one, racism is a social construction that should not be bought into. It is not a natural proclivity that children possess. It must be taught to them. And number two, the water's for getting in. It's not for sitting around.
As adults, so often we say, I wish there was a pool. I wish I was near a body of water. How about you change the framework and the structure of what you're saying to, I wish I was in the pool. I wish
Get
I was
in
in
there.
a body of water.
The
Do
amount
you know
of
what's
time
crazy?
I spend at the beach in my 30s sitting on the sand next to the water is fucking insane.
Do you want to get in? I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. I'll go in for 40 seconds, followed by 2 more hours of lying on the sand.
You know the incredible miracle that is being in a body of water? You are weightless. Your body, as it exists in the real world, takes on an entirely different form. You are literally floating in as close to what is a representation of zero gravity or space as we have, so long as we're bound to Earth. And yet, we'd rather spend our time waiting to get to the right temperature before we climb into the body of water. It is a disgrace. It is a humiliation. To all of the children listening to this podcast, I say this. Please give us some notes. We're running out of ideas. Send in some finger paintings.
Mm-hmm. Luckily for you, Guy Montgomery, we do have the good book here with us. The Sex and the City and the movie book. Here we've got a lovely photo of SJP. These photos are fucking phenomenal. Look at that. Look at how crisp that is. Look at that. Look at that photo. There's a caption there. Can you read that aloud?
At the end of the trip, finally ready to face her mailbox full alert, Carrie checked her messages. But when she heard Big's voice, she impulsively threw her phone off a cliff.
Do you know what we should do? We should follow along with the book because I think this is set out sort of chronologically with the film. In fact, we've really missed a trick by not having it open from the start. So this book, if you missed the introduction of said text into this podcast project, came from the City Tip in the nation's capital of Wellington, courtesy of my older brother John. Went to the fucking dump where people get rid of all the things they don't want in their life anymore. And what did he find at the shop? The Sex and the City, the movie book.
And what luck. Here we have Michael Patrick King saying, in the Mexico sequence, I initially had Carrie taking full responsibility for what happened to her, but then I decided she wouldn't have come to that understanding the day after being jilted. So instead, I turned it into a We Hate Men scene. There needed to be an element of margaritas and fun, but without taking it to a Girls Gone Wild level. That, of course, is soon to come when Charlotte Poughkeepsie's in her pants.
Girls Gone Wild moment would be more like if they all got some new fellas.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it? Can we get some more wine in this situation, Monty? If it's possible. Definitely going to sneeze. Here it comes.
Please take that burst of energy to the door and get some fresh air in this.
It's probably been an hour. We've earned it. Crickets, both reflective of the fabulous temperature we're enjoying in the summer of New Zealand and the boredom that we face watching this film. It's for both. Cheers. Here's to, Oh, it tastes weird at the bottom. Got some sediment or something. That $10 bottle of red that I've bought, I don't think it's going to be bloody scratch on this.
I reckon it's going to be okay. This was $14 from a liquor shop at 9:40 a.m. on a Monday.
You're really setting a strong character for yourself walking in, buying a bottle of red before 10 a.m.
Oh, sorry, I meant PM.
Oh, okay, sweet. Well, that's perfectly normal.
So, I suppose at this point we're meant to be invested in Carrie finding her feet and becoming, comfortable and open to the idea of returning to the real world, facing her fears of a public humiliation in the name of being jilted by Mr. Big, and sort of taking ownership of her property again, which was sold and rebought, as though that is something that we, the movie-going public, can empathise with. But truth be told, at this point, what you're probably thinking as a movie-going person is like, why the fuck are we in Mexico if no one's going for a swim?
Why are we in Mexico sitting by the water? Get in that Mexican Ocean. What's the ocean that Mexico has? What's that one?
I think it's mostly salt water.
Very good.
Yeah, I'm quick. Even when I'm slow, I'm quick.
Some birds of paradise in the garden there. A fabulous flower which has evolved over time to look like a bird to stop other birds pecking at it. Is that true? Probably.
You retain a lot of information.
That is unhelpful.
It's true. Isn't it interesting? Wouldn't it be great if we could sort of, I guess you can control the way you file memories and what you remember and what you forget.
I don't think you can.
I think it's just constantly in disarray. You have no control.
Well, I wouldn't say disarray, but I don't think you've got a good command over your style of retention. You know
you
what?
think
And
of-
this will date this a little bit, but we are both demonstrably clutching at straws for topics right now. Was reading about a couple who have been twins, genetically modified human babies, who were created using a technique called CRISPR by some Chinese scientists under the guise of increasing their, effectiveness of not getting HIV, right? Protect them from HIV at a genetic level, which just so happens to have the side effect of making them super intelligent. And everyone's like, you guys are full of shit. You're making super smart babies on purpose. Stop doing that. It's unethical.
Holy heck.
Yeah, scary stuff, man.
It's happening now.
It's happening now. They're born. They're in the world.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Do you think if someone else was to look upon your brain or the way your mind functions or your memories are organized in the same way they might look at your computer or desktop, they would understand the
mess.
layout?
No.
Or they would think, Jesus fucking Christ,
Yeah.
you've got to rein it in, my guy.
Yeah. Definitely. The latter.
I feel like if someone did that to me, they'd see lots of folders neatly named and organized. But
Yeah.
then if you open up the folders,
They're empty.
they'd be like, yeah, empty, or like there's a lot of stuff that's been misplaced,
Oh, I
misfiled.
see.
And they'd be like, so
it's
on the
like when
level, they've
you walk into a house and you're like, what a tidy, lovely house. You open one cupboard and it just bursts open.
Exactly. It's about time we introduced Jennifer Hudson to this movie. Hot on the back of winning an Oscar in the year 2007 for her role in Dreamgirls, Jennifer Hudson was actually cast over Kelly Rowland, who the role was originally written for. The producers thought that Jennifer Hudson was the hotter hand, given her recent Oscar victory and her...
Kelly Rowland pass away.
No, she's alive.
That's good.
She's
I'm
going
glad to
great.
hear that. That's very good.
Bridget-
Hey, we're in a Starbucks.
Yeah, we're in Starbucks a lot. Starbucks, Smart Water, Sprint Mobile.
But there's no labels out to camera while we're in Starbucks.
You don't need them. It's known we're there. Every time they drink a coffee in this movie, they're drinking it from Starbucks.
When are we getting Peter Kim of peterkim.com fame on the fucking pod?
When I'm back in New York City, I'm going to take him for a nice Italian meal at the same place where Charlotte's water broke. I'm going to get a microphone for me, a microphone for him. We're going to shoot the fucking shit, my guy.
Magnifique.
Absolutely.
That is going to be hot shit. I need to be there. I think I need to come over to America for that.
Any working actor who has built their own website is a friend of mine.
Absolutely.
And I say that with full confidence because they are not out of my league.
Fuck, I'm looking forward to getting to chat with him. I got to come over for a day.
Absolutely.
We got to suss that out. Not cheap, flying from New Zealand to the States.
Nor vice versa.
Yeah, it's essentially the same price, isn't it?
Almost exactly. And the same distance. You're just going in an opposite direction.
Is it slightly different, though, because the world's turning?
I don't know.
It's probably the same.
I flew recently 16 hours direct Chicago to Auckland.
Christ alive. That's a lot of time in a plane, isn't it?
Well, it's just incredible, the fact that you can do that at all.
Yeah, isn't it?
I think to look at a map, you know, and say...
Take a map
and look at it. Yeah.
Now, look at Chicago.
Yeah.
Now,
Illinois.
look at Auckland, New Zealand.
You can get there in less than a day.
That's fucked, eh?
That is crazy.
We've never had that before.
Jennifer Hudson is
What was
playing...
the first generation to have, like, broad air travel?
Probably our folks.
Wow.
It all happens so quickly, and immediately we take it for granted. And it's important we do. Otherwise, we wouldn't demand more. We'd be happy
my
with...
Delta flight's an hour late. Yeah, welcome to the fucking majesty of being in the skies, cunts.
if we didn't,
Sorry, shouldn't have said the C word.
you're right.
Awful.
That's the thing that sets this podcast apart from the others.
The C word.
I don't know, man.
Look at you. That rat that you're holding, currently dabbing your brow out of exasperation. Is that the word I'm looking for? It's from our friend Elsie, who probably doesn't listen to the podcast anymore, but made a sensational Brady the Rat King cosplay herself and gifted us one of the many, how would you say, sewn rats that she made herself by hand. Gorgeous little critter. Soft to the touch. I won't let my dog get it because he will eat this alive.
I don't doubt it.
Killing them both.
It's interesting, actually. I don't know if it's our relationship with the format, the podcast, one another, or this particular movie, but I find it much easier, almost as painful, but much easier to sift, dig, and mine for material to talk about in watching and instead reflecting upon the movie than I do in discussing the happenings of the movie as they unfold in front of us. I have not felt so bereft of ideas and inspiration around Sex and the City, the movie, as I do right now. And it's not that they're, not throwing up offers.
Did we miss Lin-Manuel Miranda's appearance?
We just did then, but don't worry,
Fuck.
he's back and
There
better
he is,
than ever.
right there. In the cap, that was him, right? In the hallway?
Yeah.
Fucking great stuff. He's met Obama lots of times. That's pretty cool. He's also made a tremendous body of work himself, but
You go on a date with Carrie Bradshaw. You are peripherally aware of her as an author, a sexual anthropologist, as she describes herself in the first episode of Sex and the City, the TV show.
oh, look who's been watching the pilot.
It's a good pilot. It's a good show. Honestly, the fact that I'm reducing the component parts of it, the series, to this, it's more an indictment.
What's your question, Guy?
Are you nervous? Do you go in with any pre-prepared questions? What are you going to talk to her about?
So was the premise I'm on a date?
Yeah, first date.
Well,
you know who she is.
I am terrified that my wife is going to find out about this, so I enter with fear.
You are not married to.
I'm not.
You're not married.
What's
in
happened?
this hypothetical situation?
I'm a widower.
You're not a
Zoe's
widower.
passed away.
Jesus Christ, absolutely not. You're not a widower. You are just not in a relationship. You never
Okay.
met Zoe. You are still
Gotcha.
single.
Right.
You're out there. You want to meet someone and form a meaningful connection. You go on a date with sexual anthropologist Carrie Bradshaw.
Mm-hmm.
What do you talk about? Do you think you have a connection? Do you think there's a chance for you guys to get to it?
Fascinated to hear what it's like to be a professional writer,
Interesting. Good angle.
you know?
Probably a lot of talk about the creative
And
process,
shove
the
the microphone
challenges
up my
of
nose.
being in charge of your own time, being accountable to no one but yourself. Sometimes very relaxed boss, other times real taskmaster.
But
Never
also
entirely happy with my output.
Not just the method, but the topics as well, That's what you want to drill into. Sexual anthropologist. It's interesting. It's an interesting title to bestow upon yourself, isn't it?
Absolutely. But you can see how it works, This is America. This is the home of capitalism.
If someone introduced themselves to me as a sexual anthropologist, I would assume that they had looked at the sexual habits of humans over, millennia,
rather than
like a contemporary. It's more of a sort of a sociologist of. Well, it's just a sociologist, isn't it? Sex is a part of that.
anthropology is the study of people, though, right?
I don't know. I thought it was the study of people over, as a species, sort of over. Who's to say? We're just two boys enjoying a bit of red wine and some other stuff in front of our 25th watch of Sex and the City and the City, the movie. Here's Samantha Jones with the weather. It's a fucking good belt, that. Another Luciferian symbol I managed to sneak in. It is the serpent, ladies and gentlemen. Known for its power. And that's about it, actually. Snakes don't take shit from no one.
I love A, Samantha's hair in this scene. B, the cafe front behind the payphone in which Carrie is talking to her.
Soft focus, everyone, if you're pitching it in your head.
It's a little sort of baby blue wooden storefront with racks of red wine on the wall behind. It seems like a sort of mom and pop operation.
Speaking of sacking red wine, you should probably do that.
All right,
We've got some red wine to get through, friend. Cheers. Here's to you, sacking red wine.
Tim, far out, man. I don't know what to say. I got back with you. Do you know, I got back with you because I missed you.
Mm.
and it served
That's gone.
It served a purpose to a point.
Oh, this sucks. You don't like me anymore.
I do still like you. I think the grounds on which the friendship is maintaining are unhealthy.
You don't have to drink the wine. As far as
I'm
I
not-
remember.
I'm not talking about the wine.
Oh, okay. Cool,
I'm
cool,
not-
cool.
Dude,
Yeah.
totally
This
not
isn't
about
about the wine?
This
Okay.
is not about the
Is
wine.
this about me?
No, I think, to be honest, if we want this to become interesting, not even
Yes.
for the listener, but for ourselves,
Go on.
we need to talk about why we're so uninterested right
Here's the thing about it. 24 watches we've clocked up. There is, maybe we are losing our mental acuity over time as we get older, but there is a distinct challenge about talking about something you're absorbing at the same time. I don't know if any of these directors' commentaries have been good.
They
I do
have.
remember being sensationally fucked up for the Grown Ups 2 one.
now. Yeah.
How did that work?
We wore jackets and ties and shirts, and we had a vaporizer on hand.
Oh, I'm thinking of prawn salad again. Because what I was thinking is, I remember there being some very, very esoteric ideas being discussed, but they weren't captured on the podcast. I remember talking about, I got on a track of coming up with the concept of there being a sort of a, what do they call, like a rapture style scenario. Do you remember that, Peter?
Absolutely not.
We're talking about big lasers shooting out of the sky and a rapture scenario. And I couldn't quite get the contours of it
Vague recollections now.
when we got on the actual record itself. But when we were watching, we had a conversation about that and couldn't quite recapture I couldn't bottle that lightning. So obviously that wasn't a director's commentary, because if it was, it'd be right there for all and sundry to hear. But do you want to perhaps dig a little deep, Guy, and try and analyze what's going on with your inner?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's going on here. I wasn't dreading doing this with you. I was not necessarily overwhelmingly excited, but I certainly didn't anticipate the heavy and slow feeling that has hung over this record. Oh, by the way, Carrie Bradshaw, after posing for a photo shoot in Vogue, is now there's actually not a bad bit of conflict in the movie. Miranda was about to confess to the fact that she feels partially responsible for Big jilting her because she told Big the night before the wedding that marriage ruins everything. She was about to say as much on Halloween to Carrie in a CVS pharmacy. However, Carrie gets distracted by seeing a magazine on which she features as the last single girl. Of course, this is humiliating now because she has since been jilted, so you can't stop it going to press. But
I love this bit of soundtracking.
I love those leaves. Whoever did those leaves deserves a fucking paycheck. Charlotte is a good friend. I just think,
I totally get the Jackie O thing now as well, now that you've said it.
yeah.
The wardrobe designer took cues from Jackie Onassis Kennedy for Charlotte's wardrobe. I see it, man. I see it
I
now.
think we might have just lost perspective.
On the film, the project?
Both.
Yeah, okay.
Everything.
All right, let's unpack. Let's pack it
feels-
up and then unpack it that we've packed.
It feels wide and unwieldy.
Okay.
Feels like it keeps going out at the sides and
Yep.
never goes straight forward, you know?
But here's what we've got to do. I saw this in one of the Superman movies. It was Man of Steel, I think. Make it small. Listen to my voice. Make it small.
Make what small?
The world. It's too big. Make it small.
What do you want to talk about?
The Addams Family. What a bizarre concept. Do you know how the Addams Family got across the line? I think people forget about Addams Family. People our age, they're like, oh, the Addams Family, it was a cartoon. It was a live-action TV show in the 50s, maybe the 60s. And the thing about the Addams Family is, it was another example of Illuminati, occult symbology and behavior being displayed on screen under a guise of comedy. Got across the line because of the entrenched Illuminati presence in Hollywood. And I, for one, couldn't be happier that it exists and that I managed to get a reference to it in this here rom-com.
Is how much of what you just said is true?
Who's to say? It's difficult to tease out.
It's true, actually. I guess if
They're all just words at this point, guy.
yeah. If
You pour enough red wine down my gullet, words come out.
it's not a bad rule.
We've been to this cafe.
This exact one,
Yeah. Wait, wasn't it? Wasn't this the one we've been to?
we're back in Starbucks, so I don't know that we have. I mean, Starbucks.
You
is a
told me
Starbucks
one of
is
these
Starbucks.
cafes we've been in. I thought it was this one.
We've been at the restaurant that is the rehearsal dinner
Oh,
setting.
Fuck. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. With hindsight, because we did go on the Sex and the City tour, courtesy of Gillian Anthony, who at the time was working for Time Out New York. Brilliant woman.
Is she not now?
No, she's moved on to bigger and better things, my man. But she took us
Gillian's
on the
fucking cool.
Sex and the City tour, and
sort.
to be honest, it was largely wasted on us. At the time, the only information we had relevant to the universe of Sex and the City was exclusively provided through Sex and the City 2. A trip to Magnolia Bakery sounds fantastic in theory. I do not know what this place has to do with the show.
Yeah.
We went to the same place that they have the rehearsal dinner. I am now familiar with it after seeing Sex and the City. And in fact, the first time I saw it in the movie, I was quite happy because I was like, I remember that. We didn't eat anything. We didn't drink anything there. But
I don't remember being there, mate. To be honest with you.
it's a classic American place.
More wine, Monty?
Absolutely. And that the decor is obviously expensive, but it's wrong.
Yeah. It's a good description.
This is quite racy to me. I haven't spoken with you about it on the podcast before, but
We've just had some exposed female nipple folks on the screen.
Samantha Jones, you can just call them nipples. Or can you?
Well, I mean, men have nipples. I think it's important to delineate.
Well,
Differentiate.
But the reason that you differentiate is because women's nipples have been
Well, if someone's listening to the pod
sexualized.
and I say an exposed nipple's on screen, they could be going, "What, a fucking dude's nipple? Why are you telling me?" But an exposed female nipple, for some reason, highly censored in film. Gets a higher classification slapped on. Do men's nipples get that? No, they don't.
Absolutely not. It's not
Could
so
you
much
milk me? What's his name again?
Robert De Niro.
No.
The thing for me is not that they reveal the nipples, but it's that Dante, sexual Adonis that he is, returns from surfing.
Yeah.
The woman, whoever it is that he's seeing at the time, that day, if we're to believe what Samantha Jones believes about him, and why wouldn't we? Because she pervs on him every single day.
The line is, "A new love for every day."
They hook up on the way out from the water, and on the beach, on a public, open piece of access, he peels her bikini top off and gets her nipples out.
Oh, I see.
Like, if you're sunbathing nude,
It's LA.
that's
It's
okay.
Los Angeles. They're Democrats.
Yeah, but you still can't fuck on the beach. Why is it so popular to have sex on the beach, or the idea of it pervades? Because
I don't know if it is.
yeah,
Here's what I think it is. People are like, "Hey, what's awesome? Sex? Love it. Beach? Also love it. Let's combine the two." Sometimes it doesn't work out, folks.
have you had sex?
Like Jello down a water slide.
Have you had sex on a beach?
Don't think so. No.
Have you had sex outdoors?
Yes.
Legend.
What would happen if these were to magically disappear?
Yeah, I know where you live.
For a pair like this, I could move. Oh, wait, here, not that one. Do you want me to get rid of it?
No. No, it's too beautiful. I'll just, bury it. Deep in the back, like I did my feelings.
Do you miss her?
Every day. Oh, it's weird. I haven't cried very much at all. Well, no, maybe you're only allotted a certain amount of tears per man, and I use mine
Oh,
up.
when did that happen? I wonder.
I think very recent. And we're back.
That's my saying.
Hopefully you caught the excitement of Tim going, "Oh," and I didn't say it, but I felt it. Tim has 3 posters blue tacked side by side on a wall in the studio here. One of them, due to the heat and fresh air, has peeled itself off of the wall and was going to fall all the way down, but is held in place by a blackboard that is in front of it. It's
Can I get
interesting to
more
think
wine?
that what we're watching, it's right next to you,
Oh, my bad.
is a movie that cost $100 million to make, is 2.5 hours long,
Where
and
is
stars some of the greatest actors of our time. has somehow proven to be less interesting than a poster literally falling off a wall.
Yeah. It's like watching paint dry and being enthused about it.
It's the opposite, though. It's like watching paint wet.
True. You got me there. All right. Just bloody taking the cap off the Macarraca Reserve Pinot Noir of Chile. Oh, it's not a good colour. I'll say that. I don't know wine, but that's not what I expect in a Pinot Noir.
No, I got a good feeling about it. To be honest, at this point, what difference does it make? Let's bury ourselves. The problem is, we both got lives, tasks, things to do after this.
No, we exist only in this. This is all there is.
Do you think that's true?
Let's have a look
to
at the
people
legs.
listening to the podcast? Do you think our lives exist beyond the confines of watching the same movie and talking about it every week?
No, and you shouldn't think about it. People listen to us for escapism. I don't want to burst that bubble. Enjoy, everybody.
You don't want to reveal the fact that you've got a life beyond the podcast?
Absolutely not. It would ruin the magic. I don't know. What am I looking for here? When I swill wine around a glass and people say good legs on that, what's good? Is it when
I
it
think
sticks
legs,
or is it when it
yeah,
not?
I think
when it
legs
doesn't?
is when it sticks. It's like a very gentle viscosity that puts the liquid against the glass. So you can see traces of it from the top to the bottom of the glass. That is what I imagine when someone says, look at the legs on that. If only because the drips or fluid bit of liquid that you can see peeling down from the top of the glass down to where the liquid is resembles legs.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, you're right. It's funny, isn't it? Because when you do the little swilly motion, I mean, in the wine community, I'm sure you're aerating the wine with some other stuffy nonsense. But if you did that to some bloody second-rate juice that had some floaties in it, you know, it's uncouth. But apparently this is classy. So let's take a little taste test and find out what we're working with here from Chile. It's not bad. It's robust. That's good. It's yummy.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, it's got notes of yumminess.
I couldn't help but notice that you have been on high alert, living in not fear or dread, but certainly skepticism about the taste of this Chilean wine. So I'm very happy to hear that you're happy. I'd like to say I've never noticed it. I probably won't notice it again. It might not be true. I'm just trying to find something to say in this moment. I fucking love Carrie Bradshaw's new hair color right now. It is really working for
A few
her.
people have commented on that. We've had a few guests say that, they really love the move of SJP to a brunette. I'm with them. We've got a phone call just coming into the studio now that we're just packing up. Guys grabbing the phone. Do you want to just check who that is?
Yeah, I'm just on the phone right now, Tim. It's someone from England.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the information I got given.
Oh my goodness, and you've hung up on them straight away. Was that the end of the convo? Did they just ring up to say, hello, I'm from England?
Yeah.
Far out.
I sort of talk like this.
Is that right?
Yeah, and so sort of what I'm thinking is I'm just going to start talking like this as
What
well.
would have maybe been a smart idea is to maybe bring that voice in maybe when the phone call was still transpiring. Give the
Well, no,
podcast a bit
because
of colour.
people can't hear what I'm hearing if I'm on the phone, but if I just start talking like this, it's sort of, if you think of it as me, Guy, but also someone slightly divorced from Guy.
Okay.
So, for example, I just start calling myself Keith.
Keith.
Yeah, Keith. Keith. Keith.
What part of England are you from, Keith?
Nottinghamshire.
Oh, that's my favourite part.
Yeah, well, it's my favourite part too, innit? I don't really want to leave Nottinghamshire so much anymore. But sometimes I got to for work.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a pilot.
Are you? You fly planes?
Yeah.
For whom?
Commercial jets, British Airways.
Far out.
Absolutely.
BA is quite a good airline, as I understand.
Well, not up in the cockpit. It's absolutely horrible.
What's happening in there, Keith? What's going on?
Well, a lot of the money that's being spent on these planes is going into the cabins. First class, business class, premium economy. I leave the pilots in the front up back in the 60s.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
What are you dealing with in there? Take me through the chairs that
Well,
you're in.
it's just a rudimentary series of levers and knobs, really. A few shapes, a few wooden blocks. The usual.
What's the equipment like in there? You got some measuring apparatus to be able to see
Yeah,
what
well-
altitude you're at?
Yeah, we've got a tape measure. You sort of drop that out the window, wind the
see.
window down, roll that down the side of the window, see how far up from the ground you are.
Now that still works when you're 30,000 feet in the air. You've got a
Well,
pressurized
no,
cabin.
a lot of the time we're just left to guess, isn't
I
it?
see, I see.
But all the passengers are so comfortable in their premium economy. Even if you're in economy, it's pretty comfortable now. Seats, where all the money goes,
That's right.
they don't even care.
How warm is it in the cockpit? Do you stay okay in there? Too hot, too cold? Just right?
If you put a window down, it does get pretty cold pretty quick.
I see. I imagine that may take the plane down also.
Well, yeah, a little bit. That's what turbulence is.
It's just
It's the
pilots
pilots getting some fresh
getting
air.
a bit of air. I see. That makes sense to me. Very good. And look, who's your favourite co-pilot? That's the question on everyone's lips.
It's got to be Angela.
Yeah, Angela.
She's the love of my life.
Is she?
Yeah.
Does she know this?
Wow, in so many words. It's not entirely reciprocated, but I think she's coming round.
I see. You got to keep a nice professional relationship though while you're in the
Tried
skies.
to,
keeping
tried
everyone
to.
safe. I see.
It's hard if you're in love with someone, isn't it?
It is, especially working
All the
in
way up
such
there.
close proximity.
Well, you got the wind ripping through a plane, moving at 800 miles an hour. You
Well,
got a
if the
tape
window's
measure
down,
hanging out the window.
Certainly.
You know, you feel a real rush. You feel a jolt of adrenaline. Sometimes you say some things that you might not be meant to say.
Is it because you think you're about to die on account of the turbulence?
Well, often, yeah, I do get into a bit of trouble sometimes, now and then, for winding down the window.
What's the worst thing you've said to Angela, Keith?
I love you.
How'd she respond?
Well, I couldn't really hear her, could I, for the noise of the wind screaming through the cockpit.
Did it occur to you she may not be able to hear you either?
That hadn't occurred to me. You're telling me there's still a chance?
I'm saying there's still a chance.
Well, I'm going to go tell Angela I love her. See ya.
Best of luck, Keith.
Not a bad guy.
Fair play to him, eh?
Honestly, nice to have someone else in the studio.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Ah.
And the movie rages on.
To bring everyone, words escape. Where are we? Carrie, broken up. Miranda, broken up. Charlotte, fine. Samantha, Rocky, done. That's where we are.
That's right.
It's New Year's. This movie transpires over about 18 months. Is that right?
Yeah,
It's about a year and a half?
yeah, about a year, I reckon.
Yeah, pull me out.
Can I just say, it's either the way that we watch movies or this movie or the mood that I'm in right now, but it calls into question what makes any movie good. Like, what is lacking here? We've got characters, stuff's happening to them. Isn't that enough? Aren't we meant to be interested?
You're not supposed to watch a film 25 times. That's the key component. And it actually worries me.
Hello.
And we're back.
And we're back. I'm not sure how long we were offline for that time. This is going to make for a very interesting and admittedly difficult director's commentary to sync up if you're trying to watch the movie.
Who's doing that?
Hopefully, no one.
Honestly, what we have recorded is 2.5 hours of us struggling to have a conversation with each other while our worst enemy
Now,
sits in the room.
I don't know how much of this got picked up. Perhaps none. I'm guessing none. But Guy just put the question to me that the crisis we are in right now begs the question: what makes a good movie? We've lost all scope of that. I threw back to my man Monty the fact that you are not supposed to absorb a film 25 times. No wonder it's lacking for enjoyment, despite the fact that there's characters, there's story, there's stakes for the people we're supposed to be invested in. We've seen it 25 times, mate. That's not how you enjoy cinema, pal.
It's true. It's not how you enjoy anything.
It's not enjoyable, Guy.
A song's enjoyable at least 25 rounds. It's not as long though.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's a good point. A painting,
Yep, paintings are evergreen. Songs,
poetry, right up there with music, I'd say.
yeah. Jokes,
Well, now I'd put jokes almost in the category of film.
yeah.
You want to be surprised by a joke for it to have the full effect.
That's true. You do need to be surprised by a joke.
All comedy is being surprised in the right way. Do you know who said that?
Tim Bat?
Yeah, it's me.
Truly?
Yeah,
It's not a bad quote.
yeah. There's an epiphany I had.
What do you think about New Year's Eve? Do you buy the hype?
I think it's good for humans to retain some ceremonies.
Yeah,
I
I
like-
agree with that.
I like the
Do you set
function of New Year's.
Do you set resolutions?
No, I do an assessment.
You reflect on the year that's
I go
been.
back. I go. We're at New Year's. How was this one?
That's right.
Do I need to do I need to make some big changes?
How do you feel at the most recent changeover of years?
Pretty good. 18 was all right.
18 was big.
Got married.
Yeah.
Huge. That happened at the start of the year.
Massive. That
Um,
is absolutely massive.
Not as many professional wins as I would have liked.
Yeah, well, it's tough. It's a tough industry.
The podcasting, watching the same movie over and over again.
Everything.
How do you get to be number one at that? How many people are doing this format now as well? There's a few people who have reached out either saying, do you mind if I do the same idea? Or, hey, Tim, look at these fucking Charlies doing the same idea as you. Mate, I've said it before and we will say it again. You have our blessing. Go for it.
Yeah, honestly,
we don't own this fucking genre.
we caught lightning in a bottle once, and half of it's out of the bottle. Good luck to anyone trying to wrangle that other half of a lightning bolt into a bottle.
Like Ray Bedroom was at my throat trying to convince me that he was going to have the wherewithal to listen to, I think, like one of our episodes 52 times or all of the episodes 52 times. I knew immediately he didn't have the follow through to do it, but he was convinced he was going to do it. Lo and behold, I gave the man about 3 weeks. He messaged me going, you know what, Tim, I'm not going to do it. I said, yeah.
It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of commitment. That's the thing. Do you know what it represents? Do you know why this podcast is interesting?
Why?
Or it becomes good or interesting the same way that anything in life does. It's literally just showing up. This is the best representation of self-discipline I have from the last 4.5 to 5 years.
That is disgusting to me, but probably the same for myself.
Absolutely. I've not laid out any greater body of evidence that says, hey, I can find something and stick to it. And that breaks my fucking heart.
You are having a crisis on mic. Things are good, guy. You've got love in your life. You live in New York City, the big banana. Things are going all right.
That is true.
Look up.
New York City is not as represented on film.
How is their depiction of New York City and your experience of New York City different?
None of these people have roommates.
Fucking A.
That's one of the first ways this is absolute nonsense.
Do they presumably all own their apartments, right? They're all pretty rich.
Miranda's renting,
Oh, that's true.
but she probably co-owns the place in Brooklyn with
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte, I don't know how much money Charlotte made. She was a gallerist.
Harry is loaded, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
What does Harry do again? Run call for the long-time listeners.
I think
Entertainment lawyer? Or is that a different show?
that's a different show. That's Runkle. He's a manager or something. I think he's maybe a finance guy. Maybe him and Big would have something to talk about. Steve is a business owner. He runs a bar. Big, famously, the only illiterate stockbroker on Wall Street.
That's a good claim to fame, though, because on Wall Street there's like 1,000 brokers and, money shifters. You want one that's got a defining characteristic. You got to have a unique sales proposition.
Yeah.
And being a man still standing
Yeah,
after decades,
yeah.
he's still standing.
Yeah.
And he can't read. Like he's definitely got something.
I watched the music video for
Savant.
I'm Still Standing this morning.
Weird. How was it?
It's all right. Elton John, I feel like it was filmed in Miami. He's a fun guy.
Elton?
Yeah, he seems like he's got a good energy.
I agree. Quite agree. Yeah, I hope we get to continue to enjoy Elton John.
Vitamin water. That's what I was trying to think of.
You said
Starbucks,
it.
smart
You
water,
said it.
vitamin water.
Oh,
I said
you
smart
said
water.
Smart water, yeah, true. Good point. I am interested in how much money they paid, eh? Like, what do you pay to get into Sex and the City and the movie?
I think it was about $15 at the time.
$15, 1.5. US or NZ?
To watch it, yeah.
Ah, very good. The vitamin water to be in there, the product placement.
Million.
1? It's a lot.
Yeah.
You reckon it's worth it?
Do you think you'll ever have $1 million in your bank account at one time?
No, not how money works. Millionaires don't have $1 million in their bank accounts. They've got assets. What would you do? $1 million in your bank account's not doing anything for you.
I would go to the. I'd
Put
go
it
to
in the stock market.
I'd go to an ATM.
I'm pretty sure they've got like it's either $800 or $2,000 limit. One
Not
of
to
those.
withdraw,
Oh,
just to confidently display balance when I am
okay,
withdrawing.
cool. Just to get mugged.
Did I tell you about that? When I was waiting to do a show in New York that I was putting on, and I went to an ATM to get out some cash so that I could tip. And there was a woman in front of me at the ATM who accidentally left.
Printed a receipt.
She didn't print a receipt. She somehow left her balance on script. Like she was distractedly
But she
talking
had
to
a
her
card.
friends. Yeah, she was just at the ATM in front of me, and I was waiting. I thought she was finished, but she wasn't yet finished.
Oh,
I caught a glimpse of her balance.
and
$80,000 sitting in her checking account, coming to watch the show I was putting on. Is it weird I felt entitled to some of her money?
how much did you feel entitled to?
Just
So if
like,
it's anything beyond the ticket price, yeah.
You're
You're like, just give me $2,000.
Yeah, I was
You've
like-
got 80.
exactly. In my mind, I was like, oh, just if you enjoy it, just give me like $500. Honestly, it's
Yeah.
no skin off your back.
Yeah. But you don't get $80,000 by that kind of behavior. You get $80,000
That's
by
what everyone
paying no one
says.
nothing.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Like, famously wealthy people are also famously frugal.
These two gals deserve a shout out. We
Yeah.
drifted really from the intended purpose of this record.
I love the storefront of this cafe as well.
Okay, here we are. So what you've just missed, folks, is the scene where Samantha gets red dye spilled on her by a couple of, I'm going to go out on a limb and say PETA protesters, who are aghast at the use of fur in the fashion industry, and they're saying fur is murder.
Do you wear fur?
Not knowingly.
Leather?
I think I do have some leather items. I think I got some leather shoes made in Vietnam.
Lily's a fucking idiot who can't write yet.
Well, listen, she's a small child.
Yeah,
You
well,
need to lay off.
do better. It's interesting that French people still haven't figured out how to spell perfume.
Without doubt, that's the funniest thing either of us have said this whole time.
I think that's the funniest thing I've said in about a year.
Oh boy! Look, you missed it. All that wasabi.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Fucking insane.
I
Because she's so absent-minded, she's not looking at what she's doing whatsoever. She laid it out like fucking ketchup out of a bottle.
yeah, that is gonna.
Are you joking me, mate?
That is really gonna sting you.
Oh, thank God you're throwing it away. That thing is a bottle rocket. Wasabi's got a very unique property as well, where it's different if you have chili spice. Like when you say spicy food, you're thinking chili. But with wasabi, it's that umami kind of heat. And it fucking stings the nostrils.
Absolutely.
It gets that palate, that upper
But
palate of
There
you.
is also some sort of synthetic or false wasabi.
It's
which-
horseradish.
Yeah,
Mm.
that to me is horseradish.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like it's out of a tube. It doesn't look like the real deal.
Oh, I see. Well, irrespective, they end
It's
up
a
with the same
gentle-
sort of heat.
It's a gentle kick on a flaccid roll of sushi.
It's not
I
gentle.
cannot believe that you think fish is a more acceptable sex food than rice.
You know, just yeah. Look, this is going to skew the timeline a little bit, but I've very recently edited up that episode. That poll is, I guess, once you're hearing this, definitely out and settled. But fuck, man, let's not revisit it because whatever happened happened, and it's in the past now. But it's in the future for us.
It's a nice
The timelines are confusing.
glimpse behind the production curtain.
It's like the fucking Marvel universe. It's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, trying to keep all the timelines straight in our heads. What's been released? What's out there? What isn't? This restaurant, we have talked about it numerous times before, but it is fucking hilarious, the amount of balloons they've got.
Yeah, I blew all of those up with my own mouth, tied the knots. The production and set dressing crew were furious.
How is your breath lighter than air? Because these are
Well, that's
flames
what
of the
they
top.
said. They said those are meant to be filled with helium, you idiot. We spent the last of our
Oh.
budget on those balloons. So I painstakingly, with my own nails and teeth, had to undo every single knot I had tied of those balloons, let the air out so that they were still functional balloons. I know it looks like a lot right now, but can you imagine? I tried to get 5,000 balloons into that room.
It's too many.
Absolutely, it's too many. I lost 4,000 of them when I was deflating them, leaving 1,000 helium-filled balloons, which adorn the scene that is in front of us right now.
Coincidentally, also where we get the turn of phrase "tying the knot." It's about balloons. This is a moment of revelation between
Carrie,
Bradshaw and Miranda. I'm gonna say Shrileki.
Hobbs,
I was off.
only by several syllables, and no shared consonants or vowels.
This is when Miranda reveals to Carrie Bradshaw over a camaraderous, is that an adjective? A camaraderous Valentine's meal. We have two women scorned.
I don't remember how sad we got during season 2. Was it this sad? It was
Absolutely.
worse.
Yeah. Dude, nothing can touch the depths of Sex and the City 2. No shit, man. As bad as this ever gets, I really don't think we will approach Sex and the City 2 zone. That was a unique depression. It was bad. You're going. I can see in your eyes. You're like an old war vet remembering losing some comrades.
It did get really dark, but this feels tonally to me as close as I've been since then, professionally, podcast wise. Since then, I've experienced, upset and sadness in my life, my personal life, since the Sex and the City 2 season, but not by virtue of what we're doing have I felt as close to how I remember feeling at that time as I do right now. The thing is, tail end of this episode, we wrap it up. Not even halfway there. We don't have to do this again, sure. We don't have to talk.
I think we should do another Dircom.
I love that. Fuck, that's aspirational. We bombed the first one.
Give it another go.
This
later.
is the open mic of directors' commentaries.
We'll pick it up in the 40s.
And the unique thing about America, 2 people host a lot of open mics there. Every open mic starts as an episode of a podcast I would never listen to.
Yeah. Creative arts are hard. There's no doubt about it. Never really reckoned with the fact that dog's got a sweater before. Samantha's little pooch, which never gets a name, is wearing a pink sweater. They're in the West Coast. Even in the heat of winter, that little furball's going to overheat. Oh, height of winter, I should have said. The heat of winter would be a tautology.
Yeah.
No, the opposite. Self-defeating.
You're hosting a dance party.
Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Sorry, go on.
You've already answered my question.
Okay. Was the question, what's the song I play?
I'm not going to tell you.
Scorpions. Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane.
Whoa.
They don't write them like that anymore. Well, if they do, they don't make the charts. Wow, I wouldn't know that.
They don't write them like that anymore. Well, if they do, I haven't heard about them.
It's true.
It's true of anything. Absolutely everybody, absolutely everybody in the whole wide world. Everybody needs and everybody breathes. Absolutely everybody, everybody feels so little. I'm gonna have someone in a hand. You know, you ever sing a song and you think that's okay, but if someone who's listening hasn't heard that song before, they're like, this improv is off the fucking charts. I want to put a lot of heavy rocks in a backpack, and I want to put it on my back, and I just want to keep walking until I'm in a body of water.
Fuck, man, this seems like a real psychological response to the situation you've been put in. Like real core human behavior. There's something in your reptilian brain which is going, I'm not receiving enough stimulus or punishment for what I've signed up for, and I need to rectify that.
That's how it feels. A clear shower curtain. You don't get a lot of that these days.
Certainly not. You want to know why? Because we're living in a post-GFC world where we've got to live together because no one can afford property anymore.
And I am a material girl.
Fucking 80s have got a lot to answer for. Tell you that for free.
I tell you what, we're not making sense. The quality of what we're talking about has probably gotten down, but it feels like there's momentum in the room. It feels like we're trending upwards.
What is that? It doesn't look like red wine to me. What, you got a water bottle in the mix?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
It's full of straight vodka, baby.
No, it is. Come on, be straight with me. This cab driver is, if I could pick one character in this film to have a spin-off series, it's him.
If I could pick one character in this series who most represents how I feel,
Yeah.
it's this guy, this poor bastard, trapped in a cab with two people he's beholden to
Yes.
due to, you know, the societal constructs that have him in place as a taxi driver, requiring on the fare paid by these two characters to
This is
get
a
him
big
by.
fly. Look at that thing that's wandered in.
That ain't no fly, my friend.
What is it?
It's a bird.
No, but it's big.
That taxi driver represents
Fucking
us.
big insect.
The taxi is the podcast. The driver is the host.
Okay. Is that us?
Carrie and Miranda
Are
are
they us?
Carrie and Miranda.
Oh, okay. The cab is us and the driver is also us.
Yeah.
Miranda and Carrie aren't us.
No, but we're forced to spend time with these characters against our will, but we
Okay.
have to due to some sort
Hey,
of
can I say? All right, let's look at what's happening. over here.
commercial imperative. Where's the red wine at?
We've fuck. All right.
Put it in my glass!
We've got okay. We've got
We're getting somewhere.
Bring me-
It's not healthy for us. It's not healthy for our interpersonal relationship.
Give me your glass.
I'm giving it to you.
What do you think of Steve's posture in this scene? This is when
It's
we're
fantastic.
we're in the
I can't
relationship
believe you criticized his outfit in this scene. One of my favorite outfits in the entire movie.
marriage counselor.
Do you know what? Do you know what that sweater's made out of?
Mohair?
Marriage material.
Oh, that's fucking good stuff from you.
Fucking A, man.
Fell right into the trap.
My brain's firing. I'm finally operating at the maximum.
He's got it.
I've
Right
got
when
it.
we've got 27 minutes of film left to go, probably. He's finally woken up.
Yeah,
Hey, is this thing on? Because Monty's come to play.
I'm here. Hey, good evening, everyone. My name's Guy Montgomery, and I know what you're thinking. I look like what happens when my mum has unprotected sex with my dad.
Cue the applause. Shut the show down. It's too much laughter.
Bombed it, regret it,
No.
edit it out,
No.
redact it.
Listen.
I want that joke to just play out as two beeps, editing out the material.
It'll never happen. I'm not listening to
Please.
this thing in sequence.
Please. Please.
How would I even find it?
When you see the spikes.
You've been screaming to me to put wine in your glass. It's going to spike it. I'm not going
Yeah,
to search.
so that's 1 minute window. Please, you got to edit that joke out.
Mate, shall we return to the job at hand, which is
Editing out jokes.
yeah. It's not that. Here's the thing.
I love you, brother.
Here's the thing about this film.
If you and me were on the beach, sleeping under the stars,
Unfortunately,
I'd cuddle up to you so freaking close.
Guy has been defeated by it.
I have.
Here's the thing: we go into battle fucking twice a week now, and he's been defeated.
He
He got owned. He got pwned.
It feels good. This is what it feels like to be fighting on the losing side of a war on the last day.
It's important to
And
know what
honestly,
it feels like.
It feels fantastic.
Why? Because you know, like,
'Cause
there's nothing left to fight for.
Absolutely, because
But there's half a season left.
I cared before, and now I don't. It is a real window into the futility
This
of
is
life.
nihilism. What you're describing.
None of it makes a difference.
Fucking
It's
hell,
not
man.
nihilism.
This is
It
bleak.
just doesn't matter.
That's the definition of nihilism.
So I'm brilliant. Wait, tell me you fucking love me.
I love you, Guy Montgomery. I want to cheers you.
Oh, I want to cheers
You're
you.
a great man. Perennially funny. That means evergreen in your comedy.
Oh,
And
yes.
here's what else. Just a good guy. Just a good dude.
Yes.
It takes a huge beating heart to reckon with oneself and look oneself in the mirror and say, did I fuck up today? Few people do it. You know, he does it, Guy Montgomery.
I do it.
He
I do it
reckons
every
with
day.
himself.
Thanks, man.
It's important. We all need to get in the field of that.
Oh, my compliments coming through thick and fast. Can I
that
say something to
insect
you?
just flew out the room. Do you think it was
Can
a
I-
spectre, like a biological
Please,
spectre
Tim,
of the
I
compliment?
want to tell you something.
Go on. That was a coffee guy?
I think that was Coffee Guy,
Yes.
and to this day, I'm upset that you did not agree with.
I
me that
know,
that was
I
Coffee
know,
Guy.
I know. I could tell at the time you were upset, and I could tell at the time it was going to persist.
I was thinking about it yesterday.
Fuck. It's the
Entirely, entirely divorced from the podcast or spending time with you. Just in my own head, the thought naturally presented itself.
You have never, as far as I know, listened to one of the podcasts.
Why would I?
I have listened to all of them, I think.
To
edit them. They're not edited, but they're mixed. And I recently got to that one that I had to listen to, and I was like, why didn't you go with him, Timbo? You should have gone with him. Absolutely. And I even said that on the episode, I think. I was like, I should have gone with you.
That was what stuck out at me. Is I was like, Tim always comes with me. Like, I feel like I need to do a better job of going with Tim. And here I am being like, well, if I go out there, Tim will come with me. He always comes with me.
Now, this is the scene that it keeps coming
This is the
into
most
my mind.
stoked this is the most stoked I've been to see a breast.
Savor it. Drink it in. This is Miranda Hobbs. What's her name again?
Cynthia
Nixon, who ran for governor. I think it's fucking odd. Like, we need to have more people running for high office who have got nudity of themselves out. Well, except for Anthony Weiner, because that's a different thing.
I read an opinion piece recently, written in the New York Times. I say recently, it was a while ago. In the wake of Jeff Bezos's divorce and blackmail scandal, or purported blackmail scandal, it was an opinion piece written by someone who said, hey, Jeff, leak those dick pics, brother.
Yes, dude.
Take the power back.
Absolutely.
Change our relationship to sexually explicit images.
He
because
almost did.
everyone's putting them out there.
He basically
Everyone's got
did.
them out there. As soon as we normalize them, if I release my dick pic as some unknown opinion writer, that's not going to have any impact. Everyone's going to think whatever.
You're the richest man on earth.
If you
show us your penis.
If you put out your dick pics, you can change our relationship to them.
But this is like asking him to put the second fucking Amazon HQ in a place that'll actually benefit. You missed Dante's Peak this watch. I want to say that.
Yeah.
I love that you were looking at me, but I was looking squarely at that man's penis.
I got a real strong visual image in my mind of his penis.
You've seen it.
It's real nice. And I keep thinking it's turgid because it's big, but maybe it's just big. Do you know who's got a massive penis?
Go on.
The Game.
The rapper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monster dong.
Did you fuck the Game?
No, but I have seen it semi-erect through a pair of briefs.
Okay. Like in person or?
I wish. He posted it to Instagram.
Ah.
Do you want to see it?
Nah.
Yeah, I'll get it up.
Okay, sounds good. This part of the film is what I call Act 3, Rebirth. Charlotte hasn't popped yet. We actually forgot to announce that she was pregnant, but if you're a listener to the podcast, you'll know that that's a plot point. This is the baby shower that Carrie's throwing at her new apartment, like new apartment. She has about 4 apartment changes in this film. This is the one after Big and her get the apartment together, after she comes back. I don't know. I think it's her old apartment, but it's been renovated. Gave it a paint job, got a desk. This is the bit where Samantha comes back from the West Coast and they're like, you're fat now, but she isn't. Which is very, as a viewer, very confusing to tease out what's happening.
It confused me for more than one screening.
And fucking now you're up to speed. Welcome along, viewer.
The date, the 2nd of December, 2016. The headline, The Game keeps posting pictures of his giant dick. The website, Jezebel. The penis... Why won't that image open?
I thought it was going to be BuzzFeed.
So you would. Oh, that website's been discontinued.
Man, that... Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. What? Jezebel still exists, I think. That cake looks delicious, and I'm not a cake guy at all.
I mean, you can see it. Top right. Look at that photo.
It's a big dick. Dude's got a big dick. What can I tell you? Guy's not lying to you.
But it's not just big. It's massive. Isn't it?
It's a huge penis. Credit where it's due.
I wouldn't fuck it.
All right.
It's too big.
Okay. You're a scared little boy, Monty.
Look,
you're a fearful little child.
I'm not against people having massive dongs. I just don't want to have sex with them.
Fuck you, man. You're a hater.
Have I said something wrong?
You're a hater.
Dude, have I done something to fuck you off? Because the whole energy in this room has changed.
You did all of this.
What are you talking about? You've kept it cool. Respect. I've lost it.
You're all good, man.
I'm through the looking
No,
glass.
good. Show me what's there. Show me some other images.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Is it all just the game's big dick?
Ask me literally
Wall
anything.
to wall? Here it goes. AMA, Guy Montgomery. What do you see? Close your eyes. What do you see?
It's black. Like I've got a very blank slate, and I'm
Yeah.
waiting for your questions to
Yes.
fill out the visuals.
When I say candy floss, you say
Candy floss. I'm looking at candy floss.
that is a terrible word association.
Oh,
Just repeat back.
am I what? Am I meant to have my eyes open
If
again?
I say cow, you say.
Moo.
If I say equation, you say.
Math.
If I say Samantha, you say.
Jones.
If I say the game's big old dick, you say.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. Open your eyes. You're back in the room.
I was in the room the whole time.
But if I say the key phrase, you will cluck uncontrollably like a chicken.
Okay, interesting.
And you don't know what the key phrase is.
I do not.
This is the breakup of Samantha Jones and Smith Jarrett. Now, is it Jared or Jarrett? Because you looked this up recently.
Don't remember.
Fuck.
Jared.
D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I thought it was Jarrett this whole time. Interesting fact about this podcast. I thought it was Jarrett for a long time.
Here's an interesting fact about this podcast.
It sucks.
What the fuck is up with you, baby? Tell me about your day. Hashtag Gmont. Hashtag bout that life. Hashtag living it.
What the fuck is this?
Literally, DM me.
You've gone.
Yeah, I'm out.
He's out, ladies and gentlemen. The man's gone. I don't know if you've had too much to drink or smoke, or if you are appropriately in tune with what's up.
Tim, I want to ask you a question.
I think it's the latter.
How are you?
I'm going to ask you to back off that mic.
I'm fucking over it, man.
No, you're good. Keep it up. What's happening? Who's this gentleman? Who's this southern gentleman I'm talking to?
Well, I don't know. I can't even find the voice. Hello.
It is a pleasure to have you here on the pod. What is your name,
Wonderful
sir?
to be here. Smith Garrettson.
Smith Garrettson. It is an honor to host you.
Well, it's wonderful to be here in your beautiful country.
Smith, what is going on with you, my guy?
Well, I only flew in yesterday. I was holidaying in London, England, and it was a very long flight, but it's a joy to be here in this beautiful...
Now, what do you make of London, England? Because it doesn't strike me as
Not really for me.
Mm-hmm.
I was holidaying there for the previous 30 years, and I don't care for it myself.
You were holidaying there for 30 years.
Well, I was trying to get an accurate representation of what it's like to be in London, England, and
Smith, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
75.
You're 75 years old. At the age of 45, you went, I'm moving to London, England for a holiday?
Absolutely not. I said, I am going on a holiday. I said that to my 3-year-old boy and his beautiful 35-year-old mother. I said it to my business associates. I said it to everyone I know.
You're at the airport. You're ready to go. Do you know where you're going at that point?
London, England.
At what point did you discover you were going to London, England?
When I booked the flights.
Okay, and when did that come? Because you sort of corrected me when I tried to take a little stab at... You didn't tell your loved ones you were off to London, England. You said, I'm going on vacation.
To London, England.
Oh, you told them at the... Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Now, you were there for 30 years. 3 decades. What did you make in the place?
Well, as I said just earlier, it's not really for me. I had one good day.
When was it? Give me the date.
1970. No, wait. 1998.
Of course.
Mike Myers released Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me.
The UK lost control of Hong Kong, I think.
Yep. Both happened.
Or wait. Yeah, no, I think that's right.
Oh, man. Tim, it's Guy.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I want
It's
to say
Smith.
I love you, man.
No, it's Smith.
I love you, brother.
No, don't cross the streams. It's Smith, surely.
Okay, but it is who it is.
Smith. Okay, we got a lovely day. One lovely day in 1998. Tell me about it, man. What happened? Did you go on the London? Oh, the London Eye wasn't even up at that point.
I wake up at 8:30 a.m.
Mhm.
Same time I do every day.
Yes, sir.
I have myself a stick of Gouda cheese stirred through a cup of black coffee.
Gouda and coffee, folks.
It is the most sickening combination of viscosity and liquid that you can imagine.
decadence.
It is
hashtag decadence.
very decadent. Well, if I just have the coffee, it goes straight through me. If I just have the cheese, it gums me up.
Yes.
I want to have both. I
Yeah.
put them together. It's like a coffee fondue.
It's great, man. It's a really fun thing to have in the morning.
Well, so
for
you
you,
think,
but it
not
sounds
after
fun.
23 years.
So this morning in 1998 where you had a wonderful day in London, you kick off with your regular coffee and Gouda. What happens next, Smith?
Well, I spend a very confusing 45 minutes in the bathroom. Not quite shitting, but not shitting.
Yep. I got you.
There's a lot of farts.
Uh-huh.
Man, I'm so juvenile. My brain's in mush.
No, that's good. You took a big old, pseudo dump, and then you
Well-
went to maybe took in some arts at a museum or
I absolutely took in some art at the museum. I bought a ticket to see Austin Powers, the spy who shagged me.
very cool.
Head along to the cinema. Now, that Mike Myers really cracks me up.
You like him, huh?
Yeah.
You know he's Canadian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay, huh?
Yeah. Why would that be a problem?
I don't know. I've met a couple of people with your accent. that
All
don't
right,
fit.
I'm out of here. See ya.
Oh no, Smith.
I'm so
okay.
sorry, man.
All right, see you, Smith.
I'm not doing that
He's
well.
out the door. No,
I'm really not doing that
You're all
well.
good, man.
You're
Cheers,
coaching me
cheers to
through
you.
this.
You're great.
I'm drinking all of this.
Yeah, I believe it. You have to do it in one. Please don't do it in one. He's driving. He's got a 6-hour trip after this, ladies and gentlemen. I've just seen him drink at least a bottle of red.
Oh, man.
That was a big gulp.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
'Cause I'm sad.
Yeah, that's the reason most people drink in that fashion. Now, Harry's tie.
Still not good.
No?
Doesn't matter how much booze you put into me. It doesn't matter how sad I feel about the state of the world. That tie sucks shit.
Gutted. Gutted for him and the set dressers.
Can I make a recommendation, Tim?
Go on.
Check out Sabrina Jarles on Netflix. 15-minute special. One of the funniest bits of stand-up I've seen in a while.
All right.
That's Sabrina, Jallees.
I mean, what's coming to mind is a recent when I say it was in this season of the podcast, an episode where I right at the very end just tried to tuck in. I was like, hey, can I give out a movie recommendation? You were like, absolutely not. And here you are in the middle of a fucking Dircom throwing out. By the way, did we invent the term Dircom?
It's easier to ask for permission
No.
than forgiveness.
You've got it round the wrong way.
Absolutely we did.
Is that us?
Yeah.
I've never seen it before. That
That's-
contraction, Dircom.
It's all us. Yeah, boy. That's all you. You're so smart. I respect you.
Clever boy, Tim.
When I talk about you sometimes, I say I really respect the way Tim is open to being wrong.
That's good. I reckon that's the fucking mark of a smart person.
Mate, it takes a lot of work to be open to being wrong.
Do you reckon?
Absolutely. I'm literally consciously working on that right now. It's so much easier to present as right or at least intelligent or non-controversial or cautious than it is to openly talk about things while still being open to being told that what you're saying is dated or inaccurate.
Hey, we got to get there, bro. That's how
That's
we're
the
going to
only
get
way.
better. We got to make a bit more room for people to be wrong out loud and just let them, don't fuck them up too bad. That's my advice for everyone. Don't fuck them up too bad, eh?
Don't fuck them up
Don't
too
fuck them up
bad.
too bad, when
Brother.
people are wrong out there. We're all learning. Now, you've got a fucking thing that you've got. Look at that. The
Carrie
egg timer.
Bradshaw, rocking the hourglass.
Hourglass, that's what they're called. You bought one of those. I love this. It's like a productivity tool.
That's right. A little bit of self-discipline. I
Fucking love
find
it.
technology slows me down. If I turn the Wi-Fi off,
Yeah.
often I'll just do it
Bring
straight.
people through how you use the hourglass. You flip it over and you go, I'm going to do a task and I've got this amount of time to do it.
It's not even that.
Oh.
The motivating factor was I thought I want to be more productive. I want to have better self-discipline. 15 minutes?
Hey. Yeah. I'm listening.
What's wrong?
We've got to finish this wine and the movie's running out.
Guess who's pitching in?
This cunt.
So the logic behind the hourglass, Tim, is I want to be more productive. I want to do more.
For less.
Like-
You've come to the right place. I don't know.
Pit stop.
Sound like a slogan.
Literally all it was that I saw these hourglasses and thought, you know what? 15 minutes a day is such a low stakes commitment. I know, no matter the circumstance, I have it in me to do 15 minutes a day. So I bought it in the knowledge that if I flip it, you got to respect the hourglass. If I flip it, those 15 minutes, it's on. It's happening. And often you'll work for longer than the 15 minutes, but it's like it's renewable. It's a trick.
Little life hack.
I'm not even interested in what I'm saying.
No, come on. I'm sorry. I am listening.
No, you're watching the movie. And do you know
I'm
what?
listening to what you're saying about the
Power to
hourglass
you.
and productivity.
Power to you.
I think it's a good idea. I've started doing it myself, actually. I did the old Silicon Valley thing. This is the thing. If you want to be successful, just copy what you think successful people do. The little like clues they give out, just copy them. I've got a whole bunch of Post-its on a board in front of me that says like to do, in progress, and completed. And you shift them along as you get stuff done. Use a little timer to go like, all right, this Post-it, I'm going to give myself 10 minutes to
That's
get this thing
great.
done. There's something about the physical action of moving it. Right, we are at the end of the film.
Not yet.
Fuck, man, we got to down some piss.
Oh, that's true. I've got to do some. I got to do work in 3 hours. Like I got a work meeting.
It's not for the podcast. They don't need to know that.
I'm telling you as a friend.
I know, but you're doing it on the microphone. Tell me afterwards. What I'm afraid of
I got to
is
go to a work meeting.
oh god, you got a lot of wine in that glass. There's
So
so
what?
much.
So wait, I just got bullied for nicking a whole glass of wine.
No, you're right. It was an observation, the most recent one. I was about to pour wine in your glass, and then I looked over and I went, you know what? That is beyond full.
Would you rather hook up with Chris Noth or Sarah Jessica Parker?
It's a tough question, and one historians continue to debate. Where I come down on it, probably SJP.
Because of your where you identify on the sexuality spectrum.
I guess it's probably hard to tease out.
For me,
Yeah.
Chris Noth.
Good on you, mate.
There's nothing.
Looks like a shit kisser
Do you
though.
know-
He keeps going for the nose. I don't
doesn't-
think he knows how to
It
kiss.
doesn't matter. It's nothing sexual about it. It's pure curiosity. It's also a brag. Do you know, to me, it's a bigger get.
Yeah, to be able to hook up with Big than Carrie.
Not e-
SJP has got such a stratospheric career compared to Chris Noth, though. Apart from, obviously leading a religion.
I was going to say, apart from obviously being married to Matthew Broderick. Shout out to Matthew
Shout out.
Shout out to Matthew Broderick.
Shout out Ferris Bueller.
My brother
Save
committed
Ferris.
manslaughter in Ireland.
Oh, dude, we don't talk about that. Have we mentioned it? We might have mentioned it in the second season.
It's fucking crazy.
It's crazy, dude. He killed a guy. It's fucked up, man.
I can't. I don't know. I don't know who it was.
What are you looking for?
My phone. I was going to look up the details.
Oh, why would you, man? It's so dark. You're fucked up, bro.
I'm
You've
not.
usually got a pretty good gauge for what to bring to the microphone. I feel like I love the nakedness that you've brought to the pod, to the record.
I apologize.
You needn't.
I apologize not to you, Tim, because you
Okay.
enjoyed it. I
fucking
apologize
loved it.
to the listener. Do you know what? I'm usually pretty together. I think I got not my shit on lock, but I reckon I'm in a pretty good way.
Yeah.
This has brought out literally the worst in me. This what we've just done, this whole experience, has brought out.
What you've heard, folks, is
I
the
can't-
worst of Guy Montgomery.
I can't imagine accessing this negativity and these awful, weird feelings
Yeah.
through any other means.
These specific conditions
know-
needed to be created to bring this out.
Like, the next episode's going to be fascinating because I'm going to feel guilty and weird.
Guy, there's I mean, we could scrap the whole thing. Should we delete it?
No.
Delete the entire thing.
Put it out there.
Should we delete the whole podcast, mate? Should we take it
You know,
offline?
something you taught me. Life is messy.
Life is messy.
I would love for this not to be in public, but
And that's why it will be.
it's why it's important that it is. I hate this.
We are at the end. We're at the finish line.
Oh, do you know what I did say, though? I said that funny thing about French people spelling perfume.
Do you know what, folks? You can't take that away from him.
Do you know, genuinely, I am embarrassed at how proud I am. That makes this whole thing worthwhile to me.
Fuck me. That's incredible.
That joke doesn't even work as an out loud joke.
I think it does.
It has to be written.
Oh, true. Yeah. Well, unless you've got an educated, audience
Like we do.
like we do.
Shout out to everyone at university right now.
And we do means yes, do.
Shout out to everyone who's joined the workforce instead of going to university. Shout out to everyone who likes Tim more than me. Massive shout out to everyone who likes me more than Tim. And the biggest shout out of all to people who like us exactly the same as
Bro,
each
we
other.
need to drink more wine because we're not done yet. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do it like that. This is very bad for your day. You're going to vomit, I think.
Unlikely.
I'll put money on it.
Nah, dude.
It's above 50%.
Nah, dude.
$20.
Hey, dude.
I'll give you 20 NZD if you don't vomit today.
Great.
We've just shook on it, everyone.
Easiest $20 I've made in my life.
He's down. Because this is how guys consuming the wine. Chatter, 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 chatter. Ignore that I'm holding a glass of red and then fucking just sink the entire thing in a gulp.
It wasn't like that initially. This whole thing
gross.
went poisonous in the last 45 minutes for me.
It's not been good, though. None of it. Oh, fuck. What have we got?
Oh, we're going to make it.
Just.
Well, when they toast, we toast. When they drink, we drink.
We're drinking to Samantha's 50th birthday. This is the worst director's commentary we've ever recorded.
That's right. And once we watched Sex and the City 2 twice consecutively.
Fuck. Wait, what?
Shout out to us for making this worse than 5 Hour Energy.
What the fuck? I completely forgot about that. Every season we're supposed to add another watch.
No, do not look at your watch.
Well, I don't know. What do you got on?
I can't.
Technically, what have you got on?
I've got a 6 o'clock.
I mean, what's on at 6?
No, because you'll dismiss it.
What is it?
I'm working on my show with the great
No,
Alice.
that's fair. No, that's
with
fucking
the great
fair.
Alice Snedden.
That's absolutely fair. Do you need to do prep for that to get into it?
I have to not drink 2 more bottles of red wine.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm actually suggesting we sober up live on air.
Oh my fuck. I hate you. No. What's the time? No.
It's 3.
I'm sick.
It's 3. It's not even 3. It's just gone 3.
I'm sick at the idea of
That'll
it.
bring you to 5:20. You got a crisp 40 minutes.
No.
in between.
No.
I'll just shunt the slider back. We'll be all good.
No.
We'll be all good.
No.
It's not our. It's not our best work. And also, in addition, there's the fact that I forgot that
We've got to drink
supposed
this
to
wine real
Oh
fast
shit!
before
You're
the
not
credits
wrong.
roll.
All right, shit. Fuck me.
We just made it.
Hey.
Oh, that was awful.
Oh, we're done. We're good. What a journey we've all been on, all of us together. So here's what's going to happen now.
No.
Movie's going to start again. And if you're listening at home, I don't know how to time this actually because the recording got a bit fucked up, but
No.
we're going back to 0 now.
No.
So here we are.
This is not enthusiastic consent.
I understand what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, and you've actually painted me into a pretty good corner. And yet at the same time, what I will say is this: you are a physically able, sentient man of your own agency, completely able to get up if you are a fucking pussy.
I respect you. Oh,
I don't know if I can do this. I'm only doing this to fuck you over at this point. But in the process, I might destroy myself.
I feel sick.
Yeah, it's not good.
Not from booze.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the worst idea of all time and the movie Watch 2 of this Dircom. What we're being treated to right now is a montage of Carrie Bradshaw walking down the street, seeing some era-defiant woman parading around as a pack of four to kind of be a parallel to the four gals of Sex and the City in anachronistic fashion. They look like they're straight out of the 80s. Guy has wandered off in his mind's eye. He is staring into his own feet. He's no good. So the heavy lifting is going to be on old Timbo, and I will take up the challenge. The purpose of a montage at the start of the film is to introduce the context with which we will enjoy the rest of the film. It's important in a franchise to go, look, we understand that there will be friends, whānau, boyfriends predominantly, and husbands brought along to this film who are not familiar with the back catalogue of Sex and the City hits. Let's fill them in. It's done. We get some very early both plot setting in terms of what's come before, but also tone setting in terms of who we're going to make fun of and how. Carrie Bradshaw is wearing what I can only describe as insulation while she types at her old school iMac, while she thumbs through old novels. Introducing a bevy of old friends. Charlotte, an uptight woman looking for love who finally, after years and years, has found it in the form of Harry, a man for whom she needed to convert to Judaism to marry and start a family. How did she start that family? Through traveling to China and adopting a child. Next, for a bit of colour, we're going to add another friend, and that friend is Miranda Hobbs. She is a lawyer. She's hard-nosed, she's hard-pressed, she's hard up for time, but she loves to fuck. She loves hard dick. And she finds that in the form of Steve Brady. Steve Brady is a bartender turned bar owner in New York City. And he gets her pregnant and they make Brady the Rat King. We've got to round out this gaggle of four gags, and that comes in the form of Samantha Jones, a sex-hungry talent agent who has discovered both love and professional success in the form of Smith Garrett. There's been love, there's been loss, but throughout it all, there's been friendship throughout. And most importantly, we have Mr. Big, a on-again, off-again, Ross and Rachel kind of a fella for whom Carrie Bradshaw has had her eyes firmly affixed over the decades. They've finally got their shit together, and it looks like it's a happily ever after tale for these two, but let's find out what could possibly go wrong in this filmic adaptation of the novel turned into a TV show, Sex and the City, written and directed by Mattress Pikelet King. On this audio commentary, you will be hearing from Guy Montgomery and Tim Batt, who have both seen the film now 25 times, which is a big number. Guy Montgomery can't be with us right now because he is psychically reckoning with his own existence in this moment.
Hey everyone, it's really good to be here. I'm sorry for checking out just before. I just literally had to take a moment to myself and weigh up what exactly it is we're doing and why we're doing it. And I haven't found any solid answers, but what can I say? I did not leave the room, so here we go.
Here's what I think we need. We need carbohydrates. I might get some corn chips in the mix and some salsa, and I think we need a lot of water. Bring us back up to speed.
Look, man, we do need a lot of water.
How do you feel about grabbing the reins, or do you want to grab the accoutrement?
No, I'll grab the reins.
Cool.
I'm in a good spot, actually.
Okay, wonderful.
I've really come along.
Okay, great.
Have you got corn chips and salsa on hand?
Absolutely, dude.
I was going to say I'll order us some pizza, but
no, I'll go.
You're-
Well, it might come to that later on. But
you're off pizza.
I can do. I'm currently vegan as of the recording, but there is a thing that exists of vegan pizza.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? No, you go get us some
All right,
snacks.
I'll get some stuff.
I'll carry us through. So
Carrie, it's a pun.
yeah, that Tim Batt is a real card. So I guess one of the biggest things I was just confronting was, it's hard to say. It's like immediacy versus legacy. Tim and I genuinely did not account for or plan to double up this record, and honestly, I was quietly quite pleased, not just that we were recording as ourselves, Tim and Guy, instead of in character for the Dircom, but that we were only doing a single screening. It occurred to me that kind of broke tradition in terms of extending the game, but I was happy to do it because I thought at least that'll set us free. When Tim told us that we were going to keep going, that was as upset as I can remember being in it for a long time. But I guess the time I wasn't talking was time spent thinking, and this is all part of it.
Am I back in the room? What's happening?
I'm just talking to myself.
Can we afford this?
Yeah. I think we've earned enough goodwill over 4.5 years of turning ourselves
How
into...
fucked is that, eh? I reckoned with that recently, how long we've been doing the podcast. It's no good, man.
carbohydrates.
It's entirely too long. I got some salsa here. Big old oh, fuck, hasn't been opened. Oh, boy.
That makes it hard to open.
You give that a run. Oh, this has gone badly. One of us has to be on the mic at all times. All right, so excuse the chewing. Here's the thing about this movie that you've got to understand. It's very long. It's not very good, and we know every bit that happens before it happens now. Despite that fact, and I was at this point well before this moment in the arc for Grown Ups 2.
Tim, I just made my peace with it, but I'm so angry.
Cannot memorize the script. What's up?
I'm upset.
What are you angry about? Oh, the fact that we're in.
And I can't open the salsa.
Yeah, fuck, it's a tricky old... She's on, isn't she? Neither of us are particularly strong boys.
Yeah. Shout out to whoever screwed this lid on in the first place.
Shout out. Fucking shout out, bro. God. We had so many concepts we introduced in the first bit of this director's commentary, which we didn't return to. I was very fond of my exploration into Hollywood's fascination with and infiltration of the Illuminati. By the Illuminati? Gone, though. Gone by the wayside. Fuck me. I wonder if I've got a knife in here.
Who screwed it on that tight? Isn't that
machine.
crazy?
We need rubber. We need rubber around. Creates friction.
Rubber band right there.
Oh. It's not really enough. Oh, I can't be bothered with this shit.
So,
Guys, we're struggling to get the lid off salsa. That's how strong we are. Neither of us could do it.
it's not even about that.
It is, though. A little bit.
What it's about is watching Sex and the City twice. You heard how much damage this did to us previously. If you can imagine continuing to do that, which I can't fathom what we're doing, but we're doing it. So I wasn't invested the first time. This time I'm going to make a real effort to care about these characters.
Good on you, bro.
Carrie Bradshaw,
Proud of you.
I love her. I empathize with her. Honestly, I identify as her.
Oh, you are Carrie Bradshaw.
I am Carrie Bradshaw.
Je suis Carrie
In
Bradshaw.
the same way, a lot of us who grew up on Sex and the City on HBO identify
you.
as Carrie Bradshaw. That was me. Finally, after years of battling through the New York dating scene, notoriously terrible, and I was told this when I first moved to New York by people. They said, as a normal, semi-decent person, actually...
Let's not get carried away with your personality.
You're right. I'm totally decent. As a decent person, as a decent fellow on the New York dating scene, I'm going to have my pick of the people I date because it's skewed so... Like, the fellas are such assholes. It's skewed so heavily towards the fellas. And I didn't necessarily experience that, But as someone who identifies with Carrie Bradshaw, I'm very happy to see her in a relationship, a long-term relationship, not necessarily engagement or marriage at this point, but in love with Big in a meaningful and lasting way that suggests it's going to go beyond today, tomorrow, this week, this month, this year. We're
Today, tomorrow,
we're going to be together forever. I love that. I'm excited about that as someone who identifies as a Carrie in the world.
She's so comfortable that she is wearing essentially a prison lock off a cell as a necklace at this point. And I think that takes a particular kind of comfort in a relationship to pull that sort of fashion accessory off.
When you first got with Zoe, when were you like? When did you relax?
Never. Hasn't happened yet.
Are you still uptight?
I am on my guard at all times. I'm well aware that I'm punching above my weight, and I refuse to accept the fact. So I will be on my haunches for time immemorial to my death.
It's such a terrifying
Till
thought.
my probably premature death from stress.
Yeah, of course. If you're punching above your weight and you keep thinking that to yourself.
The guillotine is firmly above my head, waving. I've never said guillotine in my life. I'm a big fan of guillotine as a pronunciation. That's how we were taught as Kiwis. But probably the correct way is guillotine, right? Because is that the French? It's a French word.
I still think it's guillotine.
Well, folks, there it is. I tried everything I could do to not get salsa on myself, and I've spilt it. So now the shorts are a free-for-all.
Hey, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry I got upset before. I'm sorry that we're still here.
He's back, though. He's back.
I'm
sorry this guy. I can tell.
I'm sorry that you're still listening, but I'm totally back.
He's back.
I'm totally back in the room.
Here comes the comedy. It looks like June Diane Raphael, who is Paul Scheer's wife, fantastic actress and writer, is in this scene. But it's not her. It's just an extra that looks like her.
There's
I'm not even talking into the mic. I'm talking off mic.
There's a favourite of mine. Charlotte, you are one of the worst.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Sorry, you're on a...
No. Ask me.
If you could have, like, anyone in the world to guest on this pod, who would it be? Who would be your, who would be the number one?
Michael Patrick King.
Then let's get over there and do it. You know what I mean? Like, if you've got a dream, let's do it.
Do you believe in us to get Michael Patrick King?
I think it's very possible, but partly because of his sassiness. I had a few looks at some YouTube clips of him, and he's fucking funny, man. He's a smart, funny dude.
He's real funny.
He's great in interviews and shit, man.
Him and Jon Stewart are old friends somehow. Do you know what's fucked up is when you grow up in New Zealand, a lot of the people who create the stuff you love, like the notion of Hollywood, New York, America, the elevated nature of the media we consume, it doesn't exist as being made by people or by people who exist in our world. It is totally constructed. Like Michael Patrick King, Sarah Jessica Parker, these aren't actual people who walk off set and continue their lives. These are people who are literally... first of all, Michael Patrick King doesn't exist growing up in New Zealand.
You didn't have a voice job today, did you?
No, it was yesterday.
Okay, cool.
And I got one tomorrow.
Oh, good shit. Good on you.
Yeah, I got a good voice.
He's killing it. Guy Montgomery's killing it.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to sell cars.
Good on you.
Do you know what I'm going to say?
What?
I'll go with 5 years guaranteed road service, 5 years warranty. Head on down to car dealership today.
The man learns the script.
I do. What I was going to say, though, is that in New Zealand, all of this stuff that we consume that isn't from New Zealand is so elevated that these people don't exist as people. They exist exclusively as ideas. You grow up, you get older, you leave the country, you meet people who are associated with people or who are successful people, and you realize everyone's just a person. Carrie Bradshaw walks off the set of Sarah Jessica Parker. She goes home to her marriage to Matthew Broderick, who committed vehicular manslaughter.
Dude, my guy, honestly, because of the point you're making that he's a human, that's why I feel uncomfortable about it. He's reckoned with it. He's had to. I feel like we can't keep slamming the man. He made Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Rufus is here.
Rufus is a dog.
If you're on the Patreon, hopefully you're going to get a sweet, sweet gift, which is me holding Rufus up to the camera.
If you're on the Patreon and you've watched 5 hours,
What a fucking concept, eh? Rufus! Rufus!
do you know what disgusts me about what we're doing right now?
Go on.
Is how much we have to believe that people are interested in or like us to still be engaging with what we're creating. What we are creating is objectively bad. This isn't interesting. Even if your closest friends drank 2 bottles of red wine in 2.5 hours behind your back or next to you.
Do you know what I have to... Because I know where you're going with this. Do you know what I have to say to you in criticism? Stop deconstructing then and start constructing, cunt. Throw something out there.
I'm trying, but I'm all out of ideas.
You are. I'm trying to get a dog on screen right now. This is what's happening here. You know what I mean? You've just smashed a bunch of corn chips in your face. Welcome to this director's commentary version number 2. Here's where we are at life. Guy Montgomery, he's rallying. He's certainly like coming back up for a
I would describe
rerun.
myself as back, baby. And it's quite nice because I get to reckon with how humiliating and humiliated I was before live on air.
Guy's the 5th gal. Let's go through the other gals. So Carrie Bradshaw is just about to get given the offer of a lifetime of featuring in Vogue. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that Vogue. As a featured fucking thing in a spot, thanks to Candice Bergen. Pretty cool. Here's Rufus.
It's pretty cool.
God, my dog's beautiful.
I want to
Look
give
at this
you...
handsome man. Oh, he's bitey though. Oh, he loves a bite.
It's interesting that people love dogs.
Oh, Rufus. I think I might have drawn blood that time.
That was the most humanizing moment of the podcast so far.
All right, dude. I'm going to put you down because you're not being a good boy.
Yeah. Hey, Rufus, you're being Martin Lawrence and Will Smith circa 1998.
I'm going to put him outside. He's being naughty.
Tim's out of here. Don't worry about it. I'm still with you. And I'd like to tell you this. When I was an 11-year-old boy, I cannot remember anything about what my life was like. I had a natural aptitude for sports and the written word. Beyond that, I was hopeless. I was a ne'er-do-well. However, I didn't let that define who I was. I kept working away at different things. I had some good friends. I had some good times. Fuck, I can't even string a sentence together, dude.
I know. It's okay. I'm back. I'm here for you. So I've locked the dog out so he can't bite me anymore. I got to train him out of that. We are trying. He's just a puppy, though. It's what puppies do. I think you need to draw blood, though. At any rate, so here we are back in the saddle. Carrie Bradshaw was getting her illustrious photo shoot done with Vogue magazine. This is one of the 2 scenes that I take real issue with in the film for its duration. I'm all for
What's the other one?
The fucking New Year's montage, mate. Where you did that amazing moment a few episodes ago of singing all of what is it called? It's
Old
like
Lang Syne.
Old Lang Syne.
It's Gaelic.
Is it Gaelic? Right.
Yeah.
The
Gaelic
what is it called?
is
Is self-indulgence involved with doing a scene this like? Although, to be fair, this movie ain't for us, is it?
It's not.
Or was it
but
made for us?
I always wonder with this scene, it is self-indulgent. Is it paying the bills?
Oh, in terms of like getting a lot of product placement done at once. It's hard to tease out in this show because everything's about fashion. They've done such a cool job of, in the same way that Mattel were like, we're going to create some toys called Transformers, which are robots that turn into cars, and then fucking sell them as toys. This show went, we're gonna have a fucking show where the woman loves fashion and get a bunch of fashion in.
I can't believe. Here's what's upsetting. I've just had a moment, like I had a moment of reckoning before where I weighed up the idea of doing this again, and I was like, I don't want to, but it's good because
you were in peril. I saw it in your eyes.
Yeah, it was pretty heavy, and I made my peace with it. I thought, yep, sure, whatever. And now I've lost my train of thought, but now we're doing it again, and it's not even interesting to say. It's just upsetting.
No, just make the observation.
I've lost it. I've lost my way. I've lost my way, Tim.
Guy, I need you to chill out for a moment. Take 2.
I'm stressed out.
Take
I
2.
demand a lot of myself. I want to
know.
be on all the time.
I get it, man, but
Do you?
there's a lot going on. Just conserve your energy, all right? You're okay. Here's what's up. Now, we've got
You're a
Karen.
nice guy.
You're good.
You're
man.
nice to me.
You're a lovely man too.
We're
We're lovely boys.
Yeah.
I like to think.
We are nice.
I mean, prove us wrong. I will listen to you. But I think on the whole,
And we're nice to each other.
I hope so.
Even when there's tension between us, we're nice to each other.
I hope so.
When's the last time you felt angry with me?
Oh, it was very recently. You know exactly when.
Oh, when I bailed on a call.
Absolutely.
How angry were you?
Oh, not hugely.
How
was just
long
like-
did it
It was just like,
last?
oh, for goodness sake. It was one of those.
How long did that?
Exasperation.
How long did it last?
Not long.
Tell me.
Not well. You sent an email, a very self-reflective, lovely email back saying, "I'm sorry I bailed on you, mate."
Were you angry that whole time?
No, I don't think so. No, I think I went. Oh, I overreacted there. I got a bit mad. What happened, folks? If you're listening at home to this Dircom
We've
part
kind of
two.
told. We've kind of
I
told
know
them.
we have told, but I'll just refresh, just in case. Just to
Okay.
people,
Okay,
you know,
okay,
you can't expect
okay,
people to
okay.
retain all the worst idea knowledge in their heads at all times.
I do expect that.
We booked in a time to do a bit of brainstorm, maybe maybe book a live show or two in different locations. And Guy was like, I can't even remember what happened. Were you like, look,
The timing was
it's no good?
I'd accounted 20 minutes for it. We started late, we ran late, and I didn't give any context
I'm
to Tim.
sick of it.
Yeah, and
And Monty went, oh, yeah, actually, I don't think you said anything initially, or maybe you were like, come on, mate.
I said no.
Whatever.
I didn't say anything like "come on, mate." I said, "Hey, sorry."
You should have said, come on, mate. That's what I deserved.
No,
But at any rate,
because that impacted me
you really took it hard.
until you emailed back. Even when I sent the email and I'd made my peace with it, I was still not relaxed about it until you'd emailed back.
Oh, God, Montgomery.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, man. It carried with you like a weight, a real weight.
A real weight.
That's the power of this podcast, folks. God, Montgomery, he carried shit with him on his back.
It's, you know,
It is funny, though. Do you know what I find, like, pretty fucking dope? Dope? Might be the right word, maybe. Let's explore it. I'm married. You're in a fantastic relationship. Love of your life, I think you would self-confess to. You got a mouthful of chips, but I think you'd agree to that.
shout out G-Mon.
Shout out Chelsea. And yet, this podcast supersedes in terms of duration both of them.
Absolutely.
I love that. That's a special thing.
Okay,
And that's why I think this needs to go on forever.
yeah, it is.
Because it's interesting to have a stake in the ground that it goes, hey, kids, I love you. I respect you. You are my prodigy. You are my life, flesh and blood. However, I have a commitment with Guy Montgomery that existed years before you assigned to exist.
You know what's crazy is as a kid, that's not interesting. You know, like if your dad's like, hey, I've known this guy for 30 years.
Yeah.
As a kid, you're like, well, whatever the fuck. I don't care. I'm your child. But
This one's really for the fans, isn't it?
oh, we're so deep in it. Honestly, though, what fair weather punter has stuck it out this long? It's licensed to be as indulgent as we want. I will say this, though.
You got to offer something up there, and it can't be crunching on the mic. Disgusting. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. But I presently at time of record am engaged in a long distance relationship with Chelsea, and
Great lady.
she said that in times that we've been apart, she started listening to some of the podcasts, previous episodes, previous seasons, and would hear us reflecting on like how much damage or how it's like this is not a popular thing to be doing to our partners. You know, like how at the time of recording it's like, well, we're kind of not doing it to antagonize, but we are conscious of the fact that what we're doing is not popular with the people we love the most. And hearing us say that was like, it feels perverse that I'm listening to you as captured 4 or 5 years ago
It's up to her.
talking about the impact of this.
That's up to her.
Absolutely. And then now, today, I say, yeah, so I'm going to go round to Tim's house. We're going to drink a bottle of red wine each.
At least.
And we're going to watch and talk over Sex and the City. She said, I hate that movie.
highly introspective.
Yeah. Time is a flat circle, flat line.
Flat circle, yeah, you got it. ASMR. Good, I'm Montgomery doing a little amateur ASMR. There wasn't bad. I didn't mind that. It's the wetness that I have issue with. It's the slobber. It's the spit. Here's the scene we're looking at right now. Guy's just giving me a lovely kiss on the forehead to indicate that he's in it with me.
I love you, brother.
He loves me. We love each other. We're lovely boys. We're lovely boys.
How many close friends do you have?
How many close friends do I have? Not enough. Not enough.
Be honest.
People need 10.
Your numbers or society's
I've just got one. It's just you go.
That's not true.
Just the one. Bruno Cafe. We've got 4. Do you know what would be good though? Imagine if this is how DVD commentaries were done. Imagine if it was just like 2 filmmakers who were like fucked up beyond belief, deconstructing the human experience of being alive in the current age.
Man,
I'd tune in. I'd buy some more DVDs, I think.
you know what? The problem
They
is...
say physical media is dead. If you start introducing some unique features like this, they're back, baby. Look at vinyl. It came back. There's no reason DVDs couldn't if you started putting some good hot content on there.
My boy, Colin Burgess, shout out,
Shout out.
loves putting on VHSs.
I don't know who Colin Burgess is.
You don't need to.
I don't need
but
to, apparently.
You can find him online at Colin Burgers. The thing is, he recorded movies as a boy, and he screens them now with, like on public TV, so with ads. It's amazing.
He made them as a boy.
No, he's just got like
Did he make them or record them off the tally?
record them off the tally.
That's
but
fucking dope.
He just loves movies. But so what you're watching is like a time capsule, because you're not just getting an uninterrupted movie. You're getting the movie as experienced at the time as a lot of people, the most people consume them.
Yeah.
With ads for products particular to that time. And
That's
it's interesting.
fucking dope. I like that. I like
But,
that a lot.
it's also it's at the time it's boring, it's annoying. You're watching fucking ads.
But you give it 20 years, it's a time capsule for the culture and the society.
I can't tell if we're interesting or we suck.
No, let's delve. It's irrelevant at this point. Like you literally, guy, I won't allow it. You cannot focus on that. I had VHSs of, and we all do, if you're of a certain age, which is the age Guy and I are at, which is your early 30s or late 20s. I would even say only your early 30s now, potentially. You've got some VHS tapes. Ignore the rattling. It's just my dog trying to get in. He loves people. He wants to be by them, but he needs to learn how to play by himself. VHS was a beautiful medium because you recorded the film and you recorded the air breaks on public access TV. So if you kept watching the film, like you kept seeing these ads. And if you can even see it on YouTube now, there are some movies which are very hard to find and people upload them from a VHS tape that they had as a child. And they still contain the ads of the time, and it just adds to the whole experience.
It really does.
To the point where, like, if you watch a movie like, what was it called? The thing with Robert Downey Jr. and Jack Black, the war movie?
Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder does that. Like, it starts with their dogs going nuts trying to get in. So cute. So cute, and he so won't get in.
Yeah. Good luck, dog.
It kicks off with, like, all of those. And I'm sure there's tons of other movies that have done it. I think Grindhouse did it as well, maybe. Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez. They had like fake ads in there which have like of a piece of the time of the mood. What are we talking about?
Man, no, I'm listening.
It's
interesting.
Sort of. Do you want to do a reading for us from Sex and the City and the movie, the book?
Yeah. For the bridesmaid dresses, we initially wanted a kind of uniform. They were all going to be red. When Pat came up with this colour scheme, and I saw them in the grey and marble library, the colours really popped. Those dresses, never got boring. Spoken like someone who didn't decide to watch and review this movie 50
Yeah,
times.
that's not what we settled on, folks.
So, I suppose if you're still listening, what you're wondering is, what does Tim like to do at 10:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning? And, to be honest, I'm right there with you. So, I hand the floor over to Tim, your ordinary 10:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
Thank you.
Where are you?
Thank
What
you.
are you eating?
Thank
What
you.
are you drinking?
Thank you.
What are you wearing?
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Thank you.
Who are you with?
Kia ora. Appreciate the question. This first question on my AMA. And the answer is, generally speaking, probably one coffee down. And on a typical Sunday, look, hopefully catching up with a mate. But ever since the puppy came along, probably like just looking after the dog, to be honest. Those things require a lot of love.
What are
and
you
attention.
wearing? What are you eating?
Here's what I'm wearing, bro. Haven't had a shower yet at 10:30. I've had a coffee because we got a lovely little coffee machine. It was a wedding present.
Can I say, I know it's gross to other people, but I love waking up and slipping into shorts and a t-shirt on a Sunday morning unshowered.
Yeah.
I love having a coffee. I love you sort of walking around. You're just getting a feel for the day because, hey, why not? It's a Sunday. You deserve it. I honestly fucking love it.
It's so funny that you say you deserve it because you do not have a job where you need to go somewhere to like wear normal people
It's a
clothes.
Sunday. Sunday's
You're
Sunday.
wearing what you normally wear, guy.
I deserve it.
You haven't. This is the ironic thing. You don't. Everyone else does. We don't.
I do.
We don't live like normal
Do you know what's
people.
interesting? We're never working. We're never on holiday.
And yet we're always working and never on holiday.
And I abide as close as I can the working week because it's at least some semblance of structure to which I can hitch my wagon, which means 10:30 on a Sunday morning, whether or not I have or haven't done anything that day, that week before, I like the idea of me, shorts, t-shirt, unshowered, walking around, drinking a coffee, bare feet. I'm on grass. I'm relaxed. I feel pretty good about the world.
There must be a bit of a change in pace when you go to New York City from New
Do
Zealand.
not get to walk on grass
There's
and
no
bare
grass
feet.
you get to walk on in bare feet.
It's really hard.
That must be a challenge. In New Zealand, we're very fond, and I think this is changing, folks.
Right,
we're very fond of
possibly both.
we're very fond of the idea of having a yard, and I think with an increase in population, we need some more dense housing solutions. Probably going to have to say goodbye to it. But up until this point, every generation of European New Zealanders has enjoyed the sensational medical benefits of walking around bare feet on a lawn.
And
I don't expect you to get that in NYC.
in America, they call it earthing themselves. The thing about America,
Unnecessarily grandiose term for walking on grass.
the thing about America is the people, the place are all entirely fucked.
Yeah, right. They are fucked. And I know the majority of our listeners are Americans, and I stand behind this.
Yeah.
You guys are fucked.
Do you know what I'd like to say, actually? As an American, I'd just like to say that we're fucked. Hey, guess who's got a bladder full of urine and a pocket full of dreams?
I'm guessing it's the man who's co-hosting with the dude who's about to take over the podcast for 3 to 4 minutes.
This guy. Tim, I've said it before. I'll say it again.
See you soon.
I'm going to take a piss.
Very good. Love it. All right, folks. Well, returning to the original intention of what this recording's all about, let me describe what I'm seeing on screen for you. The movie is Sex and the City. In the movie. Our 4 gals are packing up an apartment for Carrie Bradshaw.
3 days to put 20 years into 38 boxes.
while I run over and see your mother tomorrow, maybe you could take Brady to the first birthday party alone, and then I'll meet you at the twins' party, and you can leave and be at the bar by 6. What's the matter?
I had sex with someone else. And you're so amazing, and I don't know how I could do that to you. You and I hadn't had sex in a really long time, and it didn't mean anything. It just happened once, and it's been killing me.
It's killing you.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, into the film. So what's just transpired is you've experienced no time stoppage, but what we're here to do is experience a little bit of time stoppage because we've been recording for such a long dang time that the memory card filled up with data of our audio. We had to dump that data off to refresh the cards. So we've had a good sort of 25-minute break, I'd say, guy. Call it 25 minutes.
I lay on the grass in the sun for a while.
You got a bit of vitamin D, ladies and gentlemen, and a bit of vitamin grass also.
Do you think that we're happy to be back inside?
No, sir. No. Of all the adjectives I could pick, happy would be right down the bottom. But just to fill you in on where we are in terms of plot, I don't even know if I just filled you in because I've lost track of where we are in the.
And
scheme
rightly
of things.
so. You've worked hard to scramble your brain.
But we will. We'll give you a refresher just in case. Just in case.
Okay.
Miranda and Steve. Look, Steve's announced just now that he's been a bad boy. He's had sex with someone else, and the gals are reckoning with that fact. We're now in a cafe. Brady the Rat King is behind them, playing with a toy, a commando of sorts, a sort of action figure.
It looks
playing
like
to different
Miranda has
proportions.
absolutely fucking botched her order. Some lousy
What is
cucumber-based
that?
salad. You'd be heartbroken.
Do you know if they got delivered? That's the kind of dish that if I received it, I'd be like, "Sorry, how much am I paying for this fucking thing?"
Yeah, it looks like Carrie's got a fantastic risotto. What time of day would this be? Carrie's eating risotto.
Mm-hmm.
Miranda's eating a cucumber salad.
Yeah.
Samantha, from what I've been able to tell so far, is eating blueberries with yogurt and nothing else.
Yeah. It almost harkens into.
It's like
I don't think that's how you use
It
that
has to be
verb.
12:30 to 1.
You know, in the second film, how she's eating exclusively yams for their estrogen content. It sort of hooks into that a bit.
It's
I could see Samantha on a blueberry only diet for the antioxidants.
I don't know though.
Are
Like,
they a real thing?
yeah, antioxidants are real.
Cool, man.
They're for people who are against oxidants,
Clearly.
not to be confused with accidents.
Now, I know that there's a couple of tweaks to make, but could you release a film like this in 2019?
You could. Massive tweaks to be made. First of all, in diversity of casting, it's been addressed not just by us, but also by the people involved with Sex and the City, not just the TV show, but the movies.
Namely SJP herself.
Second of all, length. What they
Cannot stress this enough.
well, like, if you shave an hour off this movie, it might function as a interpersonal relationship drama. You know, to watch four women who are best friends grapple with the various different stages of their relationships, it has the capacity to be as interesting as any movie in the world. But like, this is inflated, self-congratulatory nonsense. This is not a movie that stands by itself. This is a movie that is riding on the coattails of a very popular TV series. I think if you want this to exist as a movie being released in the current day, you take an hour off, you change the casting, you say, hey, it doesn't matter how much you love the TV show, this represents the world now. You also, actually, do you know what? I don't know. Like, if you shave an hour off, suddenly the stakes might become interesting.
I put a strong case forward for this a couple episodes ago. I pinpointed the moment where you could shut this movie down.
Where's its pressure point?
I can't remember, but I wrote it down at the time. But it was like, it was just shy of an hour of what the actual endpoint is, and you're left with a movie that has way better like themes. In terms of, Big doesn't get back up with Carrie, and Miranda doesn't get back up with Steve, I don't think. Oh, and maybe Samantha doesn't get back up with. Oh, well, she doesn't anyway.
Break up with.
She doesn't break up with her. So, like, Samantha is defying her expected norm of, what's the opposite of monogamy? polyamory, I guess. You know,
Being single.
being single. She like learns and grows that it's great to be with a person, so she changes. Carrie learns and grows that it's great to not be with Big, so that's great. Miranda learns and grows that she can be an independent single woman with a kid who she shares custody with Steve, and it's all gravy. Maybe she meets someone else. And fucking Charlotte is the, paragon of old school virtue, whereby she is in a stable marriage with 2 children. So
Yeah.
we got all the different kinds of things, coming right.
It's I
But
think
they don't do that, do they, folks?
Well-
They got to have another hour on the film.
that's the issue. Because the arguments sound that this could exist as a movie today, but like this was
I don't think it's that sound.
this was never
It's not a given.
this was never just a movie. That's your problem. This is fan service. And fan service, tragically, takes as long as it takes. I cast this guy,
Did you? You
This-
put him in.
smart ass who plays Big's boss, who
Carl.
sort of, Carl, who
Karl
sort of
Lagerfeld, R.I.P.
loves dragging up previous failed marriages or relationships of Big at the rehearsal dinner. I cast him. He was literally working for craft services on set, but he was being a real
That's
arsehole to
catering
everyone.
for all you not involved in the biz.
He didn't discriminate in terms of, it didn't matter if you were Sergei Skopaka, it didn't matter if you were the best boy or a grip. Everyone was beneath him. And that's crazy because this guy, in terms of traditional status, was pretty much as close to the bottom as you can get on set.
That's
I
fucking
said,
awesome.
for a 50-year-old guy who's obviously failed at various different turns in life, you got spunk. I'm
Yeah.
putting a suit on you. I'm giving you a haircut. I'm sitting you down at the big boy table, and you're going to tell some people how you fucking feel.
That's dope.
And he brought it.
I
He
love
doesn't move the story forward. He doesn't get enough laughs to qualify his being there. And honestly, if I had it my way again, he wouldn't be in the movie. But I cast him at the time. He did the best with what he had.
Yeah.
Didn't come out perfect, but he's in the fucking film.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Greg.
His name's Greg.
Yeah.
Good shit. Hey, Greg, quick shout out to you. Shout out?
Massive shout out. to
Shout
Greg.
out.
Yeah, it's your 15th birthday party. Who's invited? How many drinks do you have? What are you drinking?
Tiresome guy. It's a tiresome question. And I won't indulge it actually this time.
John O'Gould, Andrew Maxwell, Ben Pryor, Andrew Taylor, Molly McFarlane.
Steve's turned up at the rehearsal dinner, ladies and gentlemen, to try and make amends with
Honestly,
Miranda.
vodka mud shakes. I'm not proud of it. They're chocolate milk flavored vodka drinks. They're going to make you feel pretty sick pretty fast.
Steve-
But at the time, I couldn't get enough of them.
Steve hasn't
I
had-
have 4 of those. Everyone else drinks what they want. We get along okay. It's not a very memorable night. But I'm happy with it.
Steve hasn't had an opportunity to talk to the mother of his child, his former partner. I'm not sure if they're married or not. I don't think they are. Hasn't had an opportunity to talk to Miranda Hobbs because she has cut him out of his life, which I understand. I get it. It's a good way to deal with a breakup, the old clean slate. But when you got a kid, it's
Vodka
it's
orange
hard.
juice
It's
was the other
complicated.
thing I was drinking at the time. Still no good.
We just had the appearance of some of Guy's favourite extras, which is 2 women in their mid-20s, I'd say.
They were very dismissive of people having a serious conversation while they're in the middle of the best night of their goddamn lives.
They walk past the heat of an argument between Miranda and Steve post-cheating.
Can I guess
Kid
what's
shit.
happening with their night?
Hold on. And one of the women audibly says, "The fuck is wrong with you?" It's good. It's
They bought
good.
MDMA while waiting in line for the club. They didn't expect a lot out of it. They took a couple of bumps while they were still waiting. Keys in the bag sort of material. This is, hands down, some of the strongest and best shit they've had in living memory. By the time they're walking past Miranda and Steve into the club, they are flying as sky high as you can fly. They're a fucking 747, baby. 35,000 feet altitude, cruise control.
Hope you brought your tape measure, folks, because your altitude will not be determined by standard measuring equipment.
It's impossible for how high
You
you're
gotta
flying and how
hang
low
a
that
rope
window
out a
is.
window. Get that window open. Hang
All
a rope
that
out.
to say, they're having a very different night. one of the many instances in this movie in which I wish we could follow the characters who are interfacing, or I wish the cameraman or person, apologies, had license to just tilt the camera, follow them into the nightclub, go down the stairs with them, into
that movie,
into the bar, into the basement. What the hell are they up to this evening? Because I'll bet it's a damn sight more interesting than what these characters are doing.
Fucking A. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, let me follow the next generation. Do you know, is that maybe the big problem with these movies, actually, when you get down to it? Is that it's fascinating, voyeuristic, of course, but fascinating to see what people in their late 20s and early 30s are up to. Fucking around, getting into a relationship, getting their heart broken, learning some lessons. But once you're in your 40s, it's a bit different. It's a bit like, well, I mean, you do you go on your journey, but I don't need to see it.
I think we're getting towards what the problem is here. I think that what people in their 20s and early 30s are doing is not inherently more interesting than what anyone else is doing at any given time. I also think that the most interesting that will ever be is to an audience of people the same age. So, for example, the people who watch the HBO show, who grew up with these characters, who are familiar with them and care about them, are aging at the same speed that these characters are. That's to say that, a group of 40-year-old women who watch this movie take something entirely different away from a couple of fucking idiotic 30-year-old dudes who are watching it just because they wanted to hang out some more.
That being said, though, don't you think that there's a lot of 40-year-old women watching this film who can't relate to it? Who are like happily married, got a couple kids and stuff. They're just like, this ain't me, chief. I'm struggling to pay my mortgage.
Absolutely. But they don't care. This is aspirational content.
I see.
People who...
What's that for us? The Hangover?
Yeah, that's real aspirational. I think...
Getting trapped on a rooftop bar in Las Vegas, Nevada, and almost dying as a result of radiation from the sun.
Dreams are free, brother. That Bradley Cooper looks like a real card. I think the thing is, like...
I ain't your Doug.
I ain't your Doug. I ain't your Doug. No, I just think... I think, because this movie, it didn't win over any new fans, but it also didn't antagonize the pre-existing fans. It did its job.
Yeah, that's true.
The people who watched it said, hey, do you know what? That was a little bit longer than I would have liked, and honestly, I didn't care that much, but it was nice to see my friends again.
It's good to see them again. It's good to see Miranda again, It's good to see what Miranda's up to.
The second movie...
Yes, sir.
That upset some people.
Yeah, but that was profitable as fuck as well, so,
But those people were burned.
Yeah.
We know for a fact we're not going to get it, but I would love to see what the market reaction to a third Sex and the City film would be.
I think we saw it a little bit transpire on Twitter when there was a revelation that Mr. Big would die in a shower accident. And that was quickly disputed by Mattress Pikelet himself, I believe, who said, no, that would not happen. That's something that the Kim Cattrall camp put out just to fucking stir the pot.
Your Twitter account would not be representative of how people react to a Sex and the City 3 announcement.
True.
One of my favorite lines, Anthony, the wedding planner, famously flamboyant, one of his main characteristics doled out in this film, says that's all we need is the lift of a leg on the train of a dress. He is devastated at the idea of a young dog pissing or shitting on Carrie's ludicrous Vivienne Westwood bridal number.
Claps Carrie getting into a fucking limousine. She's just a woman on the street.
I saw her last time, actually, as recently as 3 hours ago.
It's quite different seeing it on a bigger screen. I don't usually watch it on a screen this big, TBH. We're watching it on a pretty big screen, guys. Pretty big.
Yeah, Tim's got some nice screens. And we're watching it on one of them.
I've got one screen, and this is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a projector screen?
It broke ages ago.
Sorry to hear.
Lent it to Joseph Moore, came back in a state of disrepair.
Did you
and
tell
by
him?
disrepair, I mean it doesn't work. Nah, didn't have the heart. If he listens, he'll know now.
He won't listen to this.
He certainly won't. It's fine. It's
No one we personally know would listen to
Not
this.
Not one.
People who we know.
You don't listen to this, to be fair.
I'm living it.
You're in it.
Yeah. I'm not going to revisit literally one of the darkest moments I can remember experiencing in the last little while.
Gutted, bro.
It might be
I'm right here, man.
sociological curiosity to others, but for me, this is not something to be dredged up and experienced twice.
Fair enough. I respect that. This is the bit of the movie that is so pivotal for the plot and makes the least sense. We've all said it. Guys said it. Tim said it. All of our guests have said it. I don't understand why Big can't just get out of the... This is a man who's making, presumably, multi-million-dollar deals every single damn day. He's a New York financier who has been afforded such a esteemed position in life that he is a full-time driver just to ferry him around hither and thither. And yet he's getting freaked out by walking down the aisle. It's the third time he's done it. This isn't even a new experience for him. Just get out of the fucking limo, Bowl.
Totally.
Get in there. It's a library. It's not even a church. It's not that daunting.
You egotist. No one cares as much as you do that this is your third time getting married. And honestly, if you botch it, it's going to be a hell of a lot better than if you jilt your third fiancé.
Yeah, Bowl.
Figure it out.
Especially one you've been in a relationship with on again, off again
Run
for 10 years.
the numbers. That's right.
Hey, what do you think of Anthony's tie? There goes the chips.
I can't remember it. Oh, a thin purple tie. Honestly, I'd have to see the bottom to form a total opinion. It's not for me, but I don't mind it on him.
What would
one
be
of the
good and
more
what would be bad?
timeless pieces? I mean, you and I, do you think we have the same or deviating fashion senses?
Deviating. For sure.
Is that a criticism?
Not at all.
What do you think of Stanford's tie?
I think Stanford is wearing the wrong tie.
I agree.
Garish and loud. Although loud's kind of what he's all about, but I'm seeing it in a context of, guess what? It's 2019. I'm watching this, and oh wait, maybe it was all G, bro.
Who's to say,
It's very
man?
sparkly as well. He's got a whole sparkly suit, so it's at least of a piece. Yeah, it's of a type. It's cohesive. Oh, Brady's upset. Now you've done it.
I don't think I'd have it in me to jilt.
You do it and then fucking bail on it later. Get the annulment the next day.
I would.
It's the manly thing to do, isn't it?
It's slightly less cowardly. I don't mean to make a champion of myself, but like,
And
maybe
yet
it's,
here we are.
maybe it's the fashion in which he's doing it, but it's just so weak. Like, it doesn't not just make sense as a person to do it like this, but it doesn't make sense. Or actually, I don't know which is more important, but it doesn't make sense in terms of story, but it certainly doesn't make sense as a person.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You know how later on we see Carrie Bradshaw's cell phone taped up? Do you think it's because of that moment we just saw where she drops it on the ground?
There was a borrowed phone. It's established in the storytelling. She needs to borrow a phone
Of
because the
course,
daughter has taken someone's
true.
phone and put it in their purse.
Fuck. Good point.
And we see Carrie using the phone taped up before she's in Mexico.
Holy
The
shit.
thing about Carrie Bradshaw is for how successful she is, how nice her home is,
yeah,
how nice
she's
her
rich.
life is.
She's rich as.
She doesn't care for technology. She doesn't care for phones. I don't even know if in the modern day, sexual anthropologist Carrie Bradshaw has a Twitter account. I think she's on
Sexual
Instagram.
anthropologist? Insta only. What's she posting on there? Vaginas and penises? Genitalia?
Heavens no.
Anus? Ani? What's the plural of anus?
Bylines.
Oh, okay.
Bylines and brunch.
That should be the name of her Twitter account. Bylines and Brunch on Instagram. Follow me. Bylines and Brunch.
It's her with a pull-out.
Blammo. Take that, Big. Blam. Second.
Yeah.
Oh, the third hit.
Do you know?
Oh, number 4.
Only just occurred to me. He's being
5.
struck by a bouquet of roses. Sure, he's
6.
being hit by buds initially. What are you going to do about it?
Mm.
But as soon as you get through the buds and you're down to stalk, those are some pointy, thorny little fuckers that are
Fucking
going to
hell.
dig into your skin, your
Yeah.
forehead, your cheek, your neck, the areas he's being struck. That's going to hurt. He's going to bleed. There should be
He
some
deserves it.
scabs.
He deserves it, man.
I don't care whether he deserves it or not. I'm just saying in terms of realism, in terms of wardrobe and makeup,
We
in
need to see
terms
some
of continuity, we need to see a little bit of fresh blood.
scars.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to go to hospital. He doesn't need to go to A&E. Although he could. The guy's doing fine.
Look at him.
Have you ever been in a limo?
Oof. Once, I think. It was like sixth form ball, maybe?
Oh, with the
Something like that.
lads?
Oh, it is lads and fella. I went to a co-ed school, guy.
Oh, okay. You don't need to fucking throw my nose in your idyllic teenage
You literally
years.
asked a question and I answered it.
Yeah. Well, I'm volatile. I'm sobering up, but I'm still crazy.
You need to get some water in you, friend.
Yeah, and I got a bottle right here.
Oh, okay, good. Get it in you. Yeah, no, I think we were in a limousine that night, but off the top of my head, not one that I can recall. Let me put it that way.
Freestyler.
What about you?
Straight from the top of my dome.
Very much a song that was around that time. Although it was old at that stage.
I've been in a limo, school ball.
That
similar
song must be almost
situation.
20 years old.
Older.
Like 18 years old.
Who's to say? Hey, look, it's your
Me.
wife.
Yeah. Playing with the doggy.
She's having a good time.
Resplendent in the sunlight.
I know.
That could be us.
Really good.
Bomb Funk MCs, where are they now?
That is a good question. The guy from the video with the big head full of dreadlocks,
Yes.
he sells
Seashells by the seashore?
imported European vehicles at a car lot in a real prestige location in Nottinghamshire, England.
Now, is that a place? Nottinghamshire?
Yeah,
Cool.
I know a guy from there.
Do you?
Yeah, he's a pilot.
What's his name?
Keith.
Is he a good man?
Pretty questionable in my book.
Is he around? Or is he like, he's in Nottinghamshire?
Yeah, well, it sort of seems like he's actually here right now.
It does seem like it.
Yeah. Are you talking about me, Keith?
I am. Keith, it's so good to hear from you.
Well, it's so good to be back.
Keith,
Yeah.
what's been happening with you, mate? Have you taken any flights since we saw you last? Have you been in the skies?
Well, no, I mean, it's very unlike. I'm an international commercial pilot. It's just no planet on which I could have taken a flight, return,
Of course.
and be here.
Oh, you're so right. I'm sorry for this. Is a real oversight on my part.
Not at all. I've actually been to a local cafe.
How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I had 7 long blacks.
You had 7 coffees, 7 long blacks.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of espresso, and especially in New Zealand where a double shot is standard. There's 14 shots of espresso.
I feel wretched.
I bet. So look, what can we do for you? Can we maybe get you
Have you got
water or
Any sort of
Bread.
facilities.
toilet wise?
Absolutely.
We do. I mean, I'm almost. I've we're friends, but I'm almost hesitant to point you in the direction of the
In and
bowl.
out. Honestly, it'll be less than 2 minutes.
All right, feels like a real porcelain disaster waiting to happen, but the bathroom's just inside, just first on your right.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Very good. Okay, so you're not going yet?
No, I have to. Don't get me wrong, but
Oh.
I'm not going to go immediately.
I see. Very good.
Create some sort of dramatic tension.
Keith, the thing I've always wondered about you is, do you have a partner?
I do.
Who's that?
Well, she's my co-pilot. She's my partner in crime, my partner in life.
Very good.
I cannot remember her name for the
Yeah.
life of me.
It's not Angela.
It is Angela.
It's Angela.
I think so.
Fantastic. You tell her that you love her. She
try
hasn't,
to, yeah.
Reciprocated, as I understand.
Potentially heard.
Mm. So, you defining her as your partner seems maybe a little forward, perhaps?
Well, it's a little confidence. Certainly, I'm ahead of myself. I'm outside of my station. What I'm doing is borderline by any meaningful context. But I love her.
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Yeah, I
You
love
truly
her.
do. With
I
all your heart.
truly fucking love her.
Good on you.
I used to work as a taxi driver.
Did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Black cab?
Yeah.
So you must know London inside and out.
Wow.
Back of your
So
hands.
you'd think.
Yes.
I know it inside.
Mm-hmm.
On the way back out, I'm just guessing.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
My brain only goes one way.
All
North, south. I don't understand east, west.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a really interesting blind spot.
All right, see ya.
Oh, okay. Good to hear from you,
Not
mate.
a bad guy.
Take it easy. Yeah, he's off. Probably used the bathroom, from what I understand. He's in a hurry.
I resent that. I'm actually not going to use a bathroom.
It's Keith. Keith's
All right,
here.
see ya.
And he's off.
Weird point to make.
He does. I mean, the bags that they're holding in this movie are just bizarre. We've got Charlotte has turned up to Mexico with a makeup bag. Perhaps it's rigid and it's a cube and it's got like a chest pattern on the outside.
Do you want to know when I know I'm in an unhealthy spot?
Hmm?
When I see the characters walking through an exotic location carrying bags, and I wish to high heavens they were in Abu Dhabi.
I see. That is not a good sign because, and we've talked about it before. We will talk about it again. There is no depth of depression that we could experience in this season that will take us to the place of Sex and the City 2.
Come close.
Mate, that movie did some things to us. None of them good.
It's crazy how many people were required to capture every moment of this film.
How many do you think, though? Honestly,
500.
count. No, far less. I'm gonna say 20.
What?
Yeah, no shit.
You mean just
Involved.
hands-on tools? You don't
Yeah,
mean the people-
hands-on tools.
You're not
20.
talking about the people who enable those people. You're
Nah.
just
But
talking
there's
about.
not that many of them.
Yes, there are. Man, are you kidding me?
It's not 500. So I reckon there's 20 hands-on tools. Call it 60 others. You're double digits, not triple.
You're in triple digits.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Early or late?
Mid to
Mid-trips.
low.
You did say 500, which would be mid, exactly. Miranda harps, you wear red all the time. You're a dynamo and you look kind of fine. You're a lawyer.
And a mother, you got a wonderful son and a wonderful life. Your husband Steve Brady tried to have sex with me. I said, don't you lay hands on there. That's my body hair. I'm gonna wax it off. Gonna get real smooth so I can show off. Gonna go for a swim down the local beach. Trace through the water like a bullet, like a wee peach. With arms and legs kicking water here and there. I don't mind what you're saying so long as you look here. It doesn't work. Almost, though.
It was very good.
Moments where it was
actually
flying.
quite excellent, for my reckoning. Really excellent. Really
Thanks,
excellent.
mate. Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. It's interesting. I mean, we've charted the highs and lows of drunkenness, lethargy, and sobriety. I mean, I'm not yet at peak sobriety, but I'm on my merry way
There
back
will
home.
be a day during this podcast where I think, here's what I say, here's the vision for us. We're inside a room, maybe a padded room, padded cell, some would say. And we're there for too long. Like, I'm talking fucking a day. It's just on. Too many screens, you know? Oh, it's disgusting. Jesus Christ. ASMR gone wrong.
I must apologise.
You're drinking out of a water bottle that says Comedy Festival. Which comedy festival? Bengaluru. Bengaluru?
Bengaluru.
Bengaluru.
Or Bangalore.
Bangalore, India.
India.
Bangalore. That's where Raj is from. And Van Wilder, Party Liaison. Which you would know if you were part of the Patreon Deciders Club. Or actually, the Patreon Pals. Let me say this about the Patreon Pals.
My little sister's competing in an iron person.
Is that what it's called?
No, it's called
It's still
an iron.
called Iron Man,
It's
right?
called an
For
Iron
now.
Man, yeah.
For now. Is she doing it today or tomorrow?
A few days from now, but she just sent me a text saying there's an app I can download. I can follow her.
Oh, that's awesome.
3.9 kilometers in the water.
Yes.
180 kilometers on a bike.
That's too much.
42 kilometers on foot.
That's fucked, mate.
We are talking about upwards of 10 hours consecutive exercise.
I can't. And not just exercise. Like relentless slog.
Had dinner with her last night.
Guys, 180 kilometers biking for our imperial listeners. What is that? Like 120, 130 miles?
Probably 100.
It's more. I think it's a bit more than that.
It's far.
It's too far to be on a bike.
When I wake up, oh, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up next to you.
Here's what I want to say to anyone who's ever supported us on Patreon. I don't think I'd still be making podcasts if it wasn't for those guys. No shit, man.
Massive shout out.
It's entirely true. If you don't support us on Patreon, fucking this fine. This will be good. No worries. But if you do support us on Patreon, know that you are probably like directly responsible for there being another season, rightly or wrongly. That is either on your shoulders as a fucking noose or, you know, a halo. Take it as you will.
Famously placed on the shoulders
That's where they lie.
I would also like to apologize to those of you who are responsible for continuing this podcast for the previous 3.5 hours and what lies ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you know what this movie's missing?
Go on.
The iconic moment in Sex and the City 2 when the four of them, dressed up to the fucking nines in the middle of the desert, stride across a sand dune while a pan-Middle Eastern iteration of the Sex and the City theme blares through a Bluetooth speaker.
Fair dinkum, actually. There needs to be some sort of iconic moment of... They look like demigods wandering through the Egyptian desert. Like,
It's really
I'm
good.
looking at Set and whatever else constitutes an Egyptian god, just in the most resplendent finery.
Have you seen Adam Sandler's film Click?
Here's what I know about Click. I've not seen it. Apparently, the premise is based on a porno. It's all I know.
Called The Click?
No, it's got some other name. But the premise of
Is it a softcore porno?
don't know.
Did it play on Sky One?
Not sure. Did you see it?
I saw, and I'd completely forgotten it till now. I saw a softcore midnight on a Friday Sky One porn,
Yes.
which was maybe called The Click, and it was pretty actually unseemly. But a man has a remote by which he controlled the sexual urges of people around him, and he would click it,
Yes.
and it would create
Horniness.
not even necessarily the situation he wants, but it would like if you're in a room and you're like, well, this room's kind of boring, I'd like to alter the energy by making person X tremendously horny. That power was in his hands.
Far out.
It's not so far away that it's impossible, but it's not quite close enough to draw a direct line between that and Adam Sandler's film Click. All of this is to serve the question, would you accelerate the next hour and a half of your life so that you can walk free from this room? Not knowing what might happen in that hour and a half, it might be the best thing that could ever happen to you.
That's such an incredible question. I think I would.
I'd roll those dice 10 times out of 10.
It's rare for me to say that because when I hear people say out loud, like, oh, I've got to waste some time in between something, I always call them on it. Time ain't for wasting, friend. Time is not for wasting.
What the fuck have you been doing the last 5 years?
Time is the only thing you can't buy. You can almost literally buy every other thing, but you can't buy time. But you can kind of buy time just by getting rid of other shit that takes up your time.
Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground.
Still David
into the
Byrne live.
pool again.
Honestly, top three gigs I've ever been to. It was incredible.
That's cool, man. I tried to
So
get
good.
my partner's daughter into the Talking Heads this morning.
Wait, what do you mean? Into the band?
Yeah.
Oh, like you played it for her. Not
Yeah.
like you tried to get her to join. She was like, I've got a great new bassist. She's 3 years old.
Yeah.
Give her
No.
a chance.
Option A. Currently, 2 songs exist in her world and 2 songs only.
Can I hazard a guess at one? Baby Shark?
Incorrect.
Do 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 do.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Baby Shark. Do, 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 Baby Shark.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Just can't get enough.
no.
Daddy Shark. Do, do, do,
Song
do.
one?
It's the same fucking track, guys. Do the math.
I'm Still Standing, Elton John.
Weird.
That's why I watched the
Isn't
video
that
this
in a
morning.
minor key? That doesn't bode well for her. I'm still standing.
No, it's in a major key. When I heard you sing it in a minor key, that can't be right. The second song,
I don't know if I sang it in a minor key. I'm not a singer.
Jingle Bell Rock.
Interesting. That one I can get behind though, because at least it's joyous.
Out of season, but still a good time. I've been watching the Daryl Hall and John Oates version of it.
Okay.
They have a funny little Christmas scene.
Yes. Enjoyable. Check those headphones on. Okay, let's get back to the task at hand. We're doing a direct commentary. We've really strayed from the premise. We're in Mexico. Charlotte's about to shit her pants. Guy has exited from the premise. And 3 girls lounging by a pool, one who's about to shit her pants. We're playing it for laughs. We've got big soundtrack, big sound effects, and that is what we hear. That's a solid loaf.
I read
This
in the
shot
Sex and the City Bible that
doesn't exist in this universe. Go on.
Kristen Davis was skeptical about this scene. She had to be persuaded by the mattress Pike Click King,
Fair enough.
who said it's not going to be gross, it's going to be funny. And easily persuaded, Kristen said, you know what? You're right. It's going to be...
To be fair, do you know what I think
frickin'
separates
hilarious.
that line of funny and disgusting is that we don't see poo. If they had gone to the trouble of putting some shit on her sweatpants when she walks past, that's at that point we're in gross town. But because it's clean, I think we're in Funnyville. The Mayors, coincidentally, are cousins. They're very closely related,
Are they friends?
but they are different. No, they fell out. How chunky is this necklace? Fuck me. It looks like she went to a child's bead museum.
How
and went,
chunky's this Dircom, brother?
Can you give me the heaviest possible version of what you have on offer? And they were like,
Three
yeah,
3 times of it.
I guess we can like fuck you up with some beads if you want, Sarah. It's weird to think your name's Sarah, eh? I've never thought of that. Because in my mind, her name is always Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah. That's true. She was Sarah before she was SJP. And she was SJP before she was dead. Ladies and gentlemen, time comes for us all.
Fucking A.
Yeah, man. I'm not.
Now, in terms of like, do you reckon you could drive?
No, I would never drive a car right now. I
You're
reckon.
far from getting behind the wheel, eh?
I reckon I could.
You could lime scooter.
Yeah, I think anyone could lime scooter.
True.
Probably to be discouraged, that opinion, but it's just what I think. I think I could show up, not indefinitely, but I could show up to do anything I needed to do right now for half an hour.
Fucking doubt that.
For half an hour?
You're not committed enough if you could do anything that you usually sign up for right now.
Yeah. Show up for half an hour, talk about an idea.
Yeah.
I gotta go to work after this.
No, you're right, mate. Stay with me. Stay with me. You're all good. You're good. You know what your work is, guy? Talking about some fucking hot shit ideas you've got. Just polishing them off. That's all. You're good. You're
Shut.
all G.
Have you ever shut your eyes?
It's never happened.
Try it.
No.
It's so good.
It's Peter Kim of peterkim.com fame. He's in the film for about 7 or 8 seconds, and I cannot wait to meet him. I really hope I get to shake his hand, and I'll feel very shortchanged. Most likely scenario is that guy will get to meet him, and I'll be on like a Skype call talking to them both.
Ideally, I'll meet him in secret from you.
Yeah, that would be really gold standard. I think the main thing is that he was in Hackers, which he talks about a lot on his website, peterkim.com.
I will not watch it before I meet him.
Hackers? You
Yeah.
should, man. It's a good fucking film.
Only despite you.
Yeah, fair enough.
I would love to meet this guy without the context of the thing that makes you care about him the most.
The thing I love most about Hackers is probably one song and one song only, and that is Cowgirl by Underworld.
My cowgirl brings other boys to the yard, and they're like, she's better than yours, damn right. She's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to charge.
He's got it in one. We've got an introduction of Jennifer Hudson at this point in time. Star on the rise.
Not to be confused with Jennifer Lopez. Star firmly established at the time of release.
Mm-hmm.
If I had one chance to live my life again.
Is
Well,
this her
da,
get?
da,
This is
da,
Carrie Bradshaw
da,
getting sent
da,
presents.
when
It's
they-
just like countless presents.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's weird. Maybe
Pe-
she's just getting sent presents.
People are helping her find her feet. The presents are born of the fact that she was jilted and they were in the room before
Mate,
it happened.
welcome to being a human being on God's earth. People get jilted. Not everyone gets presents.
Not
Everything
everyone.
is in a gift box in her house. Look at that. Hat boxes for fucking Africa.
Well, also she's just
So
moved
many
back
of
into her house. That's the reason you're seeing so many boxes. She's in the middle of relocating.
Here we are in old Ukraine. Fuck, we are yet to decode that question name.
It's called a typo.
Don't call it a typo.
Written, realized.
Do you know where this is in New York, bro? Do you know what part?
Yeah, it's less the Lower East Side. It's said to be old Ukraine, but they're pretty much in Chinatown.
Oh, true.
You're actually having a pretty good time down there. There's a lot of good cheap eats. You got a lot of good times. There's a great cinema called the Metrograph. It plays a lot of interesting films. I saw The Muppets A Christmas Carol there last year on December 23. It was a kids' screening. A lot of boys making a lot of noise.
Let me say that we've just missed Lin-Manuel Miranda's appearance again, but that's quite fine as is tradition.
Well,
Let
he
me say this
charges
about
on.
Guy Alexander Halifax Montgomery. Guy, he decided to do something. He decided to do something quite big and bold, and that was move from New Zealand, Aotearoa, to God's own New York City.
That's right.
That's a bold move, and a lot of people do that. It's not a common trajectory, especially if you're in a comedy community. What you do if you start off in New Zealand, you're a Kiwi person, you do comedy for a bit, and you're like, I'm getting pretty good at this. I'm going to go to London, England.
Absolutely.
And you try to make a name for yourself there, and literally no one pulls it off.
How about friend of the podcast, Rose Matafeo?
Oh, that's true, actually. Well, I feel like she made a name for herself before London, though.
Not in London.
Nah, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, though. That's kind of my point. She made a name for herself, and then she went to London. There's a lot of comics from New Zealand who try to make a name for themselves by going to London. You did not. You tried to make a name for yourself by going to NYC.
Misguided, baby. It's been the hardest thing I've done in my life.
That's
Do I
so
regret
good,
it?
though.
No.
Good.
Every single day.
Yes. No, Guy's doing the right thing. And that's what is important for him to remember. He's doing the right thing. And sometimes when you go to New York City, you get pregnant and you're not even trying, man.
Man.
Do you reckon you're pregnant?
I hope not.
You might be, though. That's the
Nah,
thing.
dude.
That's the thing about moving. Sometimes you don't know if you're pregnant or not.
My womb is empty. My ovaries clear. My feelings about this are very sincere. I got no baby in belly. I got nothing in my gut. I'm just a fella saying to you, I don't like smut. I'm a virgin. I've never had sex. So how could I be pregnant if I don't have eggs or sperm on my person? It's just how it is. I'm a virginal young boy and I don't want kids.
From fucking God's mouth to your ears, ladies and gentlemen. That is a hot rhyme.
Yeah.
Do you want to give yourself a rap name on the mic?
Teal hat.
Teal Hat, everybody. It's Teal Hat. This is the first track from Teal Hat. Well, I wouldn't buy the record, but I would certainly not skip the radio station if they played his single.
Generous.
Huge call.
Well, Samantha, may I recommend breaking up with him now to save us all half an hour to 55 minutes of our lives?
Smith Jarrett's the man. So Samantha Jones has just come out. They've just fucked. They're fresh post-coitally.
What are the 12 stages of grief?
There's 12?
I don't know, 9, 8,
It's like fucking
7.
6. Denial's in there in the mix.
Is
Acceptance is at the end.
Acceptance.
Anger's one of
Okay.
them.
Don't
Don't know the others
I'm at acceptance.
of this happening.
Yeah. I don't even have the energy to be angry or upset.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah. What are you going to do?
Mm.
The movie's going to keep going. We're going to keep sitting here. You're going to keep listening. You completionist fucking
I
lunatic.
actually don't understand anyone listening.
Yeah, no.
That is
I know
insane to
that
me.
we sound like the crazy people, but you are absolutely
I just wish we were better at it.
out of it. I don't even care. If
Mm.
you're still listening, it doesn't matter how good we are. Something's wrong on your end.
All right, let's try and bring this plane back. At least seal the windows up on this aeroplane and try and raise the altitude, shall we?
Absolutely.
So, let us return to the task at hand, which is commentating directorially what's up on screen. We're at a stage in the movie where Jennifer Hudson has come like some sort of fairy godmother to try and fix Carrie Bradshaw's life.
This is
She's-
actually, the Jennifer Hudson, her character in the movie. This is a concept that I was unfamiliar with that you introduced me to, And I'm hesitant to use the actual terminology for fear of coming across as bigoted.
Yeah, there's a name of the trope which is, I think, quite out of vogue now. But what it is basically there was a long tradition in cinema of getting a person of colour to come in who has supernatural powers to fix all your problems.
In essence, that's Jennifer Hudson's role.
Yeah, it's like a toned down version of it, but yeah, it is. It's like the only significant character in this cast who's a person of color, and she sort of swans in to fix someone's life. It does feel a bit fucking...
That's the entirety of it. Like,
Yeah.
her engagement and entire life beyond Carrie Bradshaw is treated at an arm's length with incredible disinterest. It's coloured in as a means of saying, here's why she's here, here's why she's not, but otherwise it's not relevant. It has no bearing on the story, it has no impact. No one's walking out of the cinema being like, I wonder what happened to that relationship.
This movie was made a long time ago. This
Not
is an ancient film.
super
It's so
relevant.
old. So old. 2008. What were you doing in 2008, Monty? Let me just throw the fucking spotlight at you.
And great, brother.
Probably
I was
nothing
in
good.
Wellington,
Nothing good.
New Zealand, the cultural and physical capital of Aotearoa.
Committing a lot of hate crimes.
Second year university. Your boys living on Torrens Terrace, the top of Cuba Street. Do you know what we're not doing? Taking our rubbish from the house and putting it in the provided skip out in the car park.
Where's it
We
going
are
instead?
putting it in a cupboard under the stairs. How many bags? Literally too many to count on my digits.
Oh,
At the end of
no.
the year, we have up to 42 to 50 bags of rubbish just sitting there festering.
Do you
We
have
think
maggots?
it's funny. It's not funny. Do
you
we
have
have maggots? Let me tell you something. I don't know. Everyone leaves the house before John O'Gould, a.k.a. the People's Champion. On his last day at Torrens Terrace in 2008, John O'Gould was responsible for relocating up to 50 bags of rubbish from the cupboard under the stairs to the skip outside.
Oh, boy.
He goes about his business with a quiet respect and studiousness that befits the man. He's a good guy. He's doing good things.
Sure.
After about 42 bags, he's tired,
Yeah, of
sure.
course, of
He's
course.
carrying bags that aren't just constituted of dry rubbish, but some of them might have a little bit of garbage juice. They're a bit wet. They're squelching. They're screeching. He's carrying a bag down the shared hallway with other people who remain in the flat or complex, because it's the end of the year and they just happen to be the last people remaining in their building. Some of them probably riding out the Christmas, New Year's period in this place. They might not be going back to their families. They might not have families to go back to. It's not super relevant. He's carrying what is, to date, the stinkiest bag of rubbish that has been left in the cupboard under the stairs in our apartment over the previous year. It is exploding with garbage juice, not just from the top, but from small holes that have been found throughout the bag. He arrives at the top of a stairwell. He looks back over his left shoulder. 5 to 6 people have, on account of the smell, opened their doors, leaned their head out the hallway to make eyes and faces at him that say, hey, so we know, this stuff stinks and we aren't too happy about it. Do you think Jono's happy about it? He's not, but he doesn't care. He's just going about his business. He goes to carry what is a bag that is rapidly loosening and losing control on him down the flight of stairs. You know how bags stretch when they're full of a wet kind of rubbish? That's what's happening to him. These aren't your grandfather's rubbish bags. These are your low-grade budget bags. You get 52 for $1 down at the grocery store. They're not designed to carry this sort of weight or viscosity. As he takes his first step down the flight of stairs, the bag stretches beyond what you could describe as physical repair. He loses control of the entire thing. The rubbish and juice cascades upon the stairs as though a waterfall designed by God and Gaia themselves. This is pouring itself all over the chemical grade carpet. You've got your grips, you've got your rug, but this stuff does maintain smell. It pours all over the stairs. He looks down. Inside of this rubbish bag from date unknown, 2008, is an ice cream container. The contents of the ice cream container, not ice cream, but also not nothing. Someone has thrown up in an ice cream container. They've neatly put it inside of a rubbish bag, presumably because they think the rubbish goes out weekly. How wrong they are. Amongst the cascading waterfall of garbage juice is an ice cream container with spew that must not be younger than 3 months old. Inside of the spew A healthy, happy, and excitable young family of maggots who have found a new home on the stairwell of our shared apartment building. Jono is humiliated. He takes the ice cream container, he scoops what little of the garbage juice which is available for relocation into the container, into the dregs of the bag which remain in his hands, and puts it in the rubbish bin. We get an eviction notice that is probably 12 months too late, saying not only are we no longer welcome to lease or live in the building, but we're not welcome back as visitors. It was a hell of a year.
Are you truly not allowed in that building?
Absolutely not.
I actually feel like they might have needed to burn it down after that happened.
They needed to do it a long time before we were contributing to their problems.
That tale was skillfully told as it was harrowing to listen to. Absolutely outrageous.
Truly disgusting. Same building I shed a whole room in.
You shed a whole room and I don't understand what those words mean strung together. What does that mean, you shed a whole room in? What does that mean?
It means the lads were trying to do the 100 club. 100 shots of beer in 100 minutes.
Yeah. Individually? As a
Each.
team? Yeah, person to person.
It's a lot.
So how many mils in a shot? 30? Or 60?
I don't know.
A single shot, presumably.
To be completely honest.
15, sorry. 15 mils in a shot. If it's a double, it's 30.
It felt like quite a lot.
So 15 times 100 is...
It's barely relevant. What we have is a
Is
lot
that
of
15
space
litres of beer?
and a lot of whiskey. It probably is 15 litres of beer.
Because it couldn't be 1.5 because that's fine.
Well, suffice it to say,
Or is
halfway
it?
through, we solicited the help of our neighbours, a group of people with whom we were friends, to buy us some nappies.
Can I ask you a question? It's not a question. Let me think out loud for a second and do some math. I'm pretty sure a shot's 15 mils. So if you did 10, it's 150. And 100... Okay, so it's 1.5 litres of beer. 330 mils per can. So we're talking about... oh boy, I've lost it. What was it? 1.5 litres.
1.5 litres is like
It's 5 beers, so that can't be that.
It's more.
Yeah.
Maybe twice as much? 10 beers? Even that doesn't sound right. Anyway, that's by the by. What wound up being the problem was I had too much to drink. The last thing I remember from that night is we have finished a substantial amount of spates and are looking at half a bottle of whiskey in front of us.
Yes.
My friend Fergus says, "This is pathetic. Let's go to work." I wake up the next morning.
Yes.
No underpants.
Yes.
No shorts.
Yes.
No trousers.
Yep.
T-shirt.
Mm-mm.
Jersey.
Oh no.
Puffer jacket. Hood.
I've heard the
pulled up.
story. I remember this. Yes.
I get a phone call. It's from Fergus. Somehow he's found himself at work the next morning. He says, "Guy."
Hey, Fergus. Hey, Fergus calling here. Do you remember what happened to you last night, my guy?
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, you may want to check in the fucking bedroom or something. The bathroom.
You want to look at the downstairs
You wanna look at
bathroom.
the downstairs bathroom.
I'd also had a scab. I bled out my head. This was not a good time for Guy Montgomery.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Anyway, all that to say, I went downstairs and I looked in the bathroom, and the witness in front of me did not represent me as well as I might have liked it to.
Who was the witness? What do you mean by that?
What I saw,
Yes.
which I knew from the phone call and the information I had and the vague memories I could piece together in my mind's eye,
Was of your person. You hath wrought it,
I was responsible for what was in front of me.
and you rejected the notion.
I didn't want to engage the notion.
Fair enough. Who would?
Shit on the walls.
Who would welcome that? Who welcomes shit on the walls? Not Guy.
Man, I don't know.
What'd you do after you from memory of the story when last you told it? You got stuck in though. You went to work.
I spent the day cleaning up my mess.
Yeah.
It was humiliating.
You want to know something interesting? To try and change the subject. I think it was Jane Goodall who was talking about this recently. I think she did an AMA on Reddit I think that's who was. No, it wasn't. It was someone who made the latest David Attenborough series, Dynasties, and they were talking about the one with the chimpanzees, I think it was, and they said, "Do chimpanzees throw shit at each other?" And this woman who worked on the show, who was on location with the team, like getting the footage and everything, I think she was a producer. She said, "No, they don't. They don't throw shit at each other. It's only something that chimpanzees do when they're in captivity." And I was talking about this with a group of people, and someone else said, "Just like humans." I was like, "Fucking A." You put them in a prison, like it's the only active protest you have left is literally your own defecate. Don't know if that's a word. To hurl at someone to indicate how fucked off you are. We're not so different, us and the chimps.
No, we share a lot of DNA. I've opened up too much once again on this podcast, and to think all it takes is 4 hours, 1.5 screenings of Sex and the City, and 2 bottles of red wine. You know, we've all got our foibles.
Yes.
My guard is down.
That's
my heart is pure.
That's good, though.
Man.
What would the people get out of this? Season 4, listen to this, if it wasn't a bit of honesty at this point, you know? Fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Fuck. I'm so upset I told that story.
Why?
It's just embarrassing. I love everyone.
Let it be known. Let the record state.
I love everyone, and we've made a mistake twice consecutively on the same day, inside of making a mistake 52 times after we'd retired the mistake that we originally made. Tim, for as good an idea as this is, I hate the fact that our...
Do you know what, Guy? Can I take this opportunity to say, one might call it the worst idea of all time.
I love that. I just don't like the fact that we identify as, and rightfully so, the people who, like, our whole shtick is built on commitment.
And nothing but.
And so as soon as you knew it was possible to watch this movie again, and you said we were doing it,
yes,
for how much I wanted it not to be the case. Like, as soon as you floated the idea, I knew it was over.
But that's the magic. Don't you get it, Guy? That's the magic. We're living in a post-truth era, and the reason people gravitate towards this podcast is because you and I put a stake in the ground and we do what we commit to. You know? The amount of people who have asked me, do you really watch the movie every time? Guys, yes.
It wouldn't be possible
Yes.
to reduce ourselves
You couldn't do this.
to this emotional rubble.
You couldn't do this if you didn't. It's not possible to achieve the depravity that we've found ourselves in.
It'd be so transparent.
I actually think that's true. I don't think we're skilled enough. Performers, actors, writers, whatever you want to put a label on it. I don't think we could pull off that level of lying. I think very few people could, to be honest.
Saying that, if someone could develop a bot by which they feed the scripts or dialogue of the previous episodes we've recorded into the bot and then send us the script, I would love to take a week off where instead of watching the movie, we just read out
an AI.
what is described in the tele or radio play. Would you do that with me?
Yeah, sure.
What if I wrote us a 30-minute script?
In the style of an AI.
No, I'd write it as a replacement for watching the movie.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That sounds good.
And that would count towards our 52 screenings.
Well, what's the script of? Like this universe, this film?
It's like it's us.
Oh, meta. Yeah, totally.
So it would be, I would write an episode instead of us recording
It's
one.
30 pages. It's a lot. I think there's way more effort than just doing the episode, my guy.
I would rather do it.
Okay. I'd love for that to happen.
Noted.
Great.
What would happen if I struck you in the tummy right now?
Nothing good, eh? I'm full of liquid. Those cup noodles are so good, eh? That's one of those foods that is disproportionately tasty for how much it costs. Cup of noodle soup.
Capo noodle.
The I don't know what the brand is, but that mee goreng stuff. Haven't been able to touch it for a little while. because I'm fucking around with veganism, and in the sauce is I think some fish stuff or something.
Yeah.
They make a vegan variant, but it's not in the supermarket shelves in New Zealand, sadly.
Well, how about that?
What's going on in there?
I
You had
just
a little
got a
look at your
text.
phone. You got quite concerned. There's a lot of messages waiting for you. I can see there on your home screen.
It's not too much. My 6 p.m. The meeting I had lined up after this
Yes,
has been postponed
it's been postponed,
by the
everybody.
person with whom I was meeting.
You've already said it's Alice.
On one hand,
Yes,
I'm happy.
yes.
On the other hand,
Yep.
I'm not.
Okay, very good.
What are you doing after this?
I've got a gig tonight.
Where are you going?
Oh, the classic. I'm doing a gig fundraiser for something for a guy who needs some money. We've got Miranda, we've got Steve, we've got Sadness, we've got New Year's, we've got Cup Noodle Soup.
Who else is on the lineup?
I cannot explain how boring it would be to get into that for anyone listening.
How interesting would it be for me
I
as
don't
a
even know if I remember. I can't remember.
consumer of comedy?
Just fucking Google it, mate. It's fine. Doesn't need to be held in amber like a Jurassic Park walking stick. You know? Here's the thing about Steve, everybody. He tries. He's a man who tries. It's an unbeatable theme song, eh? That John Williams. Like, there hasn't been another like him.
What theme song are you talking about?
Hans Zimmer does a good job. He can put together an orchestral score which will elicit fear, intrigue, I would say, and like sort of ambition. But there is nothing and no one that approaches a John Williams theme. They're utterly unique, totally iconic. Superman, he wrote it. Star Wars, that's him. Fucking Jurassic Park, that's John Williams.
That is pretty good.
Some other ones. John Williams.
Can I
Jaws?
ask you,
I think that might have been John Williams.
how much longer do you think is left in this movie?
It's impossible to tell. It's impossible to tell. We're at New Year's, so I'm going to say 45 minutes.
I think it's an hour.
Do you?
Can you check, please?
Nope.
But the curiosity will kill me.
I know, but you just told me there's no stakes left for you because your meeting got postponed, so I'm not letting you know. You just got to vibe it out. This is a travesty, an affront to podcasting and to the format of director's commentaries. And like both in our canon and the format of director's commentaries as a whole.
The thing is, at this point, anyone still listening is either hoping we spark up one more flint of creativity between us,
Yes.
or
The odds are low, P.S.
they're so far beyond caring
You're just
about
here
that.
with us in the trenches at this point.
They just want to know, like they just want to finish it, and they're idiots.
Hey, who are the Bronte sisters?
Charlotte Bronte is the most famous. They are a collection of, I think, turn of the century, 19th and 20th century British authors.
Oh.
That's what I think. So when they make that Bronte sisters joke, that's what I imagine. I have no means of proving it.
Uh-huh. I always thought they were like dilettantes or something.
Well, there you go.
Socialites, you know? Dilettante's such a good word. Well, you got to bring it back.
I hadn't heard it before.
A dilettante. Did I make it up? No, it's real. It's
What
a real
words
word.
do you like?
Dilettante, attorneys general, and amuse bouche.
Oh, I love a moose bush. What does that mean?
It's the pre-appetizer. It excites the taste buds.
Where does it slot in next to hors d'oeuvres?
Pre. I think it's before everything.
Before hors
Gets
d'oeuvres?
served on a tiny little spoon thing. You just have a mouthful of it.
Woof!
It's just there to turn the mouth on.
A lot of people don't know that. Between meals, the mouth famously turned off.
It does. It's like a coal mine. You got to fire it back up. You got to get those taste buds rocking and rolling.
Is there a place for laughter in the bedroom?
Mm.
I'm here with Tim Batt, sexual anthropologist and podcaster. Tim, what
Yeah.
do you think?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Join us next week when I'm talking to paleontologist Andrew Michelson as I ask him, were dinosaurs gay?
Andrew Michelson. That's a very silly name.
I'm not here to make fun of anyone's name, my guy.
I am. Andrew Michelson is utterly ridiculous. This is my second most hated sequence in the film, where we show Carrie Bradshaw walking through the snow in New York City to get back to her lovely friend, Miranda Hobbs. And it just goes on for too long. We've got some cross-cutting. We have a look inside the... what's her name? Charlotte... what's Charlotte's last name?
York.
Charlotte York's household. See a lovely kid. We've seen Samantha Jones.
They
and Smith
reuse
Jarrett.
footage in this.
No way,
Of
really?
Charlotte York and Harry. Yeah. Of Harry Goldenblatt and Charlotte York. The same scene in which Charlotte says, thanks for being you, and
Yeah.
they have sex 4 times that week.
Yeah.
They use literally and
Yeah.
overlay the same footage of them having sex on New Year's Eve.
Do they have sex? Wait, they don't have sex in this, do they? In this sequence?
Yeah. I don't know if it's already been, but
It
I've
can't
noticed
have
it.
been.
I haven't said it to you yet. It's absolutely true. They double down. It is a fucking disgrace.
What the fuck? Do we see them have sex in this scene? That's wild. Because we see them hanging around with their kid. That's Will, the love of Louisa's life. This I love.
I love you loving this.
Mr. Big having dinner by himself. He looks like he's enjoying himself.
Steak
man.
and a
Just
glass
having
of
a
red wine.
Fucking great meal. So good. So fucking good.
Steve, you got it going on.
This is the
brother.
thing I think that sets off a lot of women who we've talked to. Steve asleep next to his gorgeous wee 4-year-old boy in the bed, like that's, people love that. The people love
People have
that.
been upset though by the fact that they get them to do the exact same body language. They're like, "Oh, fucking come on, I get it."
Nah, it's cute.
It's condescending.
Although you have hosted more guests than I, so you know all the in-betweeny bits. See, you're full of shit, man. We don't see Charlotte.
It might have already
fuck.
been. We do.
But we just saw her with her kid. It wasn't preceding that.
I've observed it out loud before. I'm very intelligent. I'm never wrong.
You're a smart man and you're infallible. I agree, but I haven't seen it. I don't know what you're talking
am
about.
the people's champion.
This hat.
I am
This
a very
fucking
nice
hat.
boy.
It's like she took a disco ball, smashed it in half with an axe, and put one of those halves on her head. Idiot. Carrie Bradshaw, I'm all for avant-garde. What you're doing is beyond the pale.
I love it. I love hearing you rile up.
It's fucked. Oh, this. Oh! Guy Montgomery's won it, ladies and gentlemen. High five for my boy.
Thank you. Isn't
Yeah.
that crazy?
That's nuts.
They think we're not going to catch that.
That's fucking nuts. It only took us 20 watches.
I'm not just watching this 52 times. Sometimes I'm watching it twice in a row. Better luck next time. Me in character as a director. That's right. I noticed the mistakes I made. One of them was agreeing to do the season. The other one, overlaying the same footage of Charlotte and Harry having sex as I used earlier in the fucking movie.
Have we expressed extreme regret every season we've come back?
Absolutely! Hey, how are you? I like jazz music, but I also like reggae.
I guess it's just part of the tone and tenor of what we do, isn't it? Agree to something, instantly regret it, and then but commit and see it through.
I've never been to New York Fashion Week, but if I did go, I would go as a designer. What would I design? Corduroy clothes.
Fuck, I could so see you doing that.
Yeah.
Guy Montgomery, a whole line. It would be, what are your initials? Guy Alexander Halifax, G-A-H-M. Gum? Gum?
Gum
Cords.
corduroy.
Gum cords. People would go fucking crazy for that. You should start getting in the biz. You know what I haven't
People have
seen done
seen
before?
Corduroy
Corduroy
undies.
togs.
Oh.
Swimmers.
I haven't seen corduroy undies. People have seen
That
corduroy
feels-
pants. People have seen corduroy sweaters, shirts, skirts.
Here's what Monty's going
Bags.
for. Shoes and corduroy and swimmers. in
Corduroy, here's the thing. Corduroy's heavy.
Yes.
It carries viscosity, it carries moisture, it carries smell.
Yeah.
Why not take advantage of that?
In what regard?
Well, a lot of people are putting materials on shoes that don't retain smell, that provide breathability.
Yes.
I'm saying, why not zig where the fashion world zags? Why not put a corduroy shoe out? Why not put out some corduroy underpants? Why not capture the problems that persist.
Yes.
Not problems, but
So
this-
you're saying, like, in the same way that the Ghostbusters turn up to an abandoned hotel and trap a ghost in a trap, you're saying get the smells of feet and trap them inside the shoe. Is that what you're getting at?
corduroy house shoes.
I love it. The stinkers inside. That's the trademarked fucking slogan for it. Gar cord shoes. The stinkers inside.
Do you like the work of Haruki Murakami?
Is that Studio Ghibli or is that a different thing?
It's Hayao Miyazaki.
Obviously, I'm not familiar enough with the form to know.
Yeah. I don't like either of them either. I love them. I'm thick, but I'm also quite nice.
You like a smoothie.
Here are 5 things I like.
Go.
I like seeing someone else be excited.
Cool.
I like skin-on-skin contact.
Okay.
I like taking a walk in the fresh air, hot or cold.
Very good.
I like when you wake up in the morning and you're ready to get out of bed immediately. There's no grace period where you have to wake up. And I really, really like scrambled eggs. Date, dump, or marry? Me.
And
I'm asking you. Aren't
you usually supposed to have 3 things?
I
in the
told
mix?
you 5 things.
Oh, okay. Of those, so I'm gonna marry scrambled eggs.
No.
Okay.
Me.
What?
I told you 5 things about myself. Do you want to date me, dump me, or marry me?
Okay. Date.
Yes. With an eye to marriage?
A possibility. The door is open.
Oh, man, we don't kiss enough.
What a thing. We don't kiss enough.
Do you like little tomatoes?
Cherry tomatoes. I love them.
Me too. Nature's candy.
I hate big tomatoes though. They can go to hell.
Yeah, you see someone eat one of
So
those like an
watery.
apple?
Look at this fucking wasabi. No.
Someone pick up a tomato and hoe into it like it's a goddamn apple?
It's mental.
Makes me sick
It's
to
too
my
much.
frickin' stomach.
Although, that being said, to each their own. If you want to enjoy a tomato in the same way that I would enjoy an apple, I guess power to you. I just find it personally repugnant. Fuck, man. What Carrie's wearing in this scene's cool, though. I like it. Knee-high boots, cool, like, sort of mid-length short skirt, and just a fucking cool black top.
And who should be on the cover of the magazine
How
in
many
front of the Vogue?
fucking balloons?
1,000. Down
Man,
from 5,000
I
that
know
I
we
blew up.
talk about it a lot, but that you get a scope for it in that establishing shot because it pans from the roof to the floor, and you finally see how many balloons we're dealing with. It's fucking hundreds at minimum.
Do you know what the hardest job in the world is?
Blowing up balloons.
Right, it's one of the hardest.
What is?
Um,
You gonna say motherhood?
initially,
Oh
I
yeah, that
was.
is what I was supposed to say. Yeah,
That's what I was
yeah.
gonna say.
What are you gonna say
But
now?
as soon as I thought of it and asked the question, I changed my mind. I don't know.
Concrete mixer.
Nah, it's easy.
No, by hand. It's fucking hard.
Oh yeah.
You fucked up doing that with a shovel. You get injuries. You get injuries, mate. People throw their backs out all the time mixing concrete with a shovel. It's fucking hard.
I've got a
yakka.
strong
It's
back.
Super hard yakker out there.
I got a strong back.
You need to get out there mixing concrete, mate.
My spine has been described as unbreakable by Men's Fitness magazine.
Is that right?
Yeah, they did a whole interview with me where they slammed my spine with a shovel.
That's insane.
Yeah, once full face with the shovel. The other time they were like using just the thin end of the shovel.
How did that even come about?
World's strongest man hammering a shovel into my spine. Broke his wrists.
Jesus.
Fact.
Just say fact.
Yeah.
Just use fact as punctuation on a sentence, folks. Anyone can do it. It's just a word.
Fact.
It's monosyllabic. Just throw it in. Say something. Say anything you want. And then just punctuate it with fact.
But don't be confused by the fact Tim's saying that right after I've said something that's actually
No.
true.
Let us not take away from the very true fact that guy has an unbreakable spine according to Men's Fitness magazine.
Famously. And that magazine, do you know, More so than the New York Times or New York Magazine, National Geographic, Time, The New Yorker, The Economist, all of these magazines.
Mm-hmm.
Men's Fitness has never had to retract not just an article, but any statement within an article. The most factually accurate magazine in the history of journalism on the record is saying I have an unbreakable spine. If you see me, fly kick me from behind. See how the fuck your legs
Jesus,
feeling.
You need to retract this bit. This will not go well for you. You're going to be paralyzed, man, and you'll be partially to blame.
No, a lot of people are going to be walking around
I'm
with...
stepping in. I so rarely do this. I'm stepping in. Guess what, everybody? It's Tim back from the real world here. Please never kick Guy squarely in the back.
Come at me.
He's joking.
Literally.
He is
full force.
This is a gag.
As fast as you can.
You've got to not do it.
Foot in the spine.
You'll be criminally prosecuted.
See how the fuck you do.
It's assault.
Come at me.
Please don't do it. It's assault, and you will also, like, beyond the law stuff, you will be potentially killing a man, if not paralyzing him for life. Please don't do it.
Neither of
this
those.
This is my friend who I care deeply about. Don't kick him in the back.
Risk it. If you ain't shit. What's going on with you, man?
Dude, I'm just having a look at Miranda's necklace, eh? Some Illuminati iconography was stuck into the film.
We're back,
in the
baby.
form of that golden dragon. Nudity, very important to the Church of Satan. We've got that in the form of Samantha Jones.
Those are such heavy earrings.
Massive, eh? Earrings are so trippy, eh? Have you thought about earrings before?
Sometimes.
It's so weird because it's like a cosmetic addition, generally, to a woman, to be like, this is sexy. I put some metal on my head. And it's like, fair dinkum. It looks great. But it's like, what's that about? Because most makeup, so for example, you get lipstick, right?
Uh-huh.
According to evolutionary psychology, it's because if your lips are really red, it is a sign of, what's it called? What's it called? Like the human version of, you're horny, basically.
Heat.
Yeah, you're horny.
You're in heat.
But like with
you
earrings,
ever seen a dog?
What the fuck are earrings supposed to be? You know?
Yeah.
What's that about? It's an addition. It's totally inhuman thing. But I guess fashion's like that too.
Absolutely. None of it makes sense.
It's crazy.
And you and I, we turn ourselves out as best we can every day.
I don't. I certainly
You
don't.
in suits of linen, me in suits of cork. But
that big bad wolf's going to take us both down because there is one little piggy who dresses in brick, and he's the only one who's going to see out the day.
Toes for fingers or fingers for toes?
Toes for fingers, absolutely.
Truly?
Absolutely.
That is crazy. You
I
got
picked
no
the wrong one.
You got no fingers.
I went in so quickly.
No. Tell me why.
Here's why. Because
Well. Huh.
if you have fingers for toes, you literally can't walk. And there's a lot of things.
Handstands.
He's got me there. You think I'm going to trip around like that?
No. You just learn how to walk. If you've got toes for hands.
We're getting into other territory now.
If you got-
If I'm allowed to walk on my finger toes, on my feet, of course sign me up. But presumably, they trained you in a flash. I'm an adult. I've formed all those fucking pathways in my head. I can't walk on fingers. Can I? I can walk on toes.
How are you going to pick up the phone? How are you going to write an email?
I actually reckon you could with toes. I reckon you could.
They've got no reach.
Look at my second toe. It's very long.
Still no reach.
It's dexterous as fuck.
No dexterity.
You're lying.
I can do so much more with my pointer finger than you can with your index toe.
Yeah, but you still got to walk. I love walking. I want to retain that ability. Don't you? Samantha is at a real love him or leave him moment with Smith Jarrett. This is the most confusing moment of the movie, where they've had a bit of a fight on Valentine's Day. He's been delayed at the film studio while he's been doing work. He turns up. She has been laid naked on the table, covered in sushi, which she handmade herself as a delightful Valentine's Day treat. Smith Jarrett, after making light of the situation and ushering in the ire of a 49-year-old Samantha Jones, who has never in her life tolerated waiting at home and making a meal for a man before, has had to reckon with the fact that she's actually sacrificing something for a relationship. And the point of confusion comes in the form of Smith Jarrett getting out a box of chocolates.
What is it?
A heart of a chocolate box out of his bag. What are we? viewer supposed to take away from this?
What's the exposition? What's the value? What's the purpose?
Are we supposed to feel like bad for Smith that he went out of his way to get some fucking gas shop chocos on the way home?
That's the thing. Do you know in New Zealand, your Valentine busts out a heart-shaped box of chocolates? You think, wow, they've gone to some element of trouble to reveal this because we don't have heart-shaped boxes of chocolate readily available
That's true.
at various different places.
That's true.
In America, like,
Is that true in America though as well?
No, everything is so available. I always think it. You know when you see people giving gifts in American TV shows and movies, and they're always in these big bags with bows tied on them. And
Yeah,
you're always
yeah.
like, wow.
That's just everywhere.
I would love to get a gift out of that bag. That bag's 99 cents at the corner store. That shit is everywhere.
New Zealand is a backwater hellscape where we have neither shops nor happiness.
Absolutely. We're not allowed to send texts after 11 p.m. on weekdays
That's
because it
true,
will
that's
crash
law.
the telecommunications system.
And we've got to reserve it for our spies and politicians to use.
It's
That's our
absolutely
law.
fucking bogus, and it really drives me nuts.
It's the fact that we're not allowed.
Brady, you fuckable little runt.
All right, this is the scene that really riles Guy
That's
up in
right.
terms of Steve Fashion. Could you describe what he's wearing in a style of Joan Rivers, R.I.P.?
Steve Brady's wearing a pair of Levi Strauss 5s. I don't know, I can't do her voice,
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
he looks fantastic. He's wearing
501s.
some dark wash Levi Strauss jeans. I actually can't see his boots, but I'm imagining that they're Blundstones, brown leather, pretty tasteful, pretty functional, multi-seasonal shoes. He's got on a tartan shirt, a collar popping over the top of a sort of nut brown V-neck cashmere sweater. The guy, honestly, is dressed as timelessly as anyone at any point in this movie. Not emphasized any harder or more than immediately afterwards when Carrie Bradshaw and Miranda Hobbs have pret-a-manger in a bodega, not a bodega, in a pagoda or a, what's that called, Tim?
You're doing great.
What's this called? This
I
construction?
can't remember. I can't
Anyway,
remember.
all that to say, it doesn't matter where they're eating lunch, but they're eating it in some of the most fucking ridiculous and distasteful garb imaginable in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2019. Both in knee-high boots. One of their boots aren't actually boots, they're tartan socks. The other, torn white leather, up to the fucking knees, baggy as anything, a mustard scoop neck skivvy with a blue woolen coat over the top. It's actually got hoodie drawstrings in the front of it, that mustard skivvy as well. Carrie's top half does not look as disrespectful as it
It's
does
good. I like the
in the
jacket she's got
context
on.
of her full outfit.
Cool coat, man.
Steve Brady is a hot piece of ass who needs to get his.
We did. That's the whole problem of this film.
I love Pret-a-Manger.
Is that the place they got the Sammys?
Yeah, it's just like, it's especially prominent in London. It's just like a sort of healthy and quick corner store, but they're everywhere. You can get salads, sandwiches, wraps, hot and cold foods, coffee, cookies, pastries.
Why aren't they in New Zealand?
Honestly,
Not enough money here, eh?
same reason Starbucks didn't take off in New Zealand.
Are you joking me? We've got a lot of Starbucks here.
Not really.
You reckon?
No.
No, maybe not.
We
We've got
demand
a lot.
more. We demand better. We have an incredible coffee and cafe culture.
That's
we
true.
are
That's
operating on an
fucking true.
elevated platform.
That's true. We've got a lot of. We've actually got the best of all available options, which is independent cafes, one-offs,
Absolutely.
and they're good.
They are
In the big cities, they're good, and in the small cities, they're present.
Do you know, you can get a coffee from a roadside vendor in New Zealand, same quality as you might get at a prestige coffee house in America.
Do you know who I'm most impressed with? Guys, welcome back to the director's commentary of Sex and the City and the movie The Movie. Do you know who I'm most impressed with is the company formerly known as British Petroleum, BP, who about maybe 20 years ago now launched, what the fuck is it called?
Wild Bean.
Wild Bean Cafe, which is an add-on establishment to their gas station. And everyone was very derisive at the time. These guys suck. Like, we want real coffee, da-da-da. The coffee there, fucking top-notch. It's all throughout the country. These people are not baristas, necessarily, but they're trained to a very high standard. They're there to, be cashiers at a gas station. They pump out a consistently excellent quality of coffee.
Absolutely.
And that's New Zealand. We wouldn't tolerate anything less. We fucking love... If
their
you talk
baked
to a
goods
Kiwi,
are nothing to sniff at either.
if you took... Well, that's because they don't make them on site. They have very good suppliers. If you go to a Kiwi and have a chat to them about their adventures in Europe, they will all tell you the same thing. Went to France, loved it, great people, terrible coffee. Went to Italy, loved it, great people, terrible coffee. Went to London, loved it, great people, terrible coffee. New Zealand, very fucking good at coffee.
The best cafes throughout Europe, the UK, and America are run by Antipodeans. I'm talking Australians, I'm talking New Zealanders. I can't believe how happy I was to see a naked breast in the last screening of the film. This time, I honestly find the sight of this graphic sex scene confronting and disgusting.
I think that simply depicts your level of sobriety or lack thereof in the last screening. What are these sunnies,
I don't know that I
These look
necessarily...
like these look like the glasses you get if you have eye surgery and you can't look directly into the sun. That's what
probably
Samantha's
are.
rocking. She said LASIK.
I don't know that I'm more carnal when drunk.
There we go. Soak that in, everybody. You want to fuck Guy Montgomery? Get a little tequila on him.
I don't know that I am, I was saying.
Oh, yeah, it's an open question.
Are you saying try it with tequila? Try it without?
I'm saying, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Get
even
in
though I
there.
didn't mind missing it last time, I'm not going to be called out by you for once again.
Here we go.
Missing
Dante's
a prime
Peak.
opportunity for a glimpse at Dante's dick. Give me that thick, turgid piece of meat. Put it in a mixing bowl, stir up some cake batter, baby. This boy's hungry for dick.
Roast alive.
And
It's such an unsexy shot.
I know. Also, it's a classic, like, you know, when you're in the shower and water's flowing through your torso onto your appendage and it runs off the end of it, not as though you're urinating, but in this weird kind of deflective stream.
It does look like you urinating, kind of.
It captures that perfectly on
Yeah.
screen there. Do you piss in the shower?
Of course. I'm a fan of Mother Nature.
Interesting.
What better way to protect the planet than pissing in the shower?
I spent a long time not pissing in the shower, and then
I brush my teeth in the shower. I piss in the shower. I do everything in the shower. I read in the shower. Listen to podcasts in the shower.
I listen to podcasts in the shower.
I actually recently got a waterproof Bluetooth speaker, so now I have started to
I've got
listen
one
to,
too.
Podcasts in the
Ultimate Ears?
Nah, I got a fucking JBL one. That's right. This podcast is brand agnostic because we're not sponsored by a company who make Bluetooth speakers yet. But I pray for the day when that changes.
We've got a little way to
Oh,
go.
fuck. I never noticed that. Did you see that picture board on the left that says love? God, spare me. That's fucked. This guy confuses the hell out of me. The coat check in this scene? Why is he there? What's happening with this coat check?
Look, who's to say?
Just fucking put... There's 20 people in the room. Hang your own coat up in the closet. Why is there a guy? Is this a New York thing?
No, this is nonsense. This is what I say when this is not representative of my New York experience. Charlotte York has the biggest house out of the four characters in this movie.
Yeah.
It's her baby shower. What are we doing at Carrie's bachelor pad?
Fair call. I think it's tradition to throw the shower for someone else. You know what I mean? You don't throw it for yourself.
Logistics.
You can't
They've
put
had
on
to
a
hire a
surprise
coat
birthday
man
party for oneself.
and a rack of coats in the hallway. They're infiltrating other people's space. They're a frustration in someone else's day.
Mm. What do you think of that blue on the wall?
Not for me, but I can see how Carrie chose it.
It's too cold.
I love that bit of acting from Cynthia Nixon. I love it every week. She is listening. She is watching. Acting is reacting. And
Yes, I've
Cynthia
heard that.
Nixon, of everyone in the movie, does the best job of it.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a few things this screening. I have enjoyed elements of Charlotte York's friendship. Previously, that has been absolutely invisible to me because I get so cross with her for screaming all the time.
Mm-hmm. She really doesn't scream all the time. There's a couple examples of it. 2, 3.
Every day. I used that quote
Oh, no.
recently.
Here we go.
Not all day, every day,
With
but
your
every
beloved?
day. Yes.
Oh.
Got away with it too.
Did you?
Absolutely.
You have it now. The line, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because I I want the very best for you, and I hope you're not watching the movie right now. And even if you are, you're obviously listening to us. The line is how relationships aren't about being happy all the time. And then one of them says how often. What did she say? How often are you happy in your relationship? And then Carrie says, I think that's for you, and throws it over to Charlotte. And Charlotte says, every day. And I think Miranda says, every day. And then Charlotte says, yeah, every day. Not all the time, every day.
Not all day, every day.
Oh, not all day, every day, but every day.
I said it before. It's a good
sentiment.
line. It's not a bad bit of script writing.
No, it is a good line. You're right there.
I would be wrapped if I was terrified to break up with someone and they came in wearing a fedora. And she's already got...
Dude, you are so right about that. There is something indicative about, like, I have joined a firearm club recently that a fedora communicates. It's like, I've got a gun license now.
Stupid ass fedora wearing motherfucker has just walked past all of his partner's packed bags literally by the front door.
He knows what's up, though. This way he's so accepting. He knows what's up. He's an actor. This is faux. Hey, there's no such thing as a gun license in America, right?
He's a good partner. I don't know.
Probably not. Because it's in the
I remember the
Constitution.
first time I went there, I was terrified to see that the cops had guns. That tells you a little something about New Zealand.
Yeah, man. I had that in Mexico, and they had semi-automatic rifles. It was fucked up. In a shoe store. They're protecting a shoe shop. Oh, God. What have I done?
You're really creating quite a dangerous
I'm
mess.
just trying to get my dog. My dog's come to visit. I'm going to pick him up because he's cute. Hey.
Tim's not wrong, everybody. Him and Zoe do share one of the most beautiful puppies you'll lay eyes on. The thing has got a scruffy sort of medium length hair. What sort of dog is this?
He's called a Schnacko. He's a 3/4 miniature Schnauzer and 1/4 Jack Russell.
Oh my God, what a beautiful blend.
He looks like a teddy bear come to life.
No one can capture the beauty of a dog on camera. Dogs, do you know what? Do you know what Instagram does a bad job of representing?
What?
Dogs, cats, and the moon.
The moon's hard to photog.
Absolutely, the moon's hard to photog.
Look at this shit, man. She's in business class and she bought a seat for her doggy. That's crazy shit, man.
She's doing well. She's
Samantha
a self-made
Jones-
woman.
How much money is she making?
So much money.
So she's got 2 clients. She's got Skinny Jenny, or whatever her name was, Thinny Jenny, which we only know about from the book, Sex and the City, and the movie book, and Smith Jared. They must be making a sensational amount of money for her to get a percentage of their earnings and get 2 fucking business class. Although I guess it's within the country.
Still.
Bi-coastal. She's going from one coast to the other. You do the math.
Where does this leave us?
The fuck are we talking about, eh?
Carrie and Miranda have made up. Samantha's broken up with Smith Jarrett. Miranda and Steve are back together.
I have the dog.
Charlotte is openly pregnant but not yet to give birth. That's what remains. We've got 2 key plot elements to go. We need Carrie and Big to reunite, and we need Charlotte and Harry to have their baby. And once that's done,
we're done. That's pretty cool.
We're literally waiting on other people to get through their day's work. We're sitting at the office. We've finished our work. Yeah, it's okay.
He'll do that. He's a puppy.
We're watching other people type on their computers thinking, as soon as you finish this fucking email, we are out of here.
No, Rufus. What he's doing, folks, is he's chewing on the headphone cable, which I get it. He loves doing stuff like that. I shouldn't put it in his line of sight.
Oh,
We've got to train him out of it.
About to see Charlotte giving birth. Very exciting.
If you can hear some fast breathing and mic bumps, that is Rufus trying to eat the microphone. He's a good boy.
Big loves going out for meals by himself.
He fucking does, eh? This is the second example we've got of it. He's out for a little lunch solo. I love that.
One cuisine the rest of your life. Tell me about it.
Mate, after going to Vietnam, contender. But probably Japanese.
Nice. Healthy.
Although, if I wasn't vegan or vegetarian, probably Mexican. I fucking love Mexican.
If I wasn't a vegetarian, I would go to Japan. if I had my current diet, Italian, but it's not healthy. It's not going to do much good for me.
I don't know. They seem to live for a long time. Oh, boy. I'm going to put you down. Oof. He's getting bigger, guy. I'll tell you that. Do you know this fucking dog, mate? So we got him when he was 8 weeks old. That's 2 months if you're listening at home. Oh, he's trying to tuck into the corn chips. We got him at 2 months old, and he was 2 kilograms, and 1 week later he was 3. So he added 50% of his body weight in 7 days.
A day is a week in dog years.
So then 7 weeks.
Yeah.
That's almost 2 months.
Is that right?
Yep.
A year is 7 years, yeah. It's my lot in life to be surrounded by beautiful women. That is not Guy Montgomery speaking. That is Guy Montgomery channeling Harry Goldenblatt after the birth of his second daughter. Carrie's very happy. She's saying there's no drama. They're saying, well, there was drama, all right. Charlotte actually had her water break after she told off big in an Italian restaurant.
Stop. I can't tolerate this.
I'm bringing everyone up to speed.
I know, but I don't want to. I'm saying it and I can't hear it.
Well, my fucking brother, ask me a question.
AMA.
AMA.
Guy Montgomery.
AMA.
I got no questions for you. When was the first time you swam?
Can't remember. I did swimming lessons at a place called Jelly Park.
Jelly Park, I remember it well. It shared a footage with Burnside High.
That's right. I'd be
Which
very
was the high
curious to
school-
know what the rate of
gonna go
children and adults who can and can't swim is globally.
Jelly Park, the actual park where I had my first kiss.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I remember that actually.
I'm
After my
raising
first
my
swimming
eyebrows.
lesson, you were clapping me along on the sides.
Yes, it was. I don't know what you were talking about just then, actually.
Oh man, I don't even feel sorry for the people still listening. Rest assured,
It's on you at this point.
yeah, what
to
you
be
are
fair.
experiencing is what we experience week in, week out, which is literally clock watching without watching the clock. But you can look at it. You can look at the podcast app or whatever platform you're listening on and say, oh my God, the lads only have 15 minutes left. It's probably less. It's probably 10.
We don't know.
Probably
though.
down to 10.
We don't know, though. That's the thing.
Probably down to 10. Literally the only action remaining is for Carrie and Big to be reunited and for her to meaninglessly reflect upon it in some sort of fucking overarching narrative that doesn't make any sense within the world of the film or beyond it.
I've needed to pee for about an hour and a half.
Me too. I respect that neither of us have.
Same.
I'm going to drink the rest of this bottle of water.
Yeah, I think it's important that we hydrate as much as possible.
Did you feel better 2.5 hours ago?
Versus right now? No. No, I feel better now. 2.5 hours ago, I think I was a bit drunk.
Undoubtedly, we were both quite drunk.
It's quite a weird thing to, be on the record while you're sobering up, like through the process of it. It's not good. Not good. Not good. Doesn't make for great content, but, here we bloody are.
What are you going to do about it?
I always wondered about all of these names that are in Carrie Bradshaw's inbox as she's searching through the emails.
Chance to live my life again.
Just stop to try and find the emails from Big that she's just found
I
out
love stand-up comedy, bro.
that exists, that she's found out from Harry. And she's going through, there's a lot of names in there. She's like, here's an email to Carrie from Charlotte. Here's one from Bill. Here's one from whatever. And there's like a ton of different names in there. I want to delve in and find out who are they? Are they in the TV show? It would be fucking cool if that was referencing episodes from the TV show. I doubt they took the time, but it would be fucking cool.
We're not watching the
Aiden? Did Aiden send a message?
No.
I hope so. I haven't seen it on
do you know
screen.
what? You think about, that's interesting. You think about the reveal of Aiden at the souk in Abu Dhabi. You think about Aiden's relationship to Carrie and the series and the TV show. The fact he's unseen this entire time in the movie. That was a good play. That was a good play in the second film. Not well executed, but seeing him, that stirs something up in the hearts and minds of the audience.
Must have been big,
It would have been massive.
to use the
We
term
can't
of art in the Sex and the City world.
we
Must have
can't-
been Mr. Big.
We can't appreciate these moments as much because we
Does she
don't
bite
have
her
the
fingernails?
backstory. Does she?
SJP. I'm game recognized game. I bite my fingernails. It looks like she's got little stubbly fingernails. Surely not, though. She's a fucking fashion icon.
We're down to 6 minutes, surely.
Try and get a shot of her hands, bro. Look at that. Oh, no, she's all good. Never
She
mind.
needs to go across town to pick up her shoes. Thank you for this call to action, Jennifer Hudson. You are a fucking saint.
Move
Oh
along.
my
Move
God.
along. Move along. This was a recent shining light, the grandma over there.
Yeah, she does
Fantastic
good.
reaction. Love that.
Push it along. Push it along. Push it along. Push it along. Fuck.
I like that she poo-poos the veil.
Yeah.
It's a good call on Louise's.
The woman who is peddling the veil is absolutely devastated to see that one didn't take seed.
Yeah, you know, she's there to sell bridal shit. One less sale is one less dollar made for the store.
$500. Shoot, they're actually 500. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go across town. Fuck yes.
No one knows
Get
what
in the
Guy's talking
cab.
about. Hey, we went to this location. This is Carrie Bradshaw's Brownstone, which we went on the tour and
Sold
visited
to
in
the
person.
current owners without their knowledge that it was the facade that was
They-
used for Carrie's apartment in the very popular series Sex and the City.
They're incredibly unhappy about that fact as well, folks. Please, if I can impart one call to action as a result of this entire season, don't go and visit Carrie Bradshaw's Brownstone in New York City. The owners didn't know what they bought into.
Incorrect.
And they are unhappy
I would like
about
to
the
finish
amount of
Tim's
tourists.
sentence. Don't go to visit Carrie Bradshaw's brownstone apartment in New York City without ignoring the chain link fence across the front of the steps, stepping over it, walking up to the front door, banging your fucking knuckles on it, waiting for them to come downstairs, dishing out a Blu-ray copy of Sex and the City 2 in front of them and saying,
How
do
could
you mind if I
sleep-
come inside and watch this movie with you? They're going to say 10 times out of 10, abso-freaking-lutely, we do want to educate ourselves and learn about the home in which we live.
How could you sleep at night being a real estate agent selling that property without imparting that incredibly important information?
Real estate agents are not famously the most morally sound or well-adjusted people in the world.
I guess you're right.
I'm a realtor, baby. I want to be a realtor, baby.
We're so close to the end now, folks. Carrie and Big have patched things up on the floor of a wardrobe that makes no physical sense in an occupied space they can't afford.
Would you rather
But
be
soon we're going to get married. We're going to fucking see the gals. We're going to wrap it up with a 50th birthday.
Would you rather
of
be
Samantha Jones.
Kid Rock or Scotty Too Hottie?
Who's Scotty Too Hottie?
Would you rather be Kid Rock or Hulk Hogan?
Hulk Hogan, bro.
Would you rather be Hulk Hogan or The Undertaker?
Hulk Hogan, I think.
Would you rather be Hulk Hogan or Dolph Lundgren?
Probably Dolph, because he's got a PhD in chemistry.
Would you
Smart
rather be
guy.
Dolph Lundgren or Bill Clinton?
Dolph. Less heat.
Would you rather be Dolph Lundgren or Sylvester Stallone?
Probably Dolph again. Less heat.
Would you rather be Dolph Lundgren or Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Probably Arnie.
Would you rather be Arnold Schwarzenegger or Patrick Schwarzenegger?
Patty.
Would you rather be Paddy or Miley Cyrus?
Patty.
Would you rather be Paddy or... to be honest, I thought you were going to go Miley.
Oh, okay. What were you going to verse Miley against?
Taylor Swift.
How about you, bro, in that tree of decisions?
I'd most like to be Kid Rock.
That's the pinnacle for you?
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
He's got a good rig. He's got good undies. He's
Yep.
got good politics.
Okay, he's got a good rig. A good rig and good undies. Defining characteristics of who you want to be in the world. Be the rig you want to see in the world, folks. I think it was...
That's what I yell at my
Nelson
stomach.
Mandela
That's
who
what I
said
yell
that.
at my stomach every morning.
Be the rig you want to see in the world. Fuck, can we hurry this along, folks? Guy, as we come to the concluding moments of Sex and the City in the movie, featuring Sex and the City in the movie book, what would you like people to know? What are the important factors that they need to have retained from this harrowing 5-hour experience that we've been subjected to?
No matter how upset you are by the quality of the product, no matter how frustrated you are by the length of it, the fact that it amounted to nothing, the fact that you have just burned 5 hours of your life, we feel that fivefold. However frustrated, upset, confused, infuriated you are by the experience, we have lived through that and so much more. I am so sorry and angry. And do you know what? In spite of all that, I still love my boy Tim. I love my boy Tim. I want you to remember that. I love my boy Tim.
It's very important you remember the guy is a good guy. This is a wholesome guy. This is the guy you want to be with. This is the real guy. He's fallen asleep on top of the microphone. He's spent his dying breath praising me, and for that I will always remember and honour. I will honour him always. For he died as he lived, watching Sex and the City, the film. But right now it's time to end on a salubrious note as we're reintroduced to the gals in a final fleeting moment of friendship, feminism, and fashion. Pretty good alliteration there from me.
It doesn't matter what someone creates, how hard they work to create something beautiful or meaningful. If you put your mind to it, if you sit next to your friend Tim Batt and work really hard, shit, that was a tidy wink from Steve. I've never seen that before.
Really?
You can devalue it. If someone makes the best piece of art or cinema in the world, if you really want to, you can find a way to destroy it.
Yeah.
You can destroy it. You can burn it down to the fucking ground.
But that too is art, in my humble opinion.
Art is what happens when the product intersects with the person consuming the product.
Nice.
What we've just put out is not art.
It's turds. But your relationship to the turds could be
That's
art.
what creates the art.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's fucking cool, man. I like that a lot. So just, keep that in mind when you're rating us on iTunes. It's 5 or nothing. It's 5 stars or nothing.
If you're still
honestly.
listening, it's got to be 5. But
It's 5 or nothing,
to
guys.
everyone who's tuned out before this point of the podcast,
If you're watching on the video, which I think all going to plan will only be the Patreon subscribers, once again, I cannot thank you guys enough. You've literally kept this thing alive. God bless you, every single one. You're responsible for this. Not quite as much as us, but you're fucking getting pretty close. So take some goddamn personal responsibility and stock of your own lives. Hold on, guys. The credits aren't up yet, but we're getting ever so tantalizingly close. The birthday cake's come out for Samantha Jones, celebrating her 50th birthday, and we are waiting a countdown, seconds away from the crane shot, showing the intergenerational connection of women hanging out in New York City, making a fist of things. Let us see the external. Go to exterior. Cut 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 to exterior.
this scene reminded me of the beginning of the show. The way the four women are laughing and navigating the cobblestone streets in ridiculously high heels, backlit by the night sky and New York City, and the joy of being with one another. That's how it all started. Sometimes, when we were shooting certain scenes, it was as if time stood still. All else faded away and it was just these four women. Yes, older, and hopefully somewhat wiser, but still completely devoted to their dreams, their city, and each other. I loved having this be the last shot of our movie. This is exactly how it should have ended. Stay tuned for Sex and the City 2, coming out to a cinema near you in 2010.